You know, because I got that channel going on.
Yeah, people won't know who the fuck you are. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Fucking.
All right, we're live. Exciting.
Fantastic.
So, welcome to Hougly Live. We are eventually going to get to some topics here. We're just hoping some more other people drop in. At least one more person, so it's just not me and Joe agreeing with each other about everything.
Or possibly just disagreeing with one another to keep it interesting, but that's not.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Lee. At least you didn't waste your first ever Google Plus live review, dual review on me. Yeah, that's one thing you got over some people like Brad.
Reviewing a beer with Joe. What beer are you reviewing, Brad? I got in halfway through it and I was like, okay, they're reviewing something dark and hoppy. I don't know what the fuck it is. But...
Yeah, I don't think we ever actually said the name, did we? We were just like, this beer, and just like showing us. Well, the funny thing was Brad never, ran a hangout before. He was having issues on how to actually start a live on the air hangout, opposed to just a regular one. So we actually did the review first, but it got lost because he didn't. Something
he never
happened.
went on air.
Yeah, never went on air or whatever, and then he's like, fuck, let's do it again. So then we ended up with the review in which we already had the beer poured out, and it was like, great. I feel kind of douchey at this point. It'll work out.
Okay, I'm gonna go to that invite thing and just
invite all these people.
I'm just gonna open it up to all friends in general. What the fuck? Let's see if anyone jumps in.
Sweet.
Just go nuts. Why not?
Well, what are you drinking at least right now?
Right now I'm drinking this year's version of Garrison's Nitwit, which was it was a homebrew winner, Tilford's Nitwit or whatever, but now they've sort of just taken it over. They don't even mention the guy who originally brewed it now. They
said, "Fuck that dude."
Yeah.
Thanks for the recipe, guy.
Well, he got credit like the first 2 years or something like that. But it's not that great.
So it's no Pump House Wicked Wheat.
No, fuck no. Definitely not.
I am drinking the greatest beer that I've ever been sent. Sol Clamato. So it's like an authentic, chelada beer, I guess, and I think it's only 2.7% ABV. And DJ from DJ's BrewTube sent it to me, so fuck you, DJ. And,
peace out.
Peace. Yeah, fucking piece of this beer. Hopefully, will peace out down my drain after I taste it. I might as well. I mean, it's relatively cold. It's been out of the fridge for like 20, 25 minutes. Probably should drink it cold. Will I get any flavors? Probably not. Is that a good thing? Yes.
Yeah, in that case, probably, yeah.
So I'm going to crack it open. Hope for the best. And I'm using a little taster glass because I'm not pouring that all in.
I didn't realize DJ hated you that much, considering the beer mails you sent him. You'd think he'd show a bit more respect, but...
You would. But, he sends me... That's the thing, because I don't have a channel. He sends me a lot of, huge beer mails, awesome beer mails. Like, I sent him that 22 beer mail plus the growler, but before that he sent me, like, a 20 I think it was 22 beers as well, a couple for Chad, a couple weren't beers, but, we have decided to not do that anymore. Because sending 50-pound beer packages along with another package that includes an entire growler and stuff, kind of pricey, but also just unnecessary, I think, at this point.
Yeah, I thought the beer mails that Jens guy in Germany was sending all the British beer tubers was nuts, but then I saw some of the stuff you and DJ were trading back and forth. I was like, holy fuck, man.
Yeah, I think Jens takes the cake for quality because he sends fucking just like, yeah, here's Firestone 14 and 15 and 16, and here's Parabola, and here's fucking a Slater and 12, and here's it, and I'm just like, holy crap, like. Not only are you sending to another country, which I'm sure costs quite a bit, but then you're throwing in these fucking epic beers that I'd assume is hard to get in Europe. I mean, the assumption is a lot of those beers he gets probably quite difficult to pick up in Europe, considering the majority of them were U.S. brews.
Yeah. Well, I find it even more interesting when you see some of the weird actual craft stuff he gets from Germany that you never hear of outside of Germany, like a German IPA, like holy fuck.
Yeah, and that's always like including Jens. There's Johan from Sweden, I believe it is. I think he's from Sweden. Him and Jens just spoiled the piss out of Dave, right? So he always sends those cool Scandinavian beers and specifically Swedish beers, and apparently they're really good, but no one knows about them unless you're in Sweden.
Yeah.
Dave's always reviews most of them. He's like, oh, it's a fucking 9.5. Oh, it's a 10. And I'm just like, wow, I've never heard of this beer ever. You go to Rate Beer Untapped, and there's 5 reviews of it.
Yeah.
Oh,
they're all from Sweden.
Yeah, pretty much. They're not in English. You go to Rate Beer and see some of these. I've actually went to Rate Beer and checked out a few of the beers that Johan sent to Dave, and I'm looking at it on Rate Beer, and I'm like, yeah, this is not English, so I don't know what the fuck they're saying. Just look at the rating.
Let's see if we're getting any comments yet here. Probably
so
not.
This basically smells like Campbell's tomato soup. And that's what I got a lot out of the Budweiser one. And it's like, I don't know, it's a fucking beer. I don't want to smell tomato soup. Well, cheers, it smells
alright.
stupid. Yep, tomato soup. Not awful. A little bit of spice, but I don't understand. Listen, I don't understand why anyone would drink this. I understand.
Yeah, I'd put vodka. If I was going to drink something like that, I'd put vodka in it. I wouldn't put beer in it.
I mean, it's like a it's like a carbonated Campbell's soup, almost like a vegetable soup.
Ugh.
It has that little bit of bite and more on the tomatoey side, and it's carbonated, and it's 2.7 ABV, so it's like, who wants to sit by the beach and crush these or something? I don't I've never heard anyone you know what, I could beautiful day out, I could just go for some tomatoes Campbell's soup, maybe vegetable soup, who knows? In my glass right now, a little bit of carbonation to it.
If I was going to do something comparable at that alcohol, I'd just go the Steel Radler or something like that for fuck's sakes.
And you can at least understand that because it's a fruit juice, it's refreshing, it quenches your thirst, and you don't want to be high. This doesn't quench your thirst. At least it's not quenching my thirst. It's just man, every single sip, my one sip. Just I don't understand. I got the same thing from the Budweiser though one, where it just had that it doesn't make any sense to make these. Stop it, please stop it.
Now, how's that one compared to the Budweiser? Is that is it watery as the Budweiser one, or?
Oh yeah, but no, because it's 2.7. There is a huge watery component. I mean, that's when I compare it to the soup. The soup's obviously thicker, especially if you go tomato. This is more like the vegetable soup, I'd say, and it's a little bit more spicy. There is not hot, just a little spiciness in there, but fuck man.
Yeah, I don't get it. It must really be a cultural thing because I just can't see, especially down in South America, Mexico, places like that. Why would you drink that in that climate? I don't understand. Even ice cold, I don't understand.
I know the salt. I mean, it is. I'll say the thing compared to the. I only had the Bud Light Gelato.
Mm-hmm.
I believe it was. You had both because I was so generous to send them to and then to you. But I'd say the difference is I can actually drink this, okay, and I will finish it, which is sad in a lot of respects, but I will because I won't waste it, and it's not terrible. It just doesn't. Compared to the Bud Light one. Bud Light one was, I think, a little bit more watery, despite, I think, being higher in ABV. And this one just, there's nothing fake about this one. I think, they probably use real ingredients as opposed to fucking a bunch of terrible other adjuncts and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what's happening.
I think I saw Jay Thoreau's review of that. I think they do use like some natural flavors and stuff too, but I don't think it's quite as horrendous as a chemical cocktail as the fucking Budweiser one is.
Yeah. Aaron said my frame rate is low.
It's a little low, but it's nothing major. Aaron should stop complaining and just watch and enjoy it.
Maybe I should restart my computer, come back or something. I don't know. Shouldn't be low.
No, it's not bothering me. So I don't know. Maybe Aaron's computer is stupid.
Let me check the stream here and see how bad it is on my side. Let's see here. Oh yeah, it's real bad on YouTube.
Is it?
Let's see.
Is your voice breaking up, or is it just...
Yeah, it's a little bit. You're getting a little of the what you call it. Let me restart and come back and see if it see if it fixes it. All right, I'll be back in like less than 5.
All right.
All right, see you in a few.
All right. Joe's going to be back, and hopefully some other people will have the courtesy of jumping in if they're not too busy on a Saturday. Probably the worst time to start a hangout, but whatever. I can only have certain days off, so it's the only time I can do it. So whatever. Yeah. So anyone in the audience, if they want to ask questions, please post questions. I mean, we are going to be getting to some beer topics here in a little while that we're going to be talking on. But if you just want to ask any sort of questions, beer related, or I don't know, otherwise, just go ahead. We get some more people jumping in here, so we can actually have a discussion. And put your questions on the actual Google under the Google video. In YouTube or whatever. Don't use Google questions or whatever. I never look at that thing. So. Yeah, they should stop making this. I don't know why Garrison keeps making this. It's not really all that great. In fact, I think it's gone down in quality in the last year or so since they last made it. Not a lot of complexity at all. It's just, and I mean, Belgian wit and style doesn't necessarily supposed to be all that complex, but it's just turning into a straight up kind of weedy, dry kind of thing without all the typical Belgian flavors. So I'm kind of wondering what the point is. It's almost to the point where it's another one of those nondescript North American wheat beers, which is greatly disappointing. Oh, looks like we got a comment. Oh, someone just shared my video. I appreciate it. Thank you. Tree Calf. Yeah, that's not that good. I don't think I'm ever going to buy this again. Yeah. Let's see if there's any new comments or not. Sometimes this thing is slow and Tree Calf wants to know what's a good braggot. I've only ever had one braggot in my life, so I'm probably not the best person to comment there, Tree Calf. I've had the and it depends where you are too. Like I don't know if you're in Canada or not. The one good one and it's the only one I had, was the braggot from Trafalgar Meads and Ales in Ontario. So that's the only one I can really speak on. There's not a lot of meads or braggots or anything like that in my part of Canada, and I don't think it's necessarily a very popular style in Canada in the first place. So I have very limited exposure compared to, say, like someone in England or whatever, you know. Mm. But I would like to try more, definitely. Okay, who's this jumping in here now? Oh, Joe's back. Joe's back.
Hopefully, Aaron let me know if he just basically said that the audio wasn't synced with the video, is what he was saying.
So I can still hear you. It's just you look like Max Headroom.
Yep. Nice reference there. I like it.
Yeah. You could probably answer. Maybe you could answer this question better. We had a question from Tree Calf. He wants to know what's a good braggot. If you had any more braggots than I have, I've only had the one from Trafalgar, so I don't.
I have not, and that's only because braggots are around here anyway, not plentiful. I don't think they're really plentiful anywhere. Really, I mean, if you maybe have a like a meadery somewhere where you live or close by, they might dabble. But I can't really say offhand, aside from Trafalgar, which is an Ontario brewery and 2-3 hours away from me. Yeah, no, I can't really say any. I think Ewart would be able to answer. He drinks a lot of bean nectar meads out of Detroit, and I'm sure they do a braggot or two.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, basically my answer was the Trafalgar honey mead braggot or whatever that they do, because that's the only one I've had, right? So.
It's funny when your only answer is a Trafalgar product. You're in trouble.
Yeah. But I was saying, like, North America, really, meads and stuff aren't really in vogue over here as much as they're in Europe and England and places. So.
The meads are starting to become more and more popular. I mean, one of the more well-known ones is the Bean Nectar meadery. Again, they're out of somewhere in Michigan, and they make a lot of interesting meads and melomels, which is the addition of fruits and whatnot.
Yeah.
They even do crazy shit like barrel age a lot of their meads. I think they have like a French toast mead and all kinds of weird stuff going on, but they're expensive. I mean, you're talking for like the upper echelon rare products. I think they're like 15 plus a bottle, 15 to 20. So, I believe. Again, Ewart has had quite a few of them. I've only had a couple to be nectar because their distribution is starting to grow by the month. So,
yeah. Although, I mean, I can understand them being that price for a bottle, because really mead is a honey wine essentially. So,
yeah.
If you're gonna, especially if it's more of a true to style mead with higher in alcohol, it would only stand to reason that it would be like upwards of $20 for a bottle.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Okay, so Treecalf says he's drinking a Sam Adams Honey Queen right now. Sickeningly sweet. Can't taste the honey. So it's just like artificial sick sweetness and no real authentic honey taste. So that's disappointing. Yeah, honestly, from Sam Adams, I wouldn't expect authentic honey taste in a honey beer of any sort anyway, honestly. I don't know. I mean, they make some good stuff, but when it comes to their seasonals, usually they kind of shit the bed.
Yeah.
And that sounds like it must be some new seasonal of theirs. I've never heard of that one before, actually. Sam Adams Honey Queen.
Oh, actually, I have, but
Okay.
yeah, I've never seen it around here, but I have heard of that one.
Is that a seasonal in a beer, or is that a mead of some sort?
The Honey Queen, I'm pretty sure, is a braggot, which is why he's.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah, I think it's just a regular old braggot. Aaron said my video is back to being how it was, so I lowered the quality a bit. I don't know how that's going.
Yeah, if you lower your bandwidth usage, it might clear it up here. No,
Yeah.
lower mine a little here too.
Yeah, let me know, Aaron, because I lowered it. But yeah, so anyway, I'm drinking on this, and again, I don't. Is this another one of those beers where it's supposed to hydrate you because of the salt content, sort of like a Gouda, right? A Goza, where a Goza is basically a Berliner Weiss with salt in it, and
Yeah.
people go nuts during the summer because it has the salt content. So if you're active and doing stuff and losing it, you get it back, but it's a nice sour beer, so you get the thirst quenching qualities from it too. But I don't know about this. This is salty.
What's the sodium content on it? Is that listed on the can, or?
This is Mexico, so.
Yeah.
Oh, this is only 2.5. I said 2.7, right?
Yeah. No, you said 2.5. Pretty sure.
There is nothing listed on here, and all of it is in Spanish. So.
Ah, so that's like an authentic one, right straight from Mexico.
Yeah. This is like because DJ goes there quite a bit. I think some of his family's from there. I think on his wife's side, I want to say, and well, his wife, I believe, is Hispanic. So he always goes to Mexico. They have family. She has family there. Well, they have family there, and he always tries out their Mexican craft beer down there. He said they do a good job, but I think this is one of the authentic ones, which why it tastes better than the Budweiser versions, but still.
I know there is a craft beer culture in South America, just like in Italy and places like that, where you don't hear as much about it, but apparently it's pretty good. It's just like you never see it outside of the actual country. Yeah. So it's.
The thing about I saw the Negra Modelo one. They have I was gonna pick it up for Chad just to be a dick, right? Because that's how we roll. And it was like $2.79 for like a 24-ounce can of it. 24-ounce can of Chelada. I didn't get it though because I couldn't. All the beers that we all buy and stuff, I couldn't justify the price point. I was just like $3 for a gag of that. I know he's gonna hate. He was like, please don't buy it. Like I told him, I was like, I'm gonna get it next time. He's like, please don't. He's like, that's the one style I have no interest in even trying. And you know how Chad's always like, I gotta try everything under the sun. Yeah. I didn't buy it though. I couldn't. It sounds like a terrible idea.
He's starting to become discriminatory in his beer ticking.
Yeah, you always hear he's like, I'm one of those guys that just loves to try anything and everything, and then finally found something that he really doesn't want to try. He doesn't need to put it on the Untaps.
It's terrible. Untapped's going to disown him.
Yeah, they might, especially for all the backlogging he does. Nah, right, Chad? It's supposed to be a social app where I'm drinking this right now, I'm going to post it. Not, I drank it 3 years ago. A lot of people use it that way, though. It was funny because when he first joined, he went crazy with his backlog. Paul did the exact same thing, and I'm like, you're using it wrong, guys.
Yeah, I was doing the same thing. I didn't realize it's like, it's supposed to be you check in when you're actually drinking something. It's like, fuck, well, this is boring. I don't want to do it anymore.
Yeah, I mean, I think they should put something in there, like I think I mentioned before, just some kind of way to backlog your stuff without cluttering everything's feed up or whatever. So you can, because I think a lot of people use Untappd as opposed now to the Beer Advocate, Bait Beers, and those types of, and even a lot of people like myself do use spreadsheets. A lot of people do video reviews. However you keep track of what you drank. I would love to use Untapped just for everything. Just, you know, all in one place. I'm able to go there and remember slightly what I thought about it in addition to keeping track, but they don't support backlogging because they're like, oh, you know, it's got to be what you're drinking right at that time. And it's like, I think you'd get more users if you supported backlogging.
Yeah,
but did it in a way that didn't affect everybody, you know?
Yeah, and it seems like it'd be a bit more useful as far as like backlogging your reviews and just getting your reviews out to like instead of doing your written reviews on fucking rate beer and shit like that, where it might take someone some time to actually find them. You got them directly on your phone. You can send them out to all your friends who are subscribed to you and stuff, and they can instantly get your thoughts on stuff without having to go looking through rate beer or stuff whenever you happen to type up a review, right? So,
well, yeah, if it's like give me an example. When you guys review beers, you know, you don't usually, most people don't post them that day or right when it comes out. So if it's a limited release or something that's seasonal, it might be gone, or, you know, it's very popular, I think it'd be cool, you know, it's a cool app to be able to get it out and whatnot to other people and let them know, like, oh man, you know, this place, I just got a case of it in, and it's limited, and it's awesome. Go get it. Don't wait for my review. Don't wait for my written review because it takes days for me to get to it. It's something like that, but yeah.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've caught myself several times where I'll do reviews of something. It's like, oh, just came into the NSLC this week, and then like 2 months later, I post a review. It's like, oh, that's really helpful for everybody.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's unfortunate because you'll do a lot of beer tubers do exactly what you do, which is, you know, fine. They'll have the session nights where you guys will review, you know, half a dozen beers and then post them over the course of a couple weeks.
Yeah.
And Chad has his crazy backlog and stuff. You get to the point where you're posting a video that might be a month old. So anything that's relevant to time at that, you know, when you post it, it's like, you know. I think that's why. Well, you guys do a better been doing a better job over the last, I'd say, year or so. Where if it is a release that, you know, that is timed, a seasonal or a limited release, you guys usually get it out in ample time so people can go.
Yeah, I try to. I mean, there's some. It's weird. Some beers that are seasonals, they'll actually show up kind of late in my NSLC because it seems like my NSLC is one of the ones where like. Leftover clearance stuff that doesn't sell in other NSLCs somehow gets sent over to ours in a truck, and it's like, here, try to clear it out in this market instead. So some of the stuff I get is kind of late, like the fucking Sam Adams Cold Snap. That was, I mean, it still came out like far too fucking early, but by the time it got to my NSLC, it was like actually late for that beer, like quite late. Like to the point where I think the beer actually went down in quality because I was watching Chad's review and he got way more out of that beer than I did. I just like, it kind of tastes like wheat, and that's about it. But he was like, yeah, it's got some like these Belgian notes and stuff. I'm like, what? Like, I don't get any of that shit in there.
Wasn't it supposed to be a wheat beer? I fucking, I grew up, and by grew up, I mean I cut my teeth when it comes to craft beer, drinking Sam Adams stuff. I've probably had 30 to 35 different Sam Adams beers, honestly. And you know, they're great for getting into craft beer. I mean, if you want to start somewhere, if you're in the States specifically, and you say, hey, what should I try? Just go get a sample pack of Sam Adams stuff. The quality is decent. They usually hit the style marks for most of their beers, but they're usually nothing great, slightly above average. But recently, I don't know, it's because they're getting bigger and getting almost a macro status, right? But a lot of the quality of their normal beers, the 12-ounce beers, the mixed packs, the stuff that they come out with, quality has seemed to went down a little bit. Maybe my palate has changed a little bit, but and they switched their seasonals, like that Cold Snap. They used to have the Alpine Spring, or you call it the Alpine Spring, whatever you guys had it up there for the spring beer. What the hell is the name of it? It was just spring lager, I think, up there.
Yeah, we didn't have that. We had this. Yeah, we had the spring lager.
It was the same beer. You couldn't use Alpine's name though because Alpine up there is right, you know.
Yeah.
But it was the same thing, and then a year later they changed it to Cold Snap, and they changed it around. It's like, man, you can't keep on changing your seasonals constantly, and a lot of people, get used to that stuff, and and a lot of the seasonals that Sam Adams come out with are just just a regular whip beer, nothing going on, just a regular. I don't know. Usually seasonal should be a little better than what they do, but Sam Adams.
Yeah, it's weird because they put out, like, they have the capacity to make really great beers, and they could theoretically make really great beers every season for their seasonals and stuff, but usually their stuff is just like it just seems it's more designed to capitalize on the fact that, oh, we have a seasonal out this month, and everyone, buy our seasonal before you can buy anyone else's seasonal, and usually the quality isn't that great. And then you take a local brewery here like Sea Level, where they don't so much do seasonals, but they do like a different specialty beer every fucking month, and almost all of them are really, really good. And so it's like, why the fuck can't you do that, Sam Adams? I mean, you've got the capacity to do it, and you could, cut back your seasonals, cut back to like 4 or 5 seasonals a year at the very most, and just focus on making them really good.
And it's a shame because you see, Sam Adams and Sierra Nevada, two of the biggest in the states, right? And the vast difference in quality between the two is unreal. Mm. It's like Sam Adams could be what Sierra Nevada is if they actually didn't want to appeal to the masses. And I understand there's a lot of money to be made in that, craft beer is booming. So it's like, if you want to be that entry level into it, perfect. But once people get past that entry level, they don't go back to you. Like most of the people I have talked to that when they started on craft beer around here, they started with the Sam Adams and the Saranaks and stuff like that, and then 6 months later they're on to things that actually taste quite a bit better, more complex, more into, and Sam Adams does have, they do make good beer. It's usually in the big bombers, and they're more expensive, but the quality's good. They've made sours, they've made Imperial, Belgian Imperial Stouts. Even they have the 12-ounce bottles of like their Imperial series. They had a Wee Heavy and a Russian Imperial Stout and like an Imperial White Ale.
Yeah,
all pretty damn solid. And it's like, those are tougher to get. You're going to see the staples from Sam Adams everywhere. And if you want the fucking specialties, you have to find out where to go and get them. It's like you have the ability to put all that stuff everywhere. Yet you walk into a grocery store around here, you don't really find their Russian Imperial Stout or the big bottle of like whatever. It's like, man. So
yeah, and their Russian Imperial Stout's really good too. I mean, I had a bottle of that, and if they put that everywhere, that would be a good marketing thing for them, because you get some of these other smaller craft breweries where some of their Russian Imperial Stouts or whatever are very hard to get. They don't show up in every market. Someone goes in looking for that one, and it's like, I can't find it. Oh, Sam Adams has one here, though, so maybe I'll pick that one up. And lo and behold, it's actually way better than like 80% of their actual regular lineup. So it's like, yeah, okay.
When I drank Sam Adams' Russian Imperial Stout, I was kind of surprised. I don't know if it's a Russian Imperial or Imperial. Regardless, it was Imperial Stout.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
And man, I was drinking. I was like, damn. And that was right around the time I had Samuel Smith's Imperial Stout. Mm-hmm. Samuel Smith's Imperial Stout was better, but how much better?
Not a lot.
No, I didn't think it was. And I was just like, man, if you just release stuff like this, a lot of the craft beer nerds and geeks like myself would buy it on the regular because of the price point. You're talking 10 to $11. They're like $10 for a 4-pack of like a 10% beer. Sign me up. Where you can get $2.50 for a 12-ounce bottle of a 10% beer? Not many places.
Yeah, it just seems like they're like going for the lowest common denominator market now, where they're trying to compete with Blue Moon and stuff like that, instead of like trying to get real craft drinkers to still like their stuff.
And what's unfortunate though is I think they've really inspired a lot of new breweries to do the same, and it's disappointing because you see a lot of there's quite a few new breweries that pop up, and they do try to think outside the box, or they just try to go with quality over quantity, and it's good to see. And I understand that most breweries, you need your staple beers because that's just people are going to come back to them. But a lot of breweries open up are just doing boring things to start. Let's do a pale ale, let's do a brown ale, and then they don't do anything else, and all the quality is just halfway decent. It's just like, man. Yeah. You can't be like Sam Adams because you don't have the number one, you don't have the money they do. You don't have the the capability of getting in fucking every market, the U.S. basically. So if you're a local brewery or something starting out, you got to focus on quality over quantity and making solid products. And a lot of those breweries don't care; they just try to fucking. And a lot of Ontario breweries too. That, Chad, all these new breweries popping up, and like half of them are just making like decent beers. And they're like, oh, we want to get into the LCBO. It's like, fuck the LCBO. Refine your craft here, and then worry about expanding into LCBO.
You don't even have to do that. Look at fucking Silversmith. They're against getting in the LCBO. They're like, we can do it ourselves, man. And they make really good, decent beers. Some of them actually really, really good beers. So it's like the LCBO, the market's changing. It's to the point now where you don't have to rely on the government agencies to sell your beer.
If you have good enough beer, especially in a place like Southern Ontario, where within an hour within 2 hours, say, from Toronto-ish to Niagara Falls, that's like $1.45, almost 2 hours. You have probably equivalent of what 10 different breweries if you want to include Toronto, more than that, in the teens.
Oh, yeah.
And I don't feel driving an hour and a half, hour 45 to spend a day at a brewery or hit up multiple breweries is too much of a commitment on like a Saturday or Sunday. I know Aaron does a lot. Take the family, out. They go do stuff, go to wherever they query this, that, or the other, and then hit up a brewery or two. And if you have good beer, you'll get people coming there. That's what people. Why is Bellwood so fucking popular in Toronto? Because they make a lot of interesting styles, and they do them quite well. And it's like, that's all you want to do. Get the variety out there, but make sure the quality is up to snuff. Otherwise, what the fuck are you doing?
Yeah. By the way there, Nick, hello.
Oh, yeah, Nick. He's on mute.
Yeah, he's on mute right now.
I'm technically at work, so I'm just sort of hanging out here in the background, perfing everybody.
Yeah, we're gonna get in, now that we have an extra person, we're gonna get into some of the topics here in a minute or two, but I just want to go back to the comments here for a second. Aaron asked me if I know, what do I know about Rock Bottom in Halifax. The only thing, I haven't been there, but the only thing I know is it's apparently a really fucking awesome brew pub with a lot of great selection that they rotate all the time. So
that's the one I think Greg Nash is brewmaster for, or at least he kind of goes in and out of every once in a while.
Yeah, Greg Nash runs around just about every friggin' brewery that's started up in the last couple of years. Greg Nash has come in and, at the very least, like, done a couple test batches with them and stuff like that to like help them refine their beers.
Just did a test batch of some double IPA with Hammond River Brewing up here. That's pretty awesome to hear.
Yeah.
I was
just going to say the guy.
Was it Rock Bottom? They just won an award for Best Imperial Stout at the Canadian Brewing Awards, I think.
Something like that, yeah. But Nash, he runs around. He's like a gypsy brewer at this point, where he just goes. Also, sort of like at the same time, like a sort of grand master, teaching all the grasshoppers how to do it right. And some of them listen.
He thinks he's better than everybody. No.
Some of them listen, and some of them listen, and some of them don't. Like fucking Authentic Seacoast. Apparently, from what I hear, he went there to try to help them out, and they pretty much disregarded everything he said, and it shows in their latest batches of their beers. So
heard of that.
I do know Jason Spears, the viewers. He always says he loves Greg Nash's stuff, and he multiple times has mentioned Rock Bottom as like one of the places to go in Halifax if you really want awesome beer. Spears.
Oh yeah, Jason Spears. Okay,
yeah. He has multiple.
There, so
he says, you go there and Nash knows what he's doing, and that is the spot that he, I guess, brews at the most, or at least, as you said, helped refine their brewing process, and I guess they just make really, really good beers there. So,
well, I'll just take it from my my friends on the Avoiding Chores there, Jim Sear and Todd the Beer Dude. They go to all these fucking places all the time. They're like almost like mini beer celebrities now in Nova Scotia, where they're like they get noticed everywhere, and they talk about Rock Bottom all the time. Like, this place is fucking awesome. So it's like, okay, I trust your opinion on that one. So, and we got one more question here. he says it's Tree Calf. He says there aren't many beers he can finish, but the Honey Queen from Sam Adams was one. He wants to know if either of us have tried Avery's Samuel's Ale, and if so, what the thoughts on it were. He's not a barley wine aficionado, but it's at the top of his list.
Never heard of it.
He says also, as Sam Adams, he was told today that Sam Adams has 78 in regular rotations. That's their latitude 70 or 76 latitude or IPA or something like that. Is that what it is?
Latitude 48. Got it.
I was thinking what he's saying is he was told today Sam Adams has 76 beers in regular rotation.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's probably what he was saying. Yeah.
As far as the, I will answer the Avery's question unless you guys, I don't think either you've had it or even heard of it. I have not had it, but I'm not surprised that he put that on the top of the list because a lot of people love that beer. It's basically a huge barley wine, I believe oak aged. Problem is it's quite expensive. I think like a 12-ounce bottle is double digits, so you're talking 10, 11 bucks or more for a 12-ounce bottle. So I've seen it on places to buy online, and I've considered trying it, but price point's a little bit high. Avery has started distributing here, well, not here, but nearby. I'm thinking about picking it up, but yeah, I'm not surprised that that's a beer that he would put at the top of the English barley wine list, which, like you, Lee, one of my favorite, especially English barley wines, one of my favorite styles. So always looking for the oak aged ones to see if it's like Sukaba and you get coconut, but usually not. Okay,
well, now we got more than two people here. I'm going to try to get to some of these topics here, and so actually we'll just go for the very first one. And all these topics were sent in by Joe, so big thanks to him for giving us something to talk about.
They're going to be terrible. I just let you know.
Yeah. It says, over the past few months, session IPAs have been popping up everywhere. A ton of the U.S. breweries have started releasing them, and people seem to either love or hate them without much middle ground. Some folks have described them as hop water, while others refer to them as hoppy pale ales. With that said, do you like the term session IPA? Do you feel it's a legit style, or do you think breweries know the IPA acronym is a big seller and use it as a marketing ploy? Do you think they're actually different than just a hoppy pale ale? If so, why? So actually, I'll go to Nick first and get his opinion on it.
I missed the question. Sorry.
Oh
my God! Oh my God!
Could just paraphrase for basically, Nick. It comes down to this: session IPAs. I know there aren't a ton in Canada. But session IPAs, do you think it's a legit style, or do you think it's just more like a hoppy pale ale? Do you think the marketing ploy by the companies, well, or do you think using the IPA name is a marketing ploy?
Marketing people who really like IPA has got that stigma. Oh, that's the ultimate craft beer right now, and people want something they can session. So it's an IPA that they can drink a lot of. Oh, it is more. I would say it's probably more along like Garrison's Hop Yard, like an actual American pale ale or like a hoppy pale ale instead. Because I mean, what they're brewing is like a lighter beer with hops in it.
Yeah. Like I've never had a session IPA, so I can't really comment on the quality of any of them. But yeah, it seems to me like the call of a session IPA really is beer geek marketing and pandering, very much so. I mean, from what I've seen from just about every review of every one of these damn things, is that it's almost like got the body of a Pilsner with just like, exponential hoppiness compared to like a really hoppy lager. So it's like, yeah, I mean, I don't see a big problem with that. I mean, that sounds like a decent beer for a hot day, right? I mean, you don't necessarily want a lot of body on a beer for a hot day, if so. But at the same time, if you're getting a lot of good hop flavors and stuff like that, that's great. But would I call it an IPA? Probably not. I mean, if the alcohol is under 5.5%, I'd have to be a bit of a Nazi about it and say
5.5%. And what's the bitterness? Like what's the IBUs of?
I'll give you an example. I think that my two favorite to this point, Stone Go-To IPA, is 4.5 and 65 IBUs, and Firestone Easy Jack I think is 4.5 and 45 IBUs.
Yeah, see 45. Anything below 60.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like, and in a way it's splitting hairs, but when I think of IPA, honestly, I think of something that's got to be at the very least over 5%, and it's got to have at least a really decent amount of bitterness to it. Even if the IBUs aren't necessarily super high, at least the hop profile should come out quite a bit. And yeah, it sounds like these ones, from what I hear, they don't really have the body where I could necessarily, and the alcohol where I could call it an IPA. Really, it'd have to be more like a session pale ale or something like that, in my opinion. That's what it sounds like to me.
Yeah, I mean, for a long time, I always thought like hoppy pale ale, session IPA. I don't really know. After drinking quite a few of them now over the last month and a half, I do think it's a legit style, but I don't think they should call it session IPA. They should just call it session ale. I think they take the acronym, run with it. As Nick said, it's a stigma of being IPA being, fucking just full of flavor, and it is, but it's like so many people attach the IPA acronym to a lot of black IPA, red IPA, blah, 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 because it sells. It should just be called a session ale. And to be fair, a couple that I've had weren't called session IPAs. They were actually called, for example, Fathead's Sunshine Daydream Session Ale, not session IPA. It's the way they should go. The difference that I've seen from these session IPAs or session ales and hoppy pale ales is the body you referenced. But here's the thing: is when you drink a pale ale, regardless if it's 4.5 or 5.5 to 6, there is a substantial malt base. There is usually a balance. The difference between the two is with session IPAs, there is no body. There is no malt character. It is basically hops, a little bit more hops. Yeah, some more hops. And, hops. Maybe some more hops. And and most of them are just, they use, new age hops and a lot of the big citrusy tropical fruit hops. So it's refreshing because it's fruity. And it's also so light that you can just crush them. You don't have to worry about getting full because it's full body or even like a medium body. There's no malt character. It's watery with all the hop flavor. So I'm one of the guys I think the style's appropriate, but I don't think it should be called session IPA. It should be just called the session ale because
that's the problem though with like labeling different styles. It's like it gets so confusing and just convoluted because I mean then it goes, well, what's a session ale in style? I mean, does it have to be this big light-bodied hop bomb, or should it be just a low alcohol red ale or English mild or whatever? I mean,
what's your definition of session? Because nowadays, I mean, going back to the traditional folks that say it's got to be under 5%, or even in England, I think it's got like under 4.5 or under 4, around 4 or something. You can correct me on that, but pretty sure it's got to be under 5. With beers getting as dangerous as they are, and people's palates more refined, adjusting to more hop presence, there are a lot of beers that are 6-7% that you could technically session. People's tolerance for alcohol all depends. It's what you define session as, not what someone defines session as. Like if you can sit there and buy a 6-pack of a 6.5% IPA that you love, and you could take it down a 6-pack in 2-3 hours, more power to you. That would be your definition of a session ale because you can drink it, you can session it. So I don't know. Maybe even the session word gets thrown around a little bit too much as well if you're really thinking about it.
Yeah.
It's becoming increasingly more meaningless, I think.
Yeah.
It just means beer you can drink a lot of.
Yeah, and even if you think about it, like even if you go to styles, it all depends on how you feel about styles too. If you're as you said, a style Nazi, if you're gonna sit there and go, oh man, I'm drinking this beer and it's fucking amazing, but you know what? It's not a black IPA, so it sucks. It's like that's kind of what Brad and I did. We had that Lagunitas Sucks review we did. Black IPA, not so much. Awesome beer, yes. So it's not like you're BJCP certified and you're doing all this shit. It's like, do you enjoy the beer at the end of the day?
Yeah.
Who cares what the technically the style is? Do you like it? Yes. Okay. All it matters. I don't know.
Yeah, I think like grading. I feel like when I'm reviewing a beer, if I start grading to style, it's usually only because the beer is so bad in the first place that it's starting to annoy me and I want to nitpick it. Yeah. It's the same. It's the same when I'm reviewing a movie. If a movie's really bad, then I start nitpicking all all the problems with it. Otherwise, I sometimes I'll let it go. My belief or my disbelief is suspended or whatever. I'm okay with it because the movie's entertaining.
Turn
So
your
it's like
brain
the same,
off and enjoy it more.
yeah. So like it's the same thing with a beer. I mean, if it's a really great beer, and it's supposed to be a black IPA, but I'm not tasting any real stout in it, but it's still a really great beer, then I'm going to be forgiving and not give a shit, and I'm not going to nitpick the style. But if it's something like the Malevolent we had from Nickelbrook, where they're saying black IPA, and it was just like way too hoppy and no stout at all, I was like, yeah, I'm going to get a little pissed off, and I'm going to start nitpicking a bit on it. And
especially when the hop character was. I mean, but to be fair, it comes down to personal like, right? I mean, pretty much the Lagunitas Nighttime was exactly like the Malevolent. The difference was the Malevolent had the piney, dank hops that just didn't work, right? It just didn't work. Whereas the Lagunitas, tropical fruits galore. So it was like, oh man, they're getting all those tropical fruits. No coconut though. Tropical fruits, and it was like, wow, this is an awesome double IPA. Oh wait, it's black and it looks like stout. Like what the hell?
Was it thin?
It was as medium full. So yeah, to Paul it was thin for sure.
Aaron says, in the hoppy session ales I've had, the malt usually shows in a slight toasty bread note in the very tail end.
Yeah, the majority of the American ones, like the Stone and the Firestone Walker, and even the Founders, for me, I almost no malt character. What's that?
Lagunitas is fractional?
Yeah, the fraction. It's just watery, almost. I mean, if you sat there and probably tried to sit there for like a while and just like, oh, I tasted, had a couple of them and thought about it, you might be able to pick up what Aaron's talking about. But it's like you're crushing those. I mean, you're drinking them. They're like water. They have fucking tons of fruity flavors, and you're just like, it's good. And it's like I don't really taste any malt. Like I can't even trying to if you sat down and reviewed it, I think it'd be hard pressed. But yeah, I did get a little bit of malt from. One that you should be able to get at some point. Hopefully, someone can send it to you. We use the Detour from what you call it, Muskoka.
Oh, Muskoka.
Right. Yeah, the Detour.
Got a bottle of that's reviewed.
Yeah, I mean, you'll if you get one of those, you'll see what like a. Now that's not a session IPA. They call that a session ale, I believe. So, but it's supposed to be made. I think it's like 4.7. Something like that.
I'll grab it.
All right.
Okay, drink it though.
I mean, there's so many popping up now. Like every single brewery has a session ale / IPA of some sort. Like seriously, like almost every brewery now.
All the big ones like that I know from the U.S. like the really big name craft breweries seem to be jumping right on the bandwagon. So I mean,
and to be fair, like I said, Stones and Firestone Walkers. I mean, you don't expect much less from them because they are awesome breweries. But I mean. It's funny because Paul, we'll give him a Paul Miller shout out because he'll come back and watch this entire thing while he's working. And man, the Stone go-to is they do the hop bursting technique where at the end they just throw in fucking tons of hops, and it ends up being hop water.
So Muskoka Detour.
Yeah.
This is a refreshingly adventurous beer for those who want to stray away from the everyday, dry hop brewed as a sessionable IPA. So just call it a sessionable.
Oh, okay. I thought it was a session ale. So there you go. The session, you know who does the best session IPA, in Ewert's opinion, because Ewert had the Stone and the Detour and other.
Really?
Bellwoods makes one called Stay Classy, and I think it's 3.2%. And he says it has the best flavors. And I'm like,
no alcohol to get in this way.
Well,
true.
we are going on Ewert's opinion here, which is
True.
Usually vastly different just to be a dick. So
Whale quality.
Is it just to be a dick, or is it for other reasons?
Oh, maybe because his palate is stupid. Who knows?
Maybe he's just trolling everybody to get us to try it and then see how awful it really is.
Could be that too. All right. So actually, we will go on to the second topic here.
I will be right back. Give me like 2
Okay.
minutes.
I'll check the comments then and see if we got anything new. Ewert says Erd. Erd. I don't know. Maybe that's Swedish for word. I don't know.
Maybe it's German for fuck or something. German for your mom.
Yeah.
All right. Sec here. Apologize for a second. I have actual work to do.
By the way, I'll have your beer mail out here pretty soon. I've just been working way too much, so it's been sort of eating up my time. So.
No worries, man. I gotta get those beers over to Don. I don't even know what's going on with it. He asked me to get them to him a couple of weeks ago, and I said, when are you planning to send the beer mail out? And I was like, oh, probably in the next week. And then I didn't hear anything about that. It was probably a month ago now. So I don't know what's going on. All right. But I do have those. I still have those beers for you. And actually, it was kind of funny. He reviewed a bottle of Cold Snap. And I know you were gonna send me one of them. And I'm like, did he get the beer mail and then not tell me? Assignment on me or what?
No, yeah, I got the Cold Snap. I got the Hacker Shore and.
Oh yeah, the Hacker Shore or something or other.
And you wanted a can of the Stiegel Radler grapefruit. That's still not in New Brunswick.
Yeah, it's not here yet. At least I haven't seen it. We just got slammed with a whole bunch of stuff this lately. I haven't even had a chance to buy them all yet. There's so many. But we got like 4 different beers. We got like 8 different beers from True to Diable, 4 different beers from House Sound. It's all for that the Atlantic Beer Fest that was in Moncton.
Oh yeah.
2 weeks ago, I think now. Weekend before the shooting.
Yeah.
I am back.
All right, so we'll move on to the second topic here then. And this is actually also a very recent thing, last couple of days.
Before you post it, should I mention something about Food Babe or after you? Before you post it? I'm going to post it before you say it. Should I mention about the Food Babe?
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I saw OD'd, Mr. Liquor Drinker. You ever see his channel, OD'd? He's a friend with Bitter Poem Man, whatever. But he made a video calling her out or whatever, right? And the Drink a Malt Liquor video. But I did, after I sent you this, did a little bit of, I don't say research, but a little bit. Went to, apparently she's like this, like food Nazi, where she's all like, bad GMO and this and that. So she, for a long time, I guess she had sicknesses and stuff, and she blamed the food she was eating and all this stuff, and so she went a little bit overboard. So I just wanted to mention that, not really agreeing with her or anything. It's just this next topic was kind of because of what she did. Yeah. So just in case anyone's like comes on here and starts getting crazy about like the Food Babe being terrible, whatever. To each their own. I'm just saying that the like not supporting her, just the topic itself, I find interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so and this is also in relation to that thing that came out with the 8 beers you should stop drinking right away and all this shit. Anyway, within 24 hours of receiving 43,000 signatures on foodbabe.com in favor of AB InBev posting the ingredients list of their lineup of beers, AB InBev responded that they'd do just that, but it'd take them a few days. Miller Coors also stepped up to the plate to do the same, which can be found on their Facebook page. However, Miller Coors got caught in the lie when they stated they use corn in most of their beers, but actually listed corn syrup as an ingredient in an email to someone seeking the same information. I think it's obvious everyone would love to know the ingredients in their beer, but the question is, do you trust that they'll tell the truth? Since we're mostly craft beer drinkers, does it even matter? Would it change your opinion on macro brands? And again, I will go to Nick first.
Sorry, I was doing something.
God
this is great. Basically, AB InBev and Miller Coors were challenged to list their ingredients. They listed their ingredients. Miller Coors got caught in the lie. Instead of actual corn in their beer, they listed corn syrup somewhere else.
I heard that.
Yeah, and so basically, do you think it matters that they list their ingredients, and do you think they'd even tell the truth if they did list their ingredients.
And corn, so yeah, I would appreciate knowing exactly what's in the beer if you're going to post a legit ingredients list. See, that's just steering around the subject, and corn syrup's got a negative stigma. Corn doesn't necessarily have a negative stigma. So what are you using, corn syrup or regular corn? Where are you getting your sugar content from?
Exactly. Yeah.
Joe?
And yeah, I mean, as much as, you know, again, this is we're craft beer drinkers. You guys do review macro stuff, and we'll drink it occasionally and whatnot, but we're craft beer drinkers. At the same time, this isn't. I don't think this is necessarily a issue that is only for macro companies. I think all breweries should post their ingredients on the can, on their website, because there are breweries that aren't the big guys that I'm sure use a lot of adjuncts and a lot of things that shouldn't be in their beers. Not just the macro companies. But as far as the big guys go, I don't trust anything they ever say ever. And that goes even more so for, you know, other. I mean, like, you're gonna trust something like if Coke and Pepsi were to come out and, you know, say, okay, this and this and this. I mean, the ingredients are listed on their thing, but I'm just saying you don't believe the bigger companies because they don't usually tell the truth. And it doesn't surprise me that Miller Coolers got caught in the lie, because it's like, you know, where are they getting the information from? Are they getting it from the top? How many people are involved in telling it? Maybe somebody posts the ingredients list and someone else posts what is supposed to be in the ingredients list. It's a big company, so I'm not surprised that they got caught in a lie. But at the end of the day, I don't trust them. I don't think it really matters for me when the macro companies, but I would like to see all breweries have an ingredients list on the can or bottle and on the website.
Yeah,
I don't think it's that hard.
I mean, it's obviously it's a PR thing. I mean, they're not obligated by law to list their ingredients. This Food Babe thing came to them. They probably had one of their cronies go, oh wait, this Food Babe person, she's actually fairly popular on the blogs, and a lot of people follow her, and a lot of people give a shit about what she has to say for some stupid reason.
Yep.
So, yeah, so they got their PR person to say, okay, we'll list our ingredients, because they figure, hey, it might be a good PR move. We could probably get some people to buy our beer and like us. So that was purely what it was, and, you know, they just gave the bare minimum bullshit answer to what our ingredients are. They didn't, you know, nothing legally obligated that they have to list or anything like that. So they just did that, and I mean, it's pretty obvious it was a PR move, and unfortunately for Miller Coors, they fucked up because they weren't keeping track of who they were saying what to. And for me personally, I don't give a fuck what's in their beers, because I know it's usually bullshit. And I agree with you, Joe. I think all breweries should have to list what's in their beers. And as far as the big macro companies go, I think they should have to list right down to every excruciating detail what their natural flavors are and stuff like that. Because
42 or some bullshit like that.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead, Nick. My bad. Go ahead, Nick. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was just saying, like, they should even if they're using like chemical colorings or something, they should have to list that on the beer. I mean, we all know. I mean, was it? What did I saw a video or something, or one of the bigger breweries? The beer is colorless. They add the coloring to it or something stupid like that.
That's fucking gross.
That's kind of gross to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think.
Guys are shot.
Fuck you. Yeah. There should be. I think there should be a law in the U.S. and Canada, specifically where every beer should have an ABV, an ingredients list, and a bottle date.
Yeah.
Those three key things. I want to know what the ABV, because in New York State, man, you don't have to put the ABV. And you walk in and you don't know styles or anything. What the fuck? I mean, you can get yourself in trouble. You can pick something up and be like, oh man, let's fucking drink. It's 9%. You think it's a 5% beer, you know? And the bottling date, I'm not as anal about it as a lot of folks on the YouTubes about, like, you know, every review constantly mentioning put a bottle date on.
Doesn't really chap your ass.
It does not chap my ass whatsoever. But at the same time, it's like, put the bottle date on something that needs it, a style that needs it. If you're gonna put a fucking IPA or a double IPA out on the market, put a bottle date on. Don't put a fucking Best By date on it, because let the consumer decide when they want to drink it. Because every single brewery, like some breweries will say, okay, we have an IPA out on the market. We'll put the Best By date 6 months out, because it technically will still be good. Who wants to drink a 6-month-old IPA? Not many people. Many people don't even want to drink like a 6-fucking-day-old IPA because they're crazy. But just put, the bottle date on, the ABV, and the ingredients. I want to know what I'm drinking, how strong it is, and when it was fucking made. That's all I need to know. And then everything from there is peachy keen. Peachy keen.
And Ewart says Joe knows what Erd is.
Oh, yeah. So the story about Erd is my dad got a smartphone about late last fall, and he has no idea. He's an older guy. He has no idea if I can get a smartphone, but he got one, free upgrade, so he gets one. And one of the first messages he ever sent to me in a text was Erd. And I'm like, the fuck is Erd? Like, what is Erd? So you would always post that when he is confused or something is just like, whatever, meh.
And Treecalf says, is there anything by Flying Dog that isn't shit?
Well, Treecalf, what have you had? And then we could all tell you, because we've all had Flying Dog.
Yeah, and everything I've had by Flying Dog has been good, so I'm kind of wondering what you had and what condition it was in.
Raging Bitch, Belgian IPA, good.
That was really good. So was the Doggy Style Pale Ale. It's pretty good.
Yeah, it was solid. So. Yeah, it was solid. Gonzo Imperial Porter is fucking really good. I would even say somewhat exceptional, depending on when you drink it fresh. It's almost like a black IPA kind of. That's how hoppy that is fresh. But like when I sent it to you, Lee, I remember you did the review, and I think you even said in the review you were confusing the roastiness with some of the hop character. It's relatively fresh. That beer is quite hoppy for a pure porter. But that's an awesome beer. They have barrel-aged variations on it. I just had their easy IPA, which is their session IPA. It was really solid for a session IPA. I've never had anything really bad from Flying Dog, so I'm curious as to what Treecalf is.
Maybe he just doesn't like their stuff too. So yeah.
Oh yeah, and that's for sure. But their labels are awesome, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Okay, I'll be right back in a second here, gentlemen.
Oh my God, our host is leaving. Okay. Hubert did say he'll hop on in a bit, so that's cool. Or he hopes to be on in a bit, not guaranteed.
Yeah.
Drinking some amp over there, Nick, because you're working no beer for you. I just took down, I don't know if you saw it, Nick, but I took down the DJ's Brew 2 sent me Soul Clamato.
Oh boy.
Oh man, it was, as I drank it, whatever, man, it's fucking just whatever.
Yeah, well, I'm sitting here drinking an amp energy drink that I got at the dollar store for $1.
I'd rather have that than probably this, to be honest with you. It is gone, though. It is gone. But there's so many fucking oils on there. It's crazy from the...
Almost quarter after 9 here, and I'll be working at the computer until 8 in the morning, so I've got to stay awake.
Yeah, that's a long night.
Already, this is my second one of these, so...
Nice. Yeah, I put a couple things in the fridge. Hope to have, next hour and a half.
Yeah.
Another session IPA from Uinta.
Who?
Uinta.
Oh, Uinta. Oh, that's the one from Utah, isn't it?
Yeah. From Salt Lake City. I have their Trader IPA.
I had their Detour double there.
What did you think of that? I think
Alright. It was pretty good, actually, I thought. But, I mean, the one that I had, it wasn't all that fresh. It was from, like, the previous summer when I drank it, so...
okay.
It held out all right. It had lots of hops in it. It was enough to get us to say poison. So
they're hit and miss. I guess like they're crooked eye. No, not crooked. What the fuck is it? It's a series of their big beers they have.
Yeah, Crooked Line.
Is it Crooked Line? That's what it is?
Yes, Crooked Line, because that's that Uinta beer that I had was Crooked Line Detour.
Okay, that's what it is, because they have a beer called Birthday Suit that's a sour. It's a sour, and then they have their Cockeyed Cooper, which is English barley wine aged in bourbon barrels. They have their Labyrinth Ale, which is an imperial stout aged in rye whiskey barrels with licorice, black licorice. They have. I sent Lee one from. We're talking about Uinta or Uinta. Uinta.
What was it?
The Sea Legs Baltic Porter that was aged in bourbon barrels or oak barrels. I can't remember.
I think it was bourbon.
Exactly.
Excellent.
So yeah, their Crooked Line is definitely the regular stuff I've had from them. The Hop Nosh was good, Hop Notch when I had it, and then they were gonna get sued, so they had to change it from Hop Notch to Hop Nosh, Nosh.
Oh.
And that was a pretty solid IPA. I mean, nothing super amazing, but pretty tasty. They do some good stuff. I mean, it's.
I was just about to ask Lee about that India Pale Ale from Garrison, and I just took a look on the New Brunswick liquor site and it says we got it now.
Oh, do you? Okay, well, I won't send it to you.
All right.
Yeah, then I won't. Fuck you, Nick. Fuck you.
More like a traditional pale ale, or is it like the Fuggles one that they released, or is it more?
No, it's. I think it's based on what they liked out of those 2 test batch ones they did, basically.
Okay.
And it's really good. It's better than it's better propellers. And it's just it's just a standard IPA, but it's a really, really good one, I think.
What kind of is it? More citrusy, earthy, or hop, or?
It's more on a citrusy, floral kind of note.
All right. Jeez, I probably like it.
Yeah, it's actually really good.
Nice.
What is the? The one that I want to try from you, Lee, is that you can't seem to get, but I would still love to try it. Is the Vickers Cross stuff? Be nice to.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that thing to fucking show up in stores again, and it hasn't in weeks. I mean, I'm basically, I'm pretty much resigned to the fact that I'm not going to be able to get out to Bad Apple or Sea Level anytime soon. So I'm just kind of hoping that the Vickers Cross will show up within the next week or so I can start sending out those beer mails I've been building up.
Oh yeah, I mean, I want to see. I just want to see you get some Bad Apple. It'd be great if you could get some Bad Apple fucking bourbon barrel just to review it. I'd like to see because you don't really. I mean, in the Maritimes, you guys don't see many barrel aged things. You really don't. So not that has any kind of well, this doesn't have distribution, but anything that you guys seem to get. If you get anything, it's like what I think the Fog Burner, right, was a barrel aged barley wine.
But even then, you have to go into the city to get that.
Yeah. So there at least to be something cool that you could pick up. I would just be interested to see how Bad Apple's doing with the barrel aged brew.
Yeah.
Be curious.
Man, I'm actually getting kind of pissed off that Boxing Rock hasn't gotten any more Vickers Cross out to the NSLC as of late. All I got right now is their Hunky Dory. They don't even have the Red Ale, which is the one I like to buy all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the best of the 2. You sent that in Hunky Dory. I like the Red Ale. It was nice, easy drinking, despite the hop profile. It being quite hoppy, it was still just nice, easy.
Yeah, their Hunky Dory is basically their tourist beer.
Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting beer for sure, but it was just like, probably not something I could drink on the regular.
It's one of those like really easy drinking, nice, pleasant beers that, it's got tea and stuff in it, so it's like, the tourists will go, isn't that unique and really quaint and Nova Scotian? Hey, us guys from fucking Maine, let us buy this up and see what these Canadians are doing. Oh, these Canucks, they're so cute.
Actually, kind of like Hunky Dory. So
yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I cannot confirm or deny whether it tastes like David Bowie, but. I would assume David Bowie tastes better than the beer.
Oh my god, solid! It's all.
And I'm saying that as a straight man.
Like
So.
Mars.
Listen, a buck. What is it? $1.12 into the live stream. $1.15. First hint of going downhill right there.
Yeah. I mean, I'm assuming that man's done so many drugs that you could probably still taste them.
Yeah.
If you happen to indulge.
Probably taste a lot of other things too.
I think he's pretty much been off the drugs since the 70s, but definitely
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. That was there.
There's enough still in the system.
Stardust era or something.
You know the one. Well, real quick though, I was gonna say the one beer that I don't crave, but I sometimes think about. Damn, that's how good it was. Is the Planters Pale Ale from Sea Level, man. I can't. I still. I mean, you didn't send that to Chad, did you?
I
don't think you did.
No, I don't think I did. I sent it to you.
Yeah, you did.
The only one I think I sent to Chad was the alt beer, the Dusselport alt. I think so.
Yeah, and I brought the Apple Blossom up from the when you sent.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, if you send that out, I'd say send it to Chad or something. I mean, I thought it was a really good pale ale. I really did.
Well, when I next time I go to Sea Level, I'm going to be buying my plan is to buy like several of their variety packs. So basically, what I'm going to do is, because I'm not as wild about that beer as much as you liked it, so
Scott
I will.
I agree with Scott, and his pale ale's terrible, absolutely terrible.
But since it's in cans and stuff, I'll pick the couple out of the variety packs I buy, and I'll just send them up to you.
Awesome. I'd love to try that again.
And one to Chad, of course. But
yeah, I think he would like it, and I do, but who knows? His palate's not Ewart or anything, so I'm hoping he likes it.
Yeah, no one's palate is Ewart. So. Okay, so let's go into the next topic here. This is an interesting one. This might cause controversy. It says, this one might cause a little fuss in the beer tubing community, but it's always good to get everyone's opinions. Recently, we've seen more and more people in the beer world, and some in the beer tubing community, who state macro beers were meant to be drank cold, as the flavors change, usually for the worse, when they start to warm. Are you of the opinion that macro beers are meant to be drank cold, so you can't fault them for having off flavors when they warm up, or do you think people who believe that are apologists for bad beer? And we'll go to Nick.
Beer should taste good warm. If it doesn't taste like anything drinkable when it's warm, then fuck you. Excuse for bad beer. You're talking about like should be drank cold, like Coors. Have a cold one. Fucking excuse.
You don't like it when the mountains change color? You don't think that's the perfect temperature?
But I'm pretty sure when this was ice cold, this tomato was like pretty sure this tomato on here.
The only reason it
was orange
because it's numbed your tongue and you can't taste it. That's basically it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. More or less, it's like if you have to drink something cold because when it warms up, the flavors change for the worse, then all that is muting the flavors. So what you're tasting is only a hint of what it's supposed to be. And that goes for any drink. Drink a lot of drinking let's say a craft soda or craft pop, as the Canadians and I call it, because in the Northeast most people call it pop. But you drink a craft soda, when it warms up, it still tastes pretty fucking good despite it not being cold. You drink something like a Pepsi or Coke or something warm, it doesn't taste terrible, but it sure as fuck isn't as good, nowhere near. So, yeah, if you're drinking something ice cold, if you're drinking something 38 or whatever, 2-3 degrees, and you're enjoying it, hate to tell you this, you can drink anything 2 to 3 degrees and pretty much enjoy it.
Yeah.
Pretty much anything. Doesn't have to be beer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can take, literally you can take wines and stuff that you might not like. Like you go, oh, I don't like wine. I especially don't like white wine with all the white fruits and stuff. Well, here's a white wine ice cold.
Yeah.
Guaranteed you'll taste barely anything, maybe a little bit of sugar, and that's about it. Whiskey. People who put fucking ice cubes in their whiskey, not only are they watering down the flavor, they're chilling it to the point where they don't get a lot of the complexity, and the whole point of a good whiskey is the complexity of the flavor profile.
They don't get the strong flavors, right? Strong flavors.
There was another one that was like that more recently, and it was like, try some ice on it. Was it there's a record shandy or something?
Fuck's sakes.
It's just like, if you even have to add ice to the beer, that's even worse than having to serve it cold.
Yeah, I mean, you're basically
water it down.
The Rita lineup, baby. The Rita lineup. Pour it on with some ice. Jody, bing, 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 it's the greatest. All right.
Yeah, I mean, the Ritas, I mean, Yeah, I could see you making like a drink where you got the Rita and you dump a bunch of fucking ice in it because you wouldn't be able to taste half the fucking shitty flavors that come out of that thing, even at cellar temperature. Not even warm, just at cellar temperature.
That's the case in point with that beer, man. Drinking it cold, I think when I had each one of them, it probably was like, less than 5 degrees, say. When I drank those cold, I could handle them, and I thought they were pretty decent. Like, you get a little bit of the fruitiness, and you're like, it's cold, it's refreshing. As soon as they fucking warm up to like 8 to 10 degrees, you're like, oh boy, tons of alcohol, tons of fucking astringent flavors, and you're just like, yeah, no, never again. Nope.
Yeah,
not gonna do it.
It is. I think it really is apologetics for bad beer. I mean, if the beer tastes like shit when it's less than fucking freezing your tongue into an ice cube temperature, you have a beer with defects in it that is not good. I mean, that's the bottom line. I mean,
if you need to drink it that cold, drink some water because it's just as refreshing. And
yeah,
there's no taste. So drink cold water, man. I mean, it's a lot of the macros are similar. You have them so cold, you really can't taste anything, really. I mean, you can taste some things, but it's just like it doesn't make sense.
I mean, I can understand people wanting to have a cold drink on a hot day. Great. I can understand people buying beer for alcohol. I mean, that's one of the big arguments a lot of like strictly malt liquor drinkers will make is that, oh, you craft beer drinkers. It's not about taste. It's about getting drunk and drinking alcohol. Okay, partly it is about getting the alcohol. That's part of the fun of drinking beer. No one should deny that. But I want something that's going to facilitate that alcohol with a good fucking flavor. I don't want some shitty cardboard-tasting, piss water, overly sweet fucking ice lager that's going to taste like garbage the second it drops below, or goes above fucking 3 degrees Celsius or something like that. Like, Jesus Christ, man.
All things said, all things considered, we're kind of, getting, I don't want to say getting angry, but, getting upset, whatever the case may be. We're not really upset, but you know what I'm saying. We're getting kind of into it. If you like macro beer and you like drinking it cold, more power to you. That's what you like, and I would never say anything to anyone saying, "Oh, you should drink it, warm, or you should drink this." Drink what you like, man. We drink craft beer because we enjoy it. We like it to warm up. If you like your macro stuff and you like it cold, have fun with it. The problem I have is when, on either side, whether you're a craft beer drinker or you're a macro drinker, if you're a macro drinker and you're telling me that it's got to be cold because to the style, that's where I start having a problem because it's like, no, that's not how it's supposed to be. No style of beer is said to be drank ice cold. And if people do have, or they have the thought that you need to drink it ice cold, then there is a problem with that beer. Just the same, and I've seen a lot of beer tubers, coming out and saying that, and then actually taking shots at craft beer drinkers because they don't like real beer because they don't like macros, or they think it's shitty because they're drinking it improperly. It's like, no, sorry.
Yeah, no.
I'm not drinking it improperly. I'm drinking it like I do every other beer, and that's letting it warm up to a proper temperature so I can taste the actual flavors. For me, if I let a beer warm up and it's 10, 15 degrees and it tastes like shit, but 5 degrees cooler, it tastes a lot better. There's something wrong with it for me.
How can you give an honest opinion in a review if you're going to be drinking the beer to the point where you can't taste everything?
Yeah.
I mean, all you have to do is put an asterisk on your review and say, okay, ice cold, this is probably decent. Because there's plenty of fucking macro lagers out there that are so bad that even ice cold they're bad. But I mean, there's a lot.
There's craft beers though as well. I mean, there's craft beers that are absolute shit as well, no matter what's going on.
Yeah, I mean, if you like macro lagers, that's great, fine. I'm not going to fault you for it, but don't be an apologist for them to the point where you're basically giving faulty bullshit logic to defend them. I mean, you shouldn't even have to defend it. I mean, if you like drinking macro lagers, great. That's fine. You don't have to defend it. Just shut the fuck up about it. But, don't fucking sit here and give this bullshit fucking apologist fucking argument for it. I mean, because it's just it's incredibly fucking faulty. It's just bullshit.
What it comes down to is, there are what you call it. Oh, I just lost my train of thought, so that's awesome.
What did fucking... Okay, all the macro lagers in today's world are basically bastardized versions of German lagers. Traditional German lagers. Did they have refrigeration back when the Germans first started making lagers? No, they did not. And what did those taste like? Those caught on pretty well. They didn't catch on well because they tasted like shit at fucking cellar temperature. They tasted good at cellar temperature, so that should tell you right there that if you have to fucking freeze your goddamn beer into a slushy to make it taste good, you've got something wrong going on.
Well, I mean, it's like, you know, you see like a Labatt Blue, right? The finest Pilsner in all of the land of Canada.
Shout out to the Reverend.
Yeah, shout out to the Reverend. But you drink like an authentic German Pilsner, guess what? You let them warm up to like, you know, 10, 12, 15 degrees, you're going to see...
Moderate macro beers that when they like taste like the taste that people identify it as being a good taste, the reason people like it is because of off brewing flavors like cream corn. Somebody actually likes the taste of cream corn in their beer, but it's a flavor it's generally not supposed to be in your beer in the first place.
Yep.
What do you think of that?
I think it comes down to everybody. It just doesn't matter if you like craft beer or fucking macro beer or fucking Ritas or whatever. Everyone has a different palate. Everyone has different taste. Like, so yeah, I can see people liking cream corn in their beer. I don't, but I can see people. That's why it sells. That's why it's fucking, you know, macro beer is the fucking 90+%, and I think it's actually lower than that, but like 80+% market, 85, and the craft in the States, and the craft is fucking, you know, in the slightly getting into the double digits. It's like, man. The people like that, and that's what they came up with. That their palate adjusted to it, so yeah, they love the macro stuff, and that's fine. But I think the whole issue is this specific topic. I think shows you that are there craft beer snobs? Fucking right. Are there macro drinker snobs?
Yep.
Fucking right. Everyone assumes that if you're a beer snob, you're on the one end of the spectrum where, oh, if you don't drink the expensive craft beer handmade with artisanal water and all this shit, right? You are a fucking snob. Like, if you go somewhere and you're like, oh, I got macros, you're snob. Yeah, you are. If you're going to sit there and fucking, you know, thumb up to everybody and say, oh, you fucking drink macro, you're an idiot. I don't do that, because drink what you like. But I've seen as many macro snobs just sit here and tell me like, oh, you're gonna drink your fancy beer, you can't drink your macro, or, you know, you got to do this and do that, and it's just like, man, you're doing the exact same thing the craft beer drinkers do, but just the opposite.
Yeah, my problem is not with macro drinkers; it's with macro drinkers who defend bad beer. I mean, there's plenty of decent macro stuff, even great good macro stuff that's fine, but just beer drinkers in general, even craft beer drinkers who defend bad beers, I'm going to be going after them. That's what I go after. I mean, if you try to defend a bad beer, then fuck you. I don't like you, because that is snobbery at that point. I mean, these people who, you know, there are people out there who defend the fucking rogue fucking voodoo donut bullshit beers.
You mean the one made with natural flavors? I mean, bad beer is bad beer. It doesn't matter what type of you drink it at. It doesn't matter how you drink it at. It doesn't matter the glass you drink it out of. Bad beer is bad beer. And if you're going to sit there and the consensus is that, all right, that beer isn't good, you're in some trouble.
Oh, look, we got Jeff.
What?
I think he's muted right now.
Oh, Jeff. Cool.
Either that or his microphone's not working. So we can't hear you, Jeff.
Jeffrey Lyons, is it?
Yep.
I only get to meet you in actual sort of person. After, yeah, you're muted. I think he's talking, but we can't hear him.
Yeah.
Well, he's muted now. You can see. Jeffrey, I've seen a couple of his. He's the guy that does a lot of that northeast, right, New England stuff.
Yeah, the East Coast, Maine stuff. Yeah. Oh, he dropped a chat one new message. Let's see what that's probably him.
He said he'll come back.
He said he'll come back. All right. Cool.
Sweet. Yeah, I mean, I've seen a couple of his reviews.
Yeah, he does good reviews.
He does a lot of obscure stuff because being in like the Northeast, he does a lot of like the smaller brewing companies, or if they are bigger, he has a lot of access to like go get them on draft or get them one-offs and stuff. So pretty cool.
Ah, we can hear him now. Yes.
Yep.
Working.
All right, good. I had my line in plugged in on my computer, so because I record a lot of music from my stereo into my computer, analog into my computer, and I had the line in plugged in. So.
Are you recording like vinyl to MP3 or something?
Yeah, I got about 600 or so record albums, and some of them are pretty obscure, so you can't get them on CD as far as I can tell. So I sometimes record music over. So anyway, I noticed Lee's invitation, so never had a chance to chat with Lee on a Google Hangout. One of my favorite beer reviewers, I got to say. I've been watching your stuff for about 4 or 5 years.
Oh, thank you.
I love it every time you say a 4-letter word. Fuck this beer. Fuck that beer.
That beer is shit. That beer is absolute shit.
And I'm drinking something from Massachusetts. I'm the New England beer reviewer. For those of you who don't know me, I review beers from New England. So I'm reviewing a beer from Massachusetts, or drinking a beer from Massachusetts, a Berkshire Brewing Company, and this is a raspberry barley wine. If you can believe it.
Yeah, that sounds fucking crazy. Awesome.
It's about 8% AB, 9% ABV, but the raspberry is a bit too raspberry.
So it's more like
barley wines. You like that malt? Well, this feels more like a fruit beer with a bit of a malt character.
That's what I was going to ask, if it was more on the fruit beer side, but yeah, I'd imagine.
It is. It's more fruity. I mean, it's not bad. It's just that when you want a barley wine, you know what kind of to expect. It's going to throw you for a loop, and you want to drink a heavy beer and lots of malt character. This has too much raspberry, but it's not bad. I don't mind it. No, it's not a bad beer. So.
I can honestly say I don't think I've had a barley wine that had any kind of fruit in it specifically.
Berkshire out of Western Mass, they try a lot of they experiment a little bit. So this is just one of their experiments. So,
cool.
I think it's like 8%, maybe 9%.
Okay, so, Jeff. Well, I'm gonna put you on the spot then.
Since on the spot? For what? Yeah, I've already had about 3 or 4 beers, so I'm not sure if I'm totally with it on the spot.
Oh, join the bloody club. But I'll just go back to our last question here. We've been sort of perusing some topics here for this chat. I'll just reread this last question we all just answered and get your opinion. Recently, we've seen more and more people in the beer world and some in the beer tubing community who state macro beers were meant to be drank cold, as the flavors change, usually for the worse, when they start to warm. Are you of the opinion that macro beers are meant to be drank cold, so you can't fault them for having off flavors when they warm up, or do you think people who believe that are apologists for bad beer?
That's a very complex question, if I must say. No, I think that macro beer should be drunk as cold as possible, and I think that when you're talking about like a PBR or in the U.S. Pabst Blue Ribbon or Budweiser or Miller or any of that stuff, the colder the better, because I think it really does sort of lose something when it gets too warm. That's my personal opinion.
But would you say that it's fair though to review one of those beers if it's cellar temperature or even higher?
Oh, sure, I think so. I think you're just going to get a different feel for what it really is. I mean, I think those beers were really brewed. They were meant to be drunk cold, to have with a barbecue or something. I mean, I don't think they were meant to be anything really crafty. I'm not one of these guys who bashes those macro brews. I mean, I'm not a big fan of them, but I pick up my 6-pack of Schaefer every now and then, or I pick up a 6-pack of PBR every now and then. But so I'm not going to bash it as saying like it's all shit. But what I think is, I think that the colder the beer, the better it is. I think in that particular style, because it's meant to be fill out the corn and the other rice, elements that are thrown into the brew batch. I think it just, if you drink it too warm, it just tastes kind of flat to me, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, we were. I think we were of the general consensus that I mean, overall, we're not trying to bash macro beers or anything like that. We're just saying,
or macro drinkers either.
Yeah, or macro drinkers, just people who stringently defend them, saying that you can't get the true character of the beer if you drink that sort of style of beer if you drink it anything less but really cold. I think some people are, they're grasping at straws a little too much to try to defend the style. And in some cases, they're actually defending bad beer when they do that, and they shouldn't be. I mean, if they like their macro beers and like drinking them cold, that's great. But they shouldn't try to argue that they have to be drank cold, otherwise you're not being fair when you're reviewing them or whatever, right?
Well, the way I look at it is that you're right. I mean, for the pale lagers, but I mean, Michelob and a few of those macro brewers are trying to stretch out a little bit into the craft market. I mean, Anheuser-Busch is the one that puts out all the Goose Island beers. And the Goose Island beers, you really don't want to drink them super cold. You want to drink them, the way they're meant to be drunk. I had a Goose Island. I think that was that.
That was a craft beer before, and then they bought it, right?
Yeah.
I don't really know the history that much.
No, Goose Island was bought by AB InBev, yes.
Well, they were a craft beer brewer.
But I mean, if you're talking about the standard pale lager, the yellow, just-looking lager that has a huge white head, I think you want to drink that as cold as possible because it's really that's all it's meant to be. Ice cold, you drink it with a burger or a hot dog or something, and enjoy it.
But that's where I think that's we're kind of on the other side, and we kind of respective. I don't know how I want to say this. I'm going to disagree with that only because anything that you drink cold is muting the flavors.
Well, I guess you put it that way. You're right. I guess I agree with you, Joe.
Yeah, you're muting the flavors, so as it gets colder, you pick up less and less of the actual taste. Once it starts to warm up, and it doesn't matter if it's a macro or if it's a craft beer, if it starts to warm up and the flavors get worse, that beer is technically a bad beer or poorly brewed or whatever you want to call it. And the majority of the macro beers, if you don't drink them, above ice cold, it tastes like shit for the most part. Most people don't drink them warm because they just don't taste good. So I think that's where Lee comes in with the whole apologist for bad beer. A lot of people say drink them cold, but when you drink them cold, yeah, they might meant to be, or they might have been brewed specifically to drink cold, so you can have it in a barbecue or whatever. But they do that so you don't taste the shitty flavors. That's kind of what we're getting at. But to each their own.
Well, I've never been a big fan of drinking beer ice cold. I don't mind it kind of cold or chilly, or chilled, I guess you should say. Actually, there's some of those. I guess it depends on who it is. For one thing, I do, and I guess they're originally a Canadian beer, but I'm actually kind of a fan of Black Label when I can find a Black Label beer, which is not as widely available as it used to be. But actually, I don't, that has some decent flavor, even if it's not cold.
Is that Carling? Is that Carling?
I remember liking Laurentide. I know I'm not from Canada. I'm in New Hampshire, USA, but I do remember liking Laurentide a lot. I'm not sure if you guys are putting the sign on that, but and I've never had it really super cold because I think I had it in some Canadian taverns or bars that I went to over the years.
The Black Label, is that Carling Black Label? Is that?
Yes, I'm looking at it right now. Yes. Yeah, it's Carling, but they're owned by Pabst. So.
Yeah. We don't even we hardly even see Carling here in Canada. It's usually it's bigger in the UK and places like that.
Big Ontario, I think, too.
You still get Laurentide around there, Lee?
What's that?
Still get Laurentide around there?
No.
I think they went out. I used to love Laurentide. Another beer I like from Canada is Bradeur malt liquor. I know you guys are probably laughing, but it's one of those beers. I remember when I was, 25, 30 years ago when I was at college, I went to college in northern Vermont, we used to do beer runs to the Canadian border simply to pick up cases of Bradeur.
Yeah.
Were you getting that in Quebec? Is that where you went to get?
Yeah,
that?
we went over into Rock Island, Quebec. And,
Okay.
And there was a little beer store. It was just a standard convenience store or something, and we'd come back with cases of beer, of Bradeur malt liquor. And,
Yeah, because
that's crazy.
Because
I'll never forget when I was back in the late '70s. I was at college, and 3 or 4 of my friends, we were driving back from Canada after one of our beer runs. We do them about once a month, and we had cases of this frickin' Bradeur in the back of our trunk. And of course, we had to stop at the border, and they had to check our. Can we open your trunk and take a look at what you got? Open the trunk, and there's cases of Bradeur in there. And the guy says, "Well, at least you got good tastes." So that's what I went.
yeah, I've never had Bradeur. I mean, we joke about it up here in Canada, where we say that Quebec is like a different country, but in a lot of respects, it really is. Like they have brands of beer that are just like exclusively in Quebec, and you won't find them anywhere else.
Well, just when we were driving through and stopping at gas stations and through Quebec, you notice it almost feels right away you entered a different country.
Oh yeah, I almost fought one of the locals. Yeah.
Now,
That old guy that was staring you down after they said
Well,
no.
the only
One Canadian beer I really like is actually, and I can't get it in the U.S. anymore, at least around here, is Labatt 50. You know, I don't know if you guys think of that when you're talking about the macro brews and stuff, but I kind of like Labatt 50. And it used to be quite widely available around here, but all I can get now is the Labatt Blue and the Labatt Light.
My condolences.
Are you upset about that, Jeff? Or are you okay?
Well, I really like the Labatt 50. I mean, yeah, I am to some degree if you're talking about Labatt 50, because I think Labatt 50 is a pretty good beer. It's actually not a bad beer. I actually
was back. 50 was gone, and that was back here for a while. I don't know if it's still here. I think it's gone again.
I think that's mostly. Yeah, I think that's another one that's where it's mostly you find in Quebec and nowhere else, pretty much, right?
They brought it down in New Brunswick just to experiment with budget beers or something.
Well, during my trip, I took one trip to New Brunswick about 20 years ago, and I drank a lot of Keith's. I drank a lot of Schooner. Let's see, what else did I have when I was in New Brunswick? I remember Keith's Schooner particularly.
Do you have Olin?
I liked Schooner. I didn't mind Schooner.
Yeah, Schooner's okay. It's
very clean drinking. So
yeah. Did you
But
have
again, I haven't
Olin?
had it in 20 years, so I might have a different opinion now. But I'm just
years ago, that was all you could get.
Yeah. I'm sure if you brought some back and reviewed it and it was a nice cold, Jeff, I think you'd have a much different opinion.
Well, I know Schooner is one of those beers that you guys kind of make fun of, but it's just one of those beers that I remember having at the time back in the early 90s.
No.
Yeah, well, I mean, 20 years ago, it was a completely different thing. Right now, it's a craft.
Well, I think, and the one thing that you mentioned earlier, Jeff, is I don't think any of us judge people for what they drink, because that's not what it's about. I mean, if we talked about earlier, if someone loves their macro beers and drinks them ice cold, you know, feel free, do whatever you want. I mean, that's the point. Drink what you like. But when we talk about what's that?
I just judge the fuck out of people. Fuck you for drinking.
No. I'm not going to sit there and look down at anyone. No, you drink a back 50 ice cold. You're stupid.
You drink basically blue or Molson. I don't care. It's just whatever you like drinking. But, in
the U.S., I can get Molson Canadian, which I don't mind compared to. I hate the Molson Golden, but I can get the Molson Canadian.
We don't even get Molson Golden.
I can also get Molson Triple X, which I actually
Triple X.
Oh,
I didn't mind that one. I love the name of it.
To me, Molson Triple X is kind of like Bradeur. I think it's basically a malt liquor.
You can still get Triple X. At least the last time I was in PEI, you could.
Oh, really? Okay, well, Triple X might be Bradeur because, like, Molson, they bought up, like, just about every small brewery in any province close to them, so Bradeur very well could be Molson Triple X at this point.
Yeah, I pick up Molson Triple X when I feel like I have this memory desire to remember my love for Bradeur beer. About 5 years ago, a friend of mine went up to Canada. He went up to Montreal and brought me back a 12-pack of Bradeur. It's kind of like I was in heaven, you know. That's not even that good of beer. I mean, when you're talking about craft beer, it's one of those, it's basically a standard malt liquor. Really, it's really what it is. But it's just got something about it. Maybe it's just because I'm remembering my days at college or something, and how we used to pound down cases of this freaking crap.
I do think there's a time and place for every beer. There is. I mean, it's, like you mentioned earlier, people that drink macros at barbecues and they're cold and they're enjoying them. The folks that like their malt liquor. I mean, there's a time and place for every beer. So it's probably, you harken back to your old days and you're like, that tasted good back then. And then you get it now and you're probably like, it's still okay.
The most important thing about beer is drinking something you like instead of drinking.
Yep.
Doesn't mean that the beer that you like is crap. Just because I might not be something for me then.
Exactly.
Another beer I remember having when my last trip to New Brunswick was Keith's. Keith's had a lot of Keith's.
That's more of a Nova Scotia beer.
Yeah,
I took this trip to Nova Scotia. I went to Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and PEI. Did this sort of 1 week kind of tour of the 3 maritime provinces.
Oh, yeah.
It was a while ago, but I remember liking Keith's a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, if you did the same tour now, you would find it significantly changed. There's like so many craft breweries up here now. Yeah, and I think you would actually probably, if you got Keith's today, you would probably find it's gone way down in quality from when you last had it. Because even I can say it's gone down in quality since when I first started having it.
That has since been bought out by InBev, so not that they were great before, but.
It's no longer the best IPA anyone has ever drank ever.
We get a variation of Alexander Keith's from time to time. I see it in the U.S. I'm not sure if it's the same thing. I just remember the plain old Keith's. It's put out by Anheuser-Busch. I got an Anheuser-Busch brewery here in New Hampshire where I live. It's about it's in Merrimack, New Hampshire, which is probably about 20 miles from me. So I get all the Anheuser-Busch brews pretty fresh around here.
Yeah. I've seen that because Keith's, they tried to do like a semi-craft kind of thing, but they released those brands to the U.S. exclusively. Like there was like a Keith's traditional lager or something like that that they put out. They brewed one called Traditional Lager back here in the late 90s, early 2000s, somewhere around there, and they discontinued it because it wasn't a popular seller, although it was probably the best beer they ever made under the Keith's brand. But they took a lot of those beers, and I know in the last few years they've released them exclusively for the U.S. We don't get them here in Canada at all. So
I'm trying to think what it's called, like the Brewmaster series or
something like that. Yeah.
I'm trying to look for it because I remember seeing it in my the one local place I went. I want to say it was like the IPA. Well,
they had 2 Brewmaster ones. They had like that gold. What was that gold can one? I forget. It was like a really malt bomb.
I don't know.
Here's the one we got in the U.S. We got the Nova Scotia style lager.
Yeah.
Nova Scotia style pale ale, and I knew there was a brown ale, but Nova Scotia style brown ale, and it came in mixed 12 packs, and I never actually ended up buying it, but I remember seeing it quite often around here. I don't see them anymore though.
I think they're simply, you're right, it's been about a year or two. I think they simply put Nova Scotia on it to make you think like it was coming from another country.
Yeah.
Even though it was brewed in the U.S., I believe.
Well, because there's a lot of folks in the U.S. that if you just generically talk about beer, they always think the Canadian's beer is better, right? Like the macro stuff. That's you come over and think, oh, we're drinking Canadian beer, and they usually talking about like a Labatt and Molson compared to like Bud and Coors and Miller.
Well, a few years ago,
I'm serious. They usually.
About 5 or so years ago, Labatt's was putting out all these kind of interesting, sort of. I haven't seen them since, but they put out all these kind of specialized brews. I remember picking up these 12 packs of mixed Labatt's brews of John Labatt Amber and all this kind of stuff. And I can't quite remember, but they put them out. They put them out around 2009 or 2010. They put out all these kind of specialized brews with the Labatt's name on them, and they were all. I don't know if Labatt's was just trying to cash in on the microbrew craze or whatever, but I remember reviewing several of those on Rate Beer, and actually liked a few of them.
They had a porter. I'm pretty sure there was a porter in there.
I think you're right.
Might have been a brown ale as well. Yeah, I remember seeing that as well.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I'm going to move on to the next topic here. Within the past 18 months, the number of craft breweries who can their brew has doubled to more than 500. In fact, just 5 years ago, the number of breweries who can their products stood at a few dozen. There are a lot of advantages to canning beer, but is there a part of you that will miss bottled beer? Also, do you think breweries should both bottle and can their beer, or just stick to one?
I don't have a problem with canned beers. You know, I guess it depends on the type of beer. I mean, I think, you know, certain types of beers, I think, work well in cans, like a good old pale lager or some kind of a pale ale, or maybe an IPA or something. But if you're talking about, you know, an imperial stout or something, I'm not sure how that goes in the can. Although I do like Oscar Blues. What is it? What did they put out? The Oscar Blues one, the 1050 in a can.
Yeah, 1050.
That's Lee's favorite fucking imperial stout of all time.
Yeah, but I mean, to me, I think it's all meant to be. People are bringing them to the beach and whatnot, and drinking them out of the can. And as a matter of fact, I was at an event today. I stopped by a local grocery store where they were having kind of a customer appreciation day, and they had 2 breweries and a meadery there providing samples. And one of the breweries that was providing samples was Woodstock Brewery of New Hampshire, and they were showing off their canned summer ale. No, their canned red ale, and it was actually pretty good in the can.
Nick?
What?
Canned beers. Do you like them more? Do you wish, or do you aesthetically like bottles better? And do you think breweries should make both canned and bottled beers, or stick to one?
I don't really have a preference. I find that beers tends to keep better in cans. And whenever I drink the beer itself, I'm usually pouring it into a glass, so it really doesn't matter what vessel it came in. But my opinion is I don't give a shit.
I agree with you.
Well, fuck you too.
It's better for beer bales, too, because you don't have to pack them quite as well.
That's true.
Yeah, cans, cheaper to ship, cheaper to make, cheaper everything.
Stay fresher longer.
Stay fresher. Doesn't oxidize.
As long as the can's lined well enough, you don't get that metallic taste in it.
Well, that was the other thing I say. People have this notion that, oh, it's going to taste metallic. Sorry, the lining technology in cans have come a long way since when they used to have it.
Anymore.
Yeah, no.
I wouldn't drink like Labatt Superbock out of a metal can, but
lighter, so you can lug them around to beaches and barbecues and in camping, everything. You don't have to worry about them breaking and losing it.
Even like IPAs last longer in a can too.
The only thing, Paul brought this up because Paul and I talked about it a couple days ago. Paul, PA Brew News, and he mentioned specifically something about he doesn't know how, if a beer's bottle condition currently, how would a brewery go from a bottle condition to putting in the can? How would that actually? I don't think it'd work all that well.
You really
also
need to put a bottle conditioned beer in a can anyway.
Well, I'm saying, but I'm saying, let's say it's a brewery who does all bottle conditioned stuff. It's like, man, I really want a can. It's gonna save us money. It's gonna make us money. And it just do a lot of like they can't. It looks like they can't do it.
I can't really be able to handle that kind of pressure though.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
yeah,
beers are corked
and also because the beer doesn't oxidize. Really shouldn't oxidize almost at all.
Yeah.
What Jeff was saying about an imperial stout and stuff, how much will they change if you age an imperial stout for 3 or 4 years? Will the changes be as vast as if you had them in a bottle with a cork in it per se? Don't know. I mean, that's probably we should probably get some imperial stouts in cans and just let them hang out for 2-3 years and see how much it changed. I know I gave you a year-old bottle or can of 1050 and it did change.
The year-old 1050 actually was better after a year in the can. It was. But I've seen conflicting views. I'm not 100% sure on what works and what doesn't quite work in a can as far as conditioned beers. I think Oscar Blues does something with their beer that makes it so it can change in the actual can, like the 1050 and stuff like that. There's some sort of process they have for it. But aesthetically, I still like bottles a lot. I mean, I still like to have a nice big bottle of Chimay Grand Reserve sitting in my cellar, right? I can't even begin to think of, and perhaps it's just stupid of me to think this way, but I can't even conceive of drinking like a Chimay Grand Reserve out of a can for some reason. It seems wrong almost. But at the same time, like, frigging cans are the best way to go. Is if you want to preserve your beer, you want to make it more economically viable to sell it, and the recycling aspect of it is good. I mean, glass can only be recycled so many times before you have to get rid of it, basically. So the benefits outweigh the cons as far as I'm concerned. But.
Well, what do you think about now? What do you think about the last part of that, which was, do you think a brewery should stay with one or the other or both? Because there's a lot of breweries. I'll give you an example of a Canadian brewery, and that's Muskoka. We talked about Detour. They have them in bottles, LCBO, but they're also in cans at the beer store. Founders does the same thing with their all-day IPA in the States. They have them in cans, they have them in bottles. Same thing with their Centennial. Bell's does it with their Two Hearted and their Oberon. I mean, is there a point to sell them in both types of whatever?
I think your regular lineup of beers, just can them. Just go ahead and can them. It just makes sense. Yeah,
the more sessionable ones, more market acceptable ones, it wouldn't really matter. So.
Yeah, just take like the real special ones, fucking bottle them. Who cares? I mean, part of it's marketing, part of it's get the beer geeks in because they got their caged cork bottle of this and that's special or whatever. There is that aspect to it, but when it comes to bottle conditioned beers, for me. Maybe I still have to do more research, but the jury's still out on the quality of bottle-conditioned beers compared to putting them in cans. So I'd still like to see them in bottles as far as that goes.
I think a majority of the breweries who do put their beers in cans currently, at least the traditional breweries who have all their beers in bottles currently, and then they start going to the canning. What they do is they take a lot of their summer beer. So you got Bell's with their Two Hearted and Oberon. Their Oberon is their their summer wheat beer, and then Two Hearted is their IPA. So things people want to take, elsewhere to the beach, like we talk about camping, and can drink. Are they going to take an Imperial Stout out there? Probably not. Which is why you don't see many canned Imperial Stouts or porters or barley wines or anything, because people want things that they're going to be able to drink. And there's that word again, session, right?
Mm. And it boils down to the brewery's business plan too. I mean, if the brewery goes, hey, we can afford to do bottles and cans at the same time, fucking do it. Go ahead. I don't care that much. But would I like to see more beer in cans? Yes, I would, because at least I have a bit more of a guarantee that beer is probably going to be fresh, and it's going to be better than a bottle that's been sitting on the shelf for like 4 or 5 months.
It also works better from the liquor store, too, because the cans are easy to store and will keep in the warehouse longer.
Yeah. Put your canned beer in the walk-in beer fridge of your liquor store. It's going to work. It's going to last exponentially longer than a bottled beer. The same thing. So
it's funny because all these canned beers that we're talking about, that's exactly where they are at my beer store. You go into the walk-in and it's just fucking 12 packs of canned beer, and they fly off the shelf because people walk in. It's cold. It's in a can. It's probably most likely fresher than anything that they can get in terms of the bottle version of it. So it flies, man.
Yeah, and the NSLC here, they used to, the NSLCs actually everywhere used to have their craft beers on the outside of the walk-in fridge. They used to, like, a international shelf or whatever, either canned or bottled, didn't matter which one it was, they were all on the outside shelf. It's like now they're all in the walk-in cooler. You walk in there, so, yeah, awesome. Like, you walk in and you can immediately grab a cool 6-pack of your favorite craft beer, whether it be can or bottle or whatever, or singles or whatever, and you can just take it right out, leave the store, and drink it wherever you want to go. If you're like looking for instant gratification, or it's still cool, stuff it in your fridge. You don't have to worry about it cooling up too much. You can get to it in an hour or whatever, and you're good to go. Like,
push comes to shove, I think I would prefer to have cans over bottles if I had to choose. But there is a part of me that would miss, I think, cracking open a bottle and just pouring it in a glass. I don't know, something about it is, I don't know, just because maybe that's something, I've grew up with. And I mean, it goes back to like the pop debate where like people drink soda or pop, and it's like, would you rather have it out of a can or a glass bottle?
Yeah.
Well, I'd rather have it in a glass. For some reason, it tastes slightly better to me, and I don't know. That's kind of what I would prefer.
No, it's true. Like, especially with pop, glass bottles or cans, you definitely want to go for those over the plastic bottles. That's for sure, because plastic is a porous material. Oxygen gets into plastic incredibly easy. So there is a significant taste difference as far as I'm concerned for those things. I mean, most of that shit has no taste to begin with. That's not all that good. But there is a significant difference between shit and slightly less shit, So.
Shit and slightly less shit. Yeah, I like it. And to be clear, we're not talking about macro beers.
No. So get off our ass!
It'd be a matter of hitting it up to me or something.
All right, well, we'll go to the next topic here. Maybe Jeff will come back at some point. Summer is rapidly approaching, and most craft beer drinkers are looking for something to quench their thirst on a hot day. What is your preferred style of beer to drink during the summer? Is it a Berliner Weiss, Hefeweizen, Radler, Shandy, wit beer, or even a session IPA? Something else. And we'll go to Nick first.
I'd really like the Stiegler Radler here. That would be a great beer to drink on a summer day. I mean, honestly, when it comes to drinking something when it's hot, I mean, you want something that would either really, like, hydrate you or at least be refreshing. And I think that Stiegler Radler would be good. I mean, I'd hate to say it, it'd probably be an unpopular choice, but I didn't really mind Moose Light Lime either, so...
That's probably one of the more...
We're going to judge you.
beers.
We're going to judge you. We're going to judge you.
Yeah, you judge the fuck out of me, right? You fucking... Hey, when it comes to something that I'm going to buy and going to drink a lot of, it would have to be something lighter. Pilsner works for me, too.
Joe?
Even though I'm prepared, but I'm not like for the question. But yeah, I mean, from the one Radler that I had, I could drink the shit out of that Radler, the Stiegler Radler. 6 Points coming out with their Radler called Rad. I think it's more of a Radler / Berliner Weiss mixture, hybrid blend. But I think, yeah, I mean, pretty much like Nick said, anything light, anything refreshing, even Gozas, because they have the salt content. They're almost Berliner Weiss / salty. So you hydrate, you get the salt back in you, and it has the nice, refreshing, sour tinge to it. So I don't know. Push comes to shove, probably a Radler. Definitely not Shandies. I think Shandies taste like dirty lemonade for the most part. Do not like them. Not a huge fan of them.
Hefeweizen, wit beer, and what's the other one I was just trying to think of styles that would be great to drink on a hot day.
If you go Hefeweizen versus wit beer, I think wit beer would be a little better. I think Hefeweizen with the banana, clovey type. I don't know if that's as refreshing.
Hefeweizen,
the citrusy wit beer type.
Hefeweizens tend to have more body than wit beers too, so
yeah, they're a little bit thicker. Session IPAs though, I'm enjoying, and I could see a lot of the ones drinking like the when you had their Detour, the Easy Jack from Firestone Walker. I mean, they're made. I mean, they don't have an extreme bitterness where you could fucking drink one or two when you're done, like a lot of IPAs that
I mean,
are a little extreme.
Not a beer where you want to drink tons of them.
No, but the session ones you can, and because of the light body, it's almost like drinking water. So,
if they're not really intense enough, are they really truly IPAs or just hoppy pale ales? Then that goes back to that argument.
Yeah, well, that's right. Yeah, it'll be an argument that I don't know if it's an argument as much as I guess it's just your personal thoughts and opinions.
That one doesn't matter so much when it comes to this question, though. It's just what do you want? What do you like to drink when it's fucking hot out? That's basically
like a fucking 13% Imperial Stout aged bourbon barrels. I think works well for me.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the sad thing because I would say I would still do that when it's like blowing hot out. I would still drink that sort of beer, but if
you get drunk on a hot day.
Yeah, but if I am forced to say like something lighter, easy to drink, crushable or whatever, however you want to say it, I would probably go for like a lighter in alcohol IPA at this point, even though I'm not a big hophead, but I've got to the point now where I quite enjoy them on warm days and stuff like that. I would definitely go, and this would be contrary to the thing we just talked about, wit beers versus Hefeweizens. I'd probably go for a Hefeweizen just because of the flavor difference.
You fucking
I prefer them better. That's all there is to it. You know, I would actually go for like lighter ales, like cream ales and stuff like that. Like I'd go for like fucking Mill Street Stock Ale, for instance. Great on a fucking hot day. Great on a hot day. And we got Ewart here. He's muted. I think you might have to unmute yourself there, Ewart.
Sorry, I stepped away.
Or don't do it. Don't do it,
I stepped away. My son has a minor crisis, so I had to deal with my son's minor crisis.
Has the crisis been averted?
Well, he's got his computer screen died, so said, "Don't worry, I got a warranty. We'll just pick up the computer, get it back to the computer store, and they'll fix it." So.
All right, then we'll pose the question to you, Jeff, that we were just answering. What is your favorite style of beer to drink during the summer? What's the
summer months? Okay.
Yeah.
I was about to say my favorite style is actually kind of a Belgian strong ale, but summer months, probably something that would be like a pale lager or a pale ale, something that's kind of light. I don't like it to be too citrusy or too, fruity or whatever. I kind of like to have a light but pleasant tasting beer. So probably a pale lager or a pale ale of some kind would probably fit the bill for me.
All right. Ewart.
Yes, sir.
We will pose the same question to you. What is your favorite sort of style of beer to drink during the summer months? What is the one you gravitate towards the most?
Session IPAs.
That's a good one.
I caught that part of the conversation earlier, you guys debating that term, but I don't know. I don't want to tell you what I like right now because I'm just going to get trolled right out of here. So.
No, come on, say whatever you want.
Wow, now and the Lamberts and the Berliner versus the
exactly.
Sours.
Berliner Weiss are what I'm digging right now.
For God's sake.
Yeah. So.
Well, if that's what you're digging right now, that's what you're digging.
Well, that's not what I'm drinking now.
Yeah. Well, not this second, but if I can get them, that's what I'll drink. Otherwise, like I don't want to say session ale, but an IPA that's nothing too big. Just a nice.
Still session IPA then.
Yeah, or just a hoppy pale ale.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Say whatever you want.
Wow.
Okay. Well, we'll move on to the next question then. This is actually the last question for the stuff that Joe sent me.
Who sent you these questions?
Joe.
Oh, okay.
They're terrible, so it's okay.
No, I was wondering if you had a fan club out there. I was trying to become aware of.
I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, I have no fan club.
He resonates right here with me. The Troll Club.
I've been on BeerTube for 6 years and I still don't have a fan club. So that's.
I'm gonna say, Wayne, of all the people, you are one of the people that actually kind of. I'm not going to try to build up your head and cause your head to expand too much, but you are one of the people that kind of inspired me to do start doing beer reviews, and I started doing them around 2010. So I've been on for about 4 years. So I used to watch you, and whether you guys like it or not, I used to watch you and Chad, and so it's kind of like I could do that. And so, and I like yours a little better because you're off the cuff, and Chad was just too official. But so you and Chad were probably my biggest inspirations for me to go on doing these BeerTube reviews that I do, which I know are only New England only. So a lot of people, if you live outside of New England, you probably haven't heard of about 90% of the beers I reviewed. But I gotta say, you're one of these people I used to watch regularly. It's like, I could do that. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start doing that. And so I started doing it in 2010. So whether that causes your head to expand or not, I just figured I'd let you know.
No, well, I'm part Irish, so my head is already as big as it's going to get. Already massive. But
I just want to say, Lee, that on top of that, in addition, you are the reason I don't have a channel. I don't think I could live up to the stature of the great almighty, as Paul
What a
referred
load
to you.
of shit!
Lee Hougly? Is that Lee Hougly over there? I can't. Fucking Lee Hougly's. Like, Lee Hougly's here, and everyone else is just kind of right around here.
Oh,
And
my
Chad
Lord.
He's kind of
I'm out of here. This is ridiculous.
I'm about to kick you out of this thing, Joe.
I'm telling you the truth. I mean, you know.
Absolutely disgusting excuses you're making for your lack of having a channel. Don't put that shit on me.
Man. No, it's all on you. It really is.
Reality, we're all just a bunch of schmucks that pop in front of a camera and drink beer.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Once I saw your first-person reviews, I couldn't. I like the view. I was like, oh my god, I could never do that, ever, not in a million years. And then you did the bathroom reviews, and I'm like, there's no way. I give up. So.
Okay, now you're just being a dick.
The thing is, Joe, you're appearing in front of the camera talking about beer, and you talk a lot about beer on these little chats. And yet you're too shy to actually review a beer in front of the.
Yeah,
I do dual reviews on shitty channels like Brad's. No offense, Brad.
Yeah.
Oh fuck! All right, now we're done stroking each other's egos.
Just yours.
Yeah. We'll go to the last question here that Joe submitted. If you could choose any 3 breweries to visit right this second, what would they be? Why would you visit those breweries? Hype, popularity, ambience, or something else?
Now, let's just be clear. I did say right now I do know it's physically impossible to be in 3 places at one time. Just pointing that out.
Oh, thanks for that clarification.
I'd probably go to the West Laterian one in Belgium would probably be my first choice. Because you got to take back roads and walk up some dirt roads or whatever to get there. And, of course, Westy 12 is one of those beers that everyone in the world wants to try at least once. So that's probably, I don't know if I can pick 3, but that would probably be my first one. I would think that Alaskan Brewery might be right up there as well. Their smoked porter is amazing. If you can get it, I don't think it's available. It's not available west of the Mississippi River. I've had a couple of friends who I know who live in Alaska who have sent me the beers over the years, and it's just an amazing beer. So probably the Alaskan brewery might be one I'd like to visit. And probably I'd like to visit one of those classic breweries, maybe like, I don't know, Ballantine or I don't know, or Rolling Rock or someplace like that, just to kind of see where we've been 50 years ago or whatever.
Is Rolling Rock even in the same place? I thought they closed it up and moved it.
They got picked up by Anheuser-Busch or AB InBev. So I don't know if it's the same beer that they brewed 10 or 12 years ago, but
are they the same? Are they in the same place though?
Lewis or something?
Are they in the same place though, Jeff? I thought they got sacked and they moved everything.
Yeah.
Well, I believe they closed down their brewery in Pennsylvania. They're now just brewed as a contract brew by Anheuser-Busch. So I suppose Yuengling might be one of those breweries out of Pennsylvania.
That's what I thought I heard about the Rolling Rock, is that they closed down. Like the one in Pennsylvania is the Latrobe Brewing Company. They have labeled all over their cans, and I think they moved it out, and there was a lot of flack the guy that A&B and Bev got for that.
When I hear Rolling Rock and close down, I get totally super excited, and then I realize it's still in production. Like, sad.
Here with Rolling Rock, and you want to watch the angry.
I might like to visit the PBR brewery because they picked up so many of those regional brews that here in the U.S. anyway were so popular when you talk about things like Rainier and Olympia and Old Style and Highland's Old Style and beers like that are real regional. They kind of made the whole they were sort of like the golden age of brewing back in the 1950s. And PBR handles most of those brews now, so I suppose to some extent I might want to visit the PBR brewery, the official PBR brewery.
Yeah.
All right, Nick.
For me, I'm going to agree with Jeffrey and say the West Flatiron Brewery would be a very, very awesome one to visit, just to go over to Belgium and see the heart of brewing country that And also go see the where this really rare Belgian beer is actually brewed, and like the way that the monks live and all that. It'd be just sort of fascinating to see. The other ones, I'd like to go up into Quebec sometime and actually visit the Uniberg Brewery.
Good one. Yeah. I agree.
And the other one is there's a new Trappist brewery that's the first one in the States. It's too far from here, Spencer. I haven't tried anything from them yet, and it would be kind of cool to check them out.
I got to try their pale ale. It's a 6% or 7% brew. I picked it up right after they released. It's a pretty good beer. So, if you like that style of beer, I think you'd be quite impressed with that one.
Is it more like a Belgian style pale ale, or is
yeah,
it? Like...
it was only it's only available in Massachusetts. You have to go to Massachusetts to buy it, but it is available around Massachusetts, different parts of Massachusetts. It's like $15 or something, a 4-pack though. It's pretty expensive, but it's a pretty good beer. I'm not sure whether it's worth that kind of money, but it definitely does emulate. I would say it echoes. Let's say I don't know. It's like one of those 6 or 8% West Malt or who's the other one I'm thinking of? St. Bernardus 6. It's kind of like that. It's very very similar to that.
That actually doesn't sound too bad. Yeah, okay.
It's a pretty good beer. I'm not going to bash it because I think it's a good beer, whether I want to spend that kind of money for it. But I suppose it's worth trying once.
When you say $15 a 4-pack to a Canadian, it's like, well, that's not a bad price because the beer prices up here are ridiculous. Like I was at a 12-pack or a 6-pack of Sam Adams is like $16-17.
Whoa! Is that still the price up there in New Brunswick? Because it ain't that price in Nova Scotia no more.
$16.50 now. Like that Muskoka, like they brought down the Muskoka Detour, and it's for 6-packs at $17.
Whoa! Fuck that.
I know, it's ridiculous. That's why like Jesse bought the pack that one came from, so that's how I got one. But I can't honestly see myself. It sounds like a beer I would want to buy and drink. But not at that price.
Okay,
well,
going by the.
Like Belgians... I'm sorry, Lee. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Jeffrey. Finish your thought.
I was going to say, just, by the way, call me Jeff. Don't call me Jeffrey.
Okay.
But anyway, I think if you like Belgian-style pale ales or Belgian, I think you'd really like that Spencer. They really did a nice job, and it took them a long time to get to the point where they could actually release their beer, and they've been officially recognized, as you know, probably by. The Trappist, there's only like 8 or so breweries in the world that are allowed to use the word Trappist as part of their beer, and they took them.
Belgium, one in Netherlands, and now they're the first one in the States.
Yeah, and so so they really worked hard to make that beer work, and I think you'd be really impressed. I wouldn't call it a great beer, but I really liked it a whole lot. But it's just, I'm hoping that eventually right now they've only been, at least if they want to use the Trappist title in their beer labels, they've only been given permission to do this one beer, which is about 6%. Eventually I think if this one does well, they might be able to do some of the other beers like the quads and the doubles and the triples. But right now, if they want to use the Trappist title in their labeling, they can only do this one beer, at least to use the Trappist titling. Doesn't mean they can't brew those beers.
Fill one beer and be like Orval or something, where they had their brewery. They have the Petite Orval that's only available at the brewery, and that's what the monks drink, and you got the regular one that goes around the world. But they don't really only have 2 beers.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to move to Ewart now, and by the disgusted look on his face earlier there a minute ago, give your 3 breweries and get whatever else off your chest you were going to say, because you looked like you were going to say something volatile.
No, I'm no disgust. I'm just catching a little bit of soccer in the background, so I may have been looking over something. Anyways, the soccer's pretty disgusting, so it goes to those things. It's Japan and somebody. I don't know.
So why are you watching it?
I was watching the game earlier, and this is still on. There was a goal, and I don't know. Anyways, 3 breweries, and what was the question originally? 3 breweries I want to visit?
Yeah, and why?
Well, I'll pick 3 that I don't think I'll ever probably get to, only because of their location. or I have no plans to. One of those would be Jester King, because I have no real reason to go to Austin, Texas, although Austin is apparently pretty cool. I don't see myself going there anytime soon, or ever really. So that'd be one, and I'm a big fan of almost everything that they've done that I've tried. As much as I'd like to get up to the Portland area, I don't see myself doing that, so I'd probably say Hair of the Dog. And because I do plan on doing a California trip, so I'll just rule out most of like the coastal stuff. And I could easily just pick something from Belgium, but again, in my lifetime I think I might get there at some point. Not for beer necessarily, but that would just be a side venture. The Toppling Goliath, only because that's in the middle of the country, and I've been to Iowa once, and I have no plans to ever go back. So that would probably be it.
All right, Joe.
Yeah, fuck you, Ewart. I would like to go to Hill Farmstead in Vermont in the wintertime specifically, climb the hill, spend 2-3 hours there in line waiting to get my 3 growler fills, and then trade them for whales. That's what I think is what I'd like to do. I'd also like to go to the Funky Buddha Lounge in Florida because they make a lot of crazy shit, a maple bacon coffee porter that's apparently awesome and tastes like not Rogue's version of whatever that is. And they make a beer called No Crust. There's a peanut butter and jelly. They do a lot of crazy, unique stuff, but they don't. I think they finally just got distribution outside of where they're located in Florida, so that would be cool. And I was going to say Toppling Goliath as well, just because I hear they make fucking crazy, amazing beers, but they're so small they don't have basically much distribution. But the other place I was going to say, but like you were, I plan at some point to go to California down the line. But I think, and I know you're not a big fan of the owner and whatnot, but I think Stone would just be an awesome experience to go.
Which Stone? Don't they have like 5 cafes and
the main one that
retail
Ryan
shops
goes to all the time. You ever see Ryan's videos where he goes in? There's a fucking beer garden. They have all these crazy taps, and then you get to view the facility.
It looks beautiful, no question.
It looks absolutely amazing. Like going there and just spending like an afternoon there would be fucking just, I think, a great time. But yeah, I mean, a lot of them is the hyped U.S. breweries, just because if you think about it, the hyped U.S. breweries, the Three Floyds, the Hill Farmsteads, the Lawsons, the California breweries like the Alpines and the fucking Jester Kings and all this shit, they don't have a lot of distribution. They're usually smaller places, and they're kind of in the middle of nowhere. I shouldn't say middle of nowhere, but like there's the population is not big in those places, and they're usually just out of the way. So it's like I'd like to go there once to check it out because I'm most likely not going to be able to go there ever again. So that's kind of how I feel.
Well, I'll say Three Floyds.
I'm about 90 minutes from the Hill Farmstead Brewery, and I'm actually taking last week in June off, so I might actually swing up there. It's funny, I've never been there, but I'm about 90 minutes away from Hill Farmstead.
You better take a stick or some kind of something to beat the hipsters off you when you get up there.
Like mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say with Three Floyds, if you're ever going to Chicago, I mean, that's like...
That's true. That's true.
You know, you can. It's an easy trip. It's probably about half an hour from downtown, so 40 minutes depending on traffic. So that one's not really that out of the way. Hill Farmstead obviously is a destination brewery. Jester King is like I didn't say it's a destination brewery because Austin's a destination in itself. I don't really. Yeah. I'm not into like that scene, but.
And if you like the saisons or farmhouse ales, hit them up.
Wow. They do other stuff besides farmhouse, but yeah.
Yeah, what farmhouse imperial stouts? It's all the same.
Oh man, the fruit beers. The fruit beers.
Oh, yeah, the farmhouse fruit beers.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, for me, going by ones I'll probably never get to. I'd probably say Bellwoods and Bose in Ontario, definitely.
Well, number one, we're going to Bellwoods next year.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'll scratch that right off the list.
We are, seriously. If you're coming down again, we're going to set this up next year better than we did this year for taking trips. Bellwoods is like an hour and a half, hour 45 from Chad's place. I don't see why we couldn't take a day trip or even stay overnight in Toronto and hit up Bellwoods. Bose is a different story out in Ottawa, but Bellwoods is doable for sure.
Okay, well then I'll go fuck those ones. I'll say I'll say fucking Chimay and Duval.
Good one.
Actually, not Duval. I'd like to do Orval. Chimay and Orval would be ones I'd want to try. And what else? Fucking Molson Coors. No,
Yeah, some fucking Saranac.
yes, and Saranac, yeah.
Saranac is owned by Unix. I've actually been to that brewery.
Actually,
My
probably
condolences.
probably Unibrew would be a one for me as well. Yeah.
They're like not too far from Montreal, so.
Mm.
So if you guys drive up, fucking hit it next year. Just stop,
Hit it
hit
quick.
it for a couple hours. Just get off there, let Lee get in a fight with some fucking friends.
That's the only reason I didn't get in a fight with the guy, because I was like, well, Nick doesn't need this shit, so.
You're like, if I come back someday and go to Unibrew, I don't want to see you again. No,
Oh, if I see that guy at Unibrew, I'll punch him in the face.
If you got put in a
In the
jail
bottom of
cell, I was gonna leave you there. So I wouldn't do that, man. I was just saying.
It was close enough that we got stopped by the border cops or whatever. So it's like, yeah, pushing our luck.
Do you speak French? No.
Yeah.
That's okay. Thank you. Read this off.
Get these nice English persons out of our country.
The Anglos are going back to their homeland.
Yeah.
Get them out of the province. Exactly.
Actually, I should stop at Unibrew sometime. When I go to Montreal for work, I have a supplier that's out in Saint-Césaire, which is not far from Chambly. So I should make a point of getting over there.
All right. My friend from usually the Avoiding Chores, Mustang 774, also known as Bluefin, just says, "Hey Lee, tuned in for a few minutes as I'm at work. Thanks for dropping in, sir. Probably drinking water or tea at this moment because he's out on a fucking oil rig or whatever." So I am going to leave for a second. You guys talk among yourselves.
this is a bad idea. No, so we'll go back.
Really sucks, isn't it?
Let's go back to the question that we missed for you and Jeff about the session IPAs. What you guys think about the style? Do you think it's a legit style? Do you think it should be called session IPA? Do you think it should be called session ale? Should they just be hoppy pale ales? Do you enjoy them?
I don't mind them that much. I'm not a they're drinkable, and they do have sort of a uniqueness to them compared to other beers. But when I don't go out of my way for session IPAs. It's not that I don't like them. I will drink them, and it's just that I have to be, I guess, in the right mood, I suppose.
Yeah, definitely got to be in the mood for one, for sure. I don't know about the style. There's so many styles. I'm not going to nitpick one new style because there are so many things. And I think it's just, the lines are so blurred. It just gives you an idea of what it might be. I don't like, the feel like, well, that's not a whatever, I don't know, a Dunkelweiss. That's a, whatever. It just, you'll get caught up in that. I don't get caught up in it. I think it's just a good starting point. So you at least have an idea of what you're maybe drinking, right? And at that point, you say, well, maybe it's more like this, more like that. Session IPA basis is a hop forward IPA light, right? Well,
it's a session. It's a session. It's just a session.
So it's just, they don't want to call it light.
Yeah.
It's the same as a regular IPA. Why call it a pale ale? Well, it's more hoppy than, I guess, a standard pale ale, right?
Well, the other part of the question was the IPA acronym about do people, the breweries run with it? Do they take it as a market point? I think they do because it sells.
Sure.
And if you say session,
identify it. People aren't confused as to what they may or may not be doing. Do you think they're purposely labeling things IPA that aren't IPAs just to get people to drink it? Are you saying?
Well, okay, maybe not. Yeah, that's true. That's a good point. I just think they run with the acronym because they know, like you said, it sells. You put session IPA, and the first thing people are going to think, okay, it's a light beer that has a lot of the same characteristics that a regular IPA would have. That's what you're thinking, and it kind of is true. But at the same time, I don't know if it can be classified as an IPA, but like you said, as far as styles go, whatever. I mean, a lot of IPAs came to the forefront, big 3-4 years ago, say, maybe even a little bit newer than that. what are black IPAs? They're basically stouts that are hopped up. I mean, that's what they are. So all of a sudden, it's a black IPA or a Cascadian Dark Ale or whatever the hell. At the end of the day, drink what you like, and I don't think the actual name matters all that much, really.
Right.
You know.
No, exactly. They're just trying to be creative, and like you said, they got to a point where people identify it, and it is marketing to a degree. But again, it's just to get not to confuse people, but at the same time, it confuses more people. The people who really are style Nazis or style specific people, like confuse them. I think for the average consumer, it's a good starting point, anyways.
Oh yeah, I think the average consumer drinks a beer and says, "Do I like it or not?" Not, "Do I like it?" and also, "Does it match the style?" They don't. A lot of people just try different beers and they're like, "Oh, I like it," and they don't even know what the fucking style is. They just know they enjoy that beer. Did you ever get into Lagunitas Nighttime? Because that's one that kind of fits in.
No, I didn't yet. I was going to, but I'm like, I don't know. It was late. It was a big bottle, but I'm saving it because you guys sound like you loved it so much. I'm like, I'll wait till probably either tomorrow night or something like that.
Eric just had it, your buddy.
I've been really getting into black IPAs lately, so I'm really excited to try it.
I think you'll enjoy it.
Like you said, price point, man. I don't know why.
$4.99 for a fucking bomber.
I paid $5.99. I thought that was a steal. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying, bro.
Right.
So what were you gonna say, Lee? I apologize.
I forgot what I was going to say.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
You're not sorry. Shut up.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
So, the questions, I suppose we could ask a question. So you're getting a bunch of questions beforehand, or you just kind of...
No,
I had been in one of your hangouts, Lee. I see you send me the invites all the time, and I'm like, oh, I'll join one time. Sorry, I've had a few beers, so I'm starting to slur my
So has Lee.
That's the usual for these hangouts eventually. We're getting to that.
Well, you
right now,
happen.
Brooklyn Black. I'm drinking a Brooklyn chocolate stout. I picked up on clearance for like $1.50. It's like the 2013 edition, so put some punch to it.
What do you think?
10% ABV.
What do you think, Jeff? Do you like it?
Oh yeah, I've had this beer before. It's just that I picked it really cheap. I actually have an 11 and 12 and 13 sitting in my cellar waiting to be opened up at a certain point. I'm not sure when.
You're gonna love those. I'm of the opinion of that beer that it needs about a year and it's fucking.
Yeah, awesome. It's 11 and 12 down there. I'm interested in trying. I wonder how they are now. This is the 13-14 version, but it was available at a local store I went to today for like $1.50 or something. So I said, hey, why not?
You can't say that with Lee and Nick here, and Ewart knows, but like at price point, like that's a 10% Imperial. It's supposed to be. It's a Russian Imperial, but it's made. I think I don't know if it's chocolate malts or actual chocolate, but 10% 4-pack, and it's like $6.99 here.
Yeah.
What's that?
The Brooklyn Black Chocolate Stout.
Oh yeah.
No, it's a pretty good beer. It doesn't. I don't get as much chocolate as they advertise, but I do pick up lots of booze. It is 10%, so I suppose this is a beer that might taste better a year from now.
It's boozy fresh. That's the big thing. It has a lot of. It's very alcohol forward when you drink it fresh. With a year plus on it, it's really good. Dies out.
Considering price point to alcohol, the closest thing we've ever fucking seen here in Nova Scotia and New Brunswick would be the Doppelbock from Pump House, and they only made that 1 year, the fucking bastards. But you could get a 6-pack of the Doppelbock for the regular price that you buy any other 6-pack here in Nova Scotia for craft beer, and 10% fucking beers. So you get a 6-pack of 10% beers for $12 whatever at the time for the price, and it was really fucking good price. And it was a great beer too. I mean, it was like the quality was like wow, amazing for both price and alcohol. It was like, yeah,
gotta agree.
Mm.
So, Lee, why don't I grab some of those pallets of yours so I need to get some pallets for my wood pile.
Honestly, Jeff, any of your local grocery stores, just go and ask them if they have any pallets they want to throw.
I'm just kidding. I'm thinking a year or so ago, I posted a comment on one of your reviews and said, "Give me one of those pallets." You said, "Wait, keep your hands off."
but yeah, honestly though, if you never needed them, like to stack wood on or do whatever the fuck, most grocery stores, they have their really good pallets that they won't give to anybody, because those are the pallets they have to give back to the people who ship them to the stores, right? But there are such things as junk pallets, which are usually unpainted pallets. And you ask local grocery stores, usually they have tons of junk pallets that they...
No, I'll look around. I'm sure I could look around and find them.
Yeah.
I'm just remembering that time I made that comment and you sort of said, "Hands off!"
Yeah, but honestly though, like you could find junk pallets anywhere, and they're perfectly great for anything you need to use them for, right? So.
Yeah. So, do we have another question, or are we all set for questions?
No, there's no new questions, and I've gone through all the topics. So, anyone wants to bring up anything more than welcome.
Let me think.
I got one for you, Lee. Why are you the king of beer tubing?
Oh God! All right, enough. We didn't really do cope over this.
Lee is really good. Lee does a good job, and I really like watching his reviews. It's one of my. I always look forward to his reviews. And when I go to YouTube, it's like there's 4 or 5 people I watch regularly, and Lee's one of them. You know, so I kind of think I try to compare him to Chad, and I'm saying, oh, Lee's like 100% better than Chad.
Oh, I totally disagree. I totally disagree. Chad's
I
the
get
best
along with
fucking
Chad,
reviewer
right?
ever.
Actually, he and I are friends on Facebook, and he and I are friends. He's actually lost a lot of weight, so I'm on this. I've got this app because I've lost about 30 pounds.
Where did he? Quick question: where did he lose his weight from? Was it as a giant inflated head, or I don't?
What's that? Say that again? I missed that.
I said, where did Chad's with 74 Z's after his name? Was it?
He's just
He lose all the
walking
weight from his
and
head.
running a lot. He's walking and running a lot. I've walked a lot. And I've lost about
Yeah.
30 pounds over the last 18 months or so. So so he's actually one of my friends. I'm on this app you can download on your phone called Map My Walk. But Chad is kind of he's just the thing about Chad, and you see Chad and Lee, and I can think of a couple of, but Chad and Lee were sort of like the first of this whole beer tuber thing.
The OGs.
Out there, but Chad was kind of like he's obnoxious, and Lee just more like give me a 4-letter word every third or fourth word. But other than that, Lee really is more honest. Chad is just kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, the way I look at it is like Lee is not a douchebag, and Chad's is a douchebag.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
That's kind of how you do it. But yeah, anyway, yeah, I mean, I'm with you though, Jeff. Lee is one of the first guys I watched. Also with like Joe D, the bing bing bing.
Yeah, I like his stuff too. I've actually been in a couple of hangouts with him. And video beer reviews, guy.
Yeah, Mark Sanderson.
Yeah, Mark.
Yeah. Jay, which was Chad's friend, and I like Jay quite a bit. I think he just posted a review the other day for like the first time in like 3 or 4 months.
He's gotten really good. Like his early reviews were.
Better. I don't think he and Chad are best of friends anymore. But
no, they're not. No.
But Jay does a pretty good job, I think, and I like watching his reviews. And then video beer reviews out of Georgia, or wherever he's from.
Yeah.
And
honestly, we're pretty much.
Lee, I don't know about you, but I don't know if you try to monetize your videos. Like
yeah,
Greg,
I do, yeah.
From Greg's beer reviews makes about $100 a month.
Yeah, he does. Not me.
He does well. He does well. I mean, I don't know what he does, but he does well. $100 a month.
Yeah, a lot of people watch his stuff. It's unfortunate he watches no one else's.
Yeah, there has, like, I don't know if it's true or not. This is just purely speculation, but there has been accusations that he was getting like fake subs and stuff like that to his channel, and getting like weird scams as far as clicks to his ads and stuff. I don't know if that's true. I'm not saying it's true, so no one fucking quote me on that.
I heard the exact same thing, though, Lee. I did hear because he started gaining a lot of popularity. He got up to like 10. I don't. He's probably over 10,000 subs, but in a very short period of time, he flew.
Well, Greg's a good guy. I've actually been on a couple of hangouts with him as well. He hangs out with Joe D and video beer reviews quite regularly. Every Tuesday night he pops in. And so I've hung out with him a little bit.
Yeah,
You know,
I got no problem with Greg.
Oh yeah, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. He's lived in where? South Carolina, North Carolina, South Carolina.
He's in
building one of his. I was trying to get him. His actual job is a cabinet maker.
Yeah.
I was trying to get him to build me a cabinet for my beer bottles, but he was going to charge me too much.
Greg's in
Plus
Virginia.
the fact that I would have had driven down there to get it.
No, but really, like, when you think about it, like, me, Chad, Greg, Jay, Mark, you, and, like, maybe one or two other people are really the only, really, like, super old-school beer tubers that are still doing the thing. Like, a lot of them just sort of disappeared. Fell off.
They're the NWA of beer tubing.
Nice.
Well,
Yeah, this guy.
I'm not as active as Jay. I'm not as active as Lee is. He does a review every day or two. I do one about once a week. I'm pretty because my focus is on New England beers, so it's kind of a niche. People ask me, hey, why the hell don't you review Sierra Nevada? Well, my niche is to do beers from New England. I mean, that's my focus.
But
I
I like to focus on that, and there's plenty of beers in New England to choose from. But sometimes like black chocolate stout's a good example. I'd love to do it on my show, but I kind of set myself up to do these New England beer reviews, and I don't really want to change at this point.
Yeah.
I would just like to quote who I think is the greatest beer tuber who ever lived. Specifically for this reason, Jeff. Why would I want to watch a review of a beer I can't get?
No, I mean, that's my biggest issue because Lee will get like 100 hits on one of his reviews. I'll get like 12 or 13 because people haven't heard of the beer. And, unless I do Smutty Nose or Shipyard or Sam Adams or something, which is a New England beer, but, when I do something like Agner and Wolf out of Nashua, New Hampshire, or, Kelson Brewery out of Derry, New Hampshire, or whatever, people just don't know it. So I
actually enjoy that, and I think a lot of us in here do because it's, if you do a beer trade, for example, I want obscure beers that I can't get otherwise. Like, if I hear something awesome that's local in New Hampshire, or Ewart's, in Michigan, so he can go to Detroit and stuff, and you have to go to the brewery to get stuff, and Lee being in Nova Scotia, I'm never going to get that. I want stuff that I can't otherwise get. And it does get kind of redundant to see reviews over and over. Like, how many times can you watch a review on Sierra Nevada Pale Ale or something that is a brand new release that everybody gets to try from Stone? It's like everybody's had it. Yes, it's cool to discuss it and find out what you like about it, but at the end of the day, I think the channels that kind of shy away from the mainstream beers and do the little niche beers are the ones that I enjoy. Now, granted, if you're trying to monetize your videos and get subs and make money, yeah, that's probably not the way to go, but as long as you enjoy reviewing and you're having a good time, fuck that noise, I say.
Yep. Yeah. Well, I think there's going to be somebody out there.
Go ahead.
Sorry, there's somebody out there that'll be looking for one of those beers, Jeff. That'll be, they may not be looking for your channel, but they'll be looking for that beer. I'm like, oh, and then they'll just do a YouTube search on it randomly, and all of a sudden you'll pop up, and you'll be the only one doing it. So, you're doing a service for the people who are looking for those.
I'm very pleased to, harkening back to what we were talking about a little while ago, I'm very pleased that I was the first person in the world, by the way, to do a review of Spencer Trappist Ale.
Nice.
Yeah, there you go. And, I mean, the really good thing about Jeff's channel is basically that's your beer tourist guide if you ever go to New England. I mean, honestly, that's you check out Jeff's channel, you're going to see a lot of the beers, and you're good to go. It's like, here's where I go in New England. So, I mean,
Well, there's so many reviewers out there. I'm not going to criticize any of them because
I will. Let me know. Tell me who's secretly, and I will.
I pick a niche, focus on that niche, and stick with it.
Tasting?
There's plenty of times. I mean, I'm not going to. People will watch my channel. I do love. I'm not going to say I don't love things like West Malt or St. Bernardus or whatever. Molson or whatever you want to call it. Anything from Canada, but it's just that my focus is to do New England beers from the 6 New England states, and that's kind of my focus. I changed about a year ago. I changed my hit line. I changed my logo to NEBR for New England Beer Reviews, but I also kind of was thinking New England Northeastern Beer Reviews, because I was thinking of expanding it out to New York and maybe beers from New York, New Jersey, maybe Pennsylvania. Haven't done that yet, but that was kind of why I switched that name out.
Just PA Brew News is taken.
What's he doing?
I was just saying, we'll change your name to New Pennsylvania Beers.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, it's falling flat.
People that I enjoy watching reviews from are folks that can get stuff from all over the place. Like Ewart, for example. He gets because he travels, so he goes to fucking Montreal. He goes to Toronto, and then he goes to obscure places in like fuck Iowa someplace. And then he's back into Michigan, and then he's back into the regular LCBO editions, and same thing with like.
You got Yort smiling right now. There you go.
Well, because he knows it's true, and then you got the Chad without the Z, the Canadian Chad, the Rhino guy that's 300 pounds, partially blind, and looks like he could kick everyone's ass. Then you have, Nick. You get a lot of stuff from everybody. You have Jesse that gives you stuff. I'm sorry,
He does a lot of footwork these days, but I used to travel a lot a while ago.
Yeah.
I mean, in the last year, I've been through Nova Scotia and PEI, both, and Ontario and Quebec now, I guess.
You go to the private store, the Premier Wines and Spirits and stuff. Lee basically gets everything handed to him. But he gets to try a whole bunch of stuff, so that's cool. But seriously, the people who, not to say, Jeff, that I wouldn't watch your channel because of that, but I'm saying I wouldn't, it's cool that you're focused on that stuff, but if you really want to review a beer outside of the New England area, I would say,
I wouldn't even worry about changing your name.
Yeah, or your name or whatever. I mean, you do whatever you need to do for your channel. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, my focus is New England beers, and I figured there are hundreds of beer reviewers on YouTube right now. I mean, so many people do it. So I figured I might as well pick a niche and stick with it. And that's kind of why I work with the New England beer reviews. And I agree. I mean, a lot of the people that watch my reviews are from New England, and I don't get people from New Brunswick or California or whatever that watch my reviews so much. Well, they might just because they know who I am, but it's like, well, why the hell am I watching this review? Because I can't get the beer. And but it's just I figured, well, I might as well open. And actually, quite frankly, some of these smaller breweries in New England that I review are actually quite pleased I do that, because they say, I'm not trying to pat myself on the back too much, but they say it has helped draw some attention to their beers, because it's not their beers are not well known outside of New Hampshire or whatever state they're in. So they like my reviews because they know I'm focusing on a public that will buy their beers, that will travel to wherever the brewery is to buy their beers. And they don't really care if someone from California watches my reviews. They don't care because they know someone from California is probably less likely to travel to New Hampshire to pick up a brew from New Hampshire. So I get a lot of these people that link my reviews to their websites, which is kind of flattering, and they say they help them a little bit. So that's kind of nice.
It's been my experience that whenever you walk into a brewery that they've heard of beer tubers and they love us. And
Yeah,
I mean,
they love us.
if like the general beer drinking public doesn't know us, you'll find that the breweries, especially from what I've heard, is like the local ones. They'll actually they're pretty darn aware. Like Garrison, actually, was it the new bartender at the ale house used to work for Garrison? Don was telling me about this, and the guy, he was actually told to go online and watch us. So he knows Lee, he knows me, he knows Don. When Don walked into the ale house and saw the guy, he's like, "Oh man, it's you!" Because they actually do appreciate. Because I mean, it does give them exposure.
Well, I've had an incident where just the other day, about 3 or 4 days ago, I reviewed a beer from New Hampshire, from Agner and Wolf, which is a brand new brewery in New Hampshire. It was their let me see. I can't remember what beer it was. It was a Schwarz beer, and it was really kind of bland. It wasn't really all that good. So I gave it kind of a lukewarm review on my page. Well, the guys from Agnew and Wolf sent me an email. They said, "Hey, come on down to our brewery. Try it fresh. You might like it better." So,
I think Albino Rhino, he gets that a lot too. Like he'll review beers and then like the brewery will go, "Hey, come down to our fucking brewery and try it, you son of a bitch."
What was that one that Rhino did where he made complaints about a beer? It was like Devon or something, right? The one he was on the chat a week or two ago. And he made complaints about the beer on the channel, and the brewery actually made the changes that he said that they should do.
Oh yeah, I can't remember.
It was an almost a positive. It was a porter from somebody.
Something like that. Yeah.
Fuck the name of it. Yeah, I think though. I think from experience, from watching,
worked for it,
and seeing everything, I think for the most part, that is more. I think for Canadian beer tubers, you guys are more like mini celebs, right? I think people watch you more because there's not as many of you. And there's not as many breweries in the States. The only people you get that watch that get are people like on Paul's shit that get pissed off at him because he says all their shit is watery, and then he posts a fucking book on his comment section about how he's a douchebag. I mean, you do get guys like Ryan, for instance, and Chris that get intertwined in all this stuff, and then they get to fucking do all the great stuff. But I think the average beer tuber in the States isn't going to have the same, I guess, for lack of a better word, success that you guys do in being known.
Hey, I got recognized at a beer festival in Michigan, bud.
Yeah, by who? Fucking your boy there?
No, I was a random guy. Said, "Hey," and I said, "I need to quit this now because that's far too much." No. The fact that I was recognized, I just felt like it was humiliating.
You need a stalker then?
No, I don't know. He must have like caught all my Dark Horse reviews or Shorts reviews or something.
I've never gotten shit. I mean, of course, the biggest problem is I'm so isolated and I never like go out to the city or other breweries or anything. So it's not like I'm out there putting my face out there and talking to people. So it's like the only real festival I ever went to was the fucking Rhinos one, and it's like who the fuck would know me in Ontario? So it's like, you know,
like a lot of people. I know that when Nick from Innocent Gun walked in, he actually looked at me and came up and shook my hand. I'm like, "Why are you?"
Yeah, actually,
no,
Nick.
What the hell?
Nick, actually, he was the exception to the rule. He was the only person at Rhino's Beer Fest that actually recognized me. He was like, "Hey, how you doing?" I was like, "Holy fuck, he actually knows who I am."
I think the beer you guys are thinking about is Railway City's Black Hole Stout. That's what I think it was. Almost positive about the beer, about them complaining about in a review, and I think they reformulated it and everything, and almost positive because it was a beer I was drinking in the hangout, and he specifically mentioned that Chad did about they got pissed in a review or whatever. But yeah,
usually it goes the other way. You praise a beer and they'll change something on it. It'll suck.
That's just the greatest beer ever. Coconut everywhere, and then they take the coconut out.
Whale, bro.
Yeah. But I can't believe you got fucking recognized. That's crazy. You didn't even do it. What beer fest was that? You've been doing these for a year.
It was actually this past year in February, Grand Rapids, the Winter Beer Fest up there.
What did they say to you?
I said, "Hey, I seen you on YouTube." I'm like, "Huh?" I said, "Yeah, you're a strange brew guy." I'm like, "Holy fuck, you serious?"
Brew guy.
I said, "Dude," I said, "You serious?" He's like, "Yeah, I watch all your shit." I'm like, "Oh my god." I said, "Dude, thanks, but fucking kill me, please."
You should have told him buy you a beer. Fuck that.
Yeah,
I'm fucking mad now, man.
Yeah.
I'm fucking pissed off. All you fucking lower tier, you fucking beer tubers getting recognized over me. God damn it.
Bro, I don't even have a channel and I get recognized. All right, no, I don't.
Joe probably gets more recognized than I do.
That'd be hilarious, but yeah, no. I have more subs than you, right, Sue?
Joe got recognized in fucking Cambridge.
That's hilarious.
Stalking people.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, what's everybody drinking? I didn't catch all that. Anybody drinking anything?
Yeah, I'm back to the Garrison Indy Pale Ale.
I can't see Jeff's. Brooklyn. Yeah.
Chocolate Stout.
Yeah.
The 2013 Brooklyn Black Chocolate Stout. 10% ABV. So by now I've had a few of these and I'm starting to sound kind of slurring.
Yeah.
Nick's
Joe.
really going hardcore.
Technically working, so I got an energy drink in my hand. So
I have been sitting here for 2 hours contemplating why I ingested this at all.
So Clamato, I haven't seen that one before.
Oh, you don't want to see it? You don't want to hear about it? You don't.
Yeah, but it's one of those beers.
Rubius.
One of those beers. I guess people call me a ticker. I do rate beer and beer advocate. I like to review beers. So even if I give it like a 1 or 2 sentence review on a rate beer, at least I can say I had it.
I have never had a beer. Bud Light Gelato is close. That tastes like Campbell's vegetable soup broth with a little bit of spice and carbonated, and that's what this is. So I drank it. It's all gone. It's been gone. It's tolerable, but it's why put it in a pan and then into your glass and then into your body? I don't know. I will leave that to the I guess the Mexicans who drink this like all the time. That's what it's made for. It's DJ says it's real big in Mexico, so sure.
Yeah, I just want to interject here. Like, I put a link on my Facebook advertising this earlier, and got a couple of responses. Got one from Jason who said he couldn't show up. Dale said he couldn't show up. Guy put one here, said, "I'm Jim Leahy at Cousin Pascal's right now. His fiance's birthday party, and it says C translation. So even when Guy is like trying to type in English, it still gives me a translation.
The best part is when you click on it, it says there is no available translation.
Yeah.
That sounds about right. That's like talking to Guy in person.
Awesome.
Like I imagine if Guy had a translator, like someone who's going to sit there and tell me everything he says, I think they would be even confused half the time. Like, I don't really know what he just said. It's 2 of us.
Oh, we got a chat message here. What's going on here?
Yeah, Nick said be right back and then just left. He said, "Fuck you guys, I'm out." How long you plan to run this? I'm gonna go get another beer for a little bit, Lee. If not,
I'll run it for another little while. Yeah, what the fuck?
Okay. I'll go get a beer. Be right back.
All right. See if we got any comments here. Nothing new. Damn it. But yeah, Jeff. Yeah, usually I only when I do these things, I pick the usual couple people I usually talk to when I do the invites. But it was like tonight, since it was like so badly advertised and everything, it's like I'll just open it up to my entire friends list on Google or whatever. So
hey, is this live on YouTube right now?
Oh yeah.
Oh, for crying out loud, I'm drunk, and I'm
oh yeah, join the club. Join the club, man. Like, this is how these things go. We start out with topics. We talk all professional like we are. We're consummate professionals, and then it degrades to alcoholic shenanigans within about the first hour and a half or so. So.
No, I like I said, Lee, your reviews are among those I watched quite regularly. I still watch them now, but back in 2009 and 2010, I watch your reviews all the time. For part of the reason is because I thought it was cool you did beer reviews, and also I wanted to see how many times I could count you'd say fuck or shit.
Oh, thanks. I mean, I watch your stuff too. I don't comment a lot. Like, there's been so many new beer tubers and stuff lately, like, that I've been watching that, like, I'll pick the time I have to watch videos and I'll watch them, and I won't have really a lot of time to comment on a lot of them. And recently, I just knocked off like 80 subscriptions that I had just to get rid of them. And I mean, you're you're still on there. I'm still subscribed to you, so.
Well, I'm flattered because, like I said, you and you and Chad and a couple of others really kind of got me into this whole thing, and so I'm pleased that you. It's pleasing that you still at least like to watch my reviews from time to time.
Yeah, I still like everyone I'm subscribed to. I watch. Like I managed to pare it down to just people I'm watching on a regular basis. Like, and then half the people I've subscribed to, most of them were dead channels at this point. Like there was a ton of them that.
You know, someone I miss, Lee, is Girl Likes Beer out of Poland.
Yeah, I don't know
what happened to her. She just sort of disappeared.
I'm kind of wondering if she died or something because. It's
Yeah,
like,
I was thinking the same thing, or maybe she got arrested because I remember watching one of her reviews, not reviews, but one of her videos 2 or so years ago. Chad sent her a box of beer, and she opened it on her page. And I'm thinking, well, you know, she sent this beer overseas, had to go through customs. Maybe she got arrested by the Polish government. I don't know. But I mean, but you're right. I'm wondering if she went to jail or something. You know,
yeah.
You know, I liked her reviews. I think she did a nice job.
Yeah, she was like pretty much the first female beer tuber that I can think of.
She was. Yeah. You know, not like I'm so fat. Who usually looks like she's kind of, well, slut might be a good word.
A what now?
And then, you know, I don't mind their reviews, but she always looks like she's just come off a threesome with her husband or something.
Oh, shit, Jeff.
What's
hey,
that?
guys.
No.
I got to run. Been nice chatting. I got to watch the movie.
Okay, see you later.
All right, thanks, Stuart.
See you later. I'll be right back.
I like Mrs. Real Ale Guide out of Wales.
Yeah.
She's okay, but I just like the way she presents her beers. She's not, you know, I'm not a big fan of her reviews, but I think she does a pretty good job. She just presents herself well.
Yeah. Not pretentious or anything like that. She's just like,
Yeah,
here's
she
beer.
does really like her beer and just kind of really tries to poke it. And she, you know, she talks about how she really likes a particular style. Nothing really special, but I kind of like watching her reviews.
Yeah. There's a couple new like female beer tubers that are actually really good. Like for a while there was a rash of them that they were adhering to this weird style of making videos where it was like all jump cuts and they were trying to be funny and interesting and shit like that. And it's like, holy fuck, cut it down. Because it was like and it wasn't just jump cuts where they'd say a sentence and then jump cut to something else. It was like every word was a jump cut in their video, and it was like so fucking annoying. Like I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you.
I mean, yes, you're a girl. You're talking about beer. That's great. That's awesome. Talk about the beer. Don't try to be funny. Don't try to be sexy. Don't try to, you know, pander to the lowest common denominator. Just talk about the beer and review the beer because that's what I'm interested in. I mean, hey, if you're good looking, great. You're great looking. That's awesome. That's an added bonus. But at the same time, I want to know what you're fucking saying about the beer. I'm not sitting here on YouTube to watch you do jump cuts and make funny faces and duck faces and stuff like that. If I want to watch porn, I'll go watch porn. I'm watching BeerTube right now. So that's it.
Barbon Beer wasn't bad. She seemed to really get into her beers. She doesn't do too many. I can't think of the last time I saw a new review from her. It was probably 3-4 months ago. I was done.
I mean, even like the Beer Betties, like even though they did their reviews in like bikinis and stuff like that, they still actually talked about the beer while they were doing it. So it was a bit better than the usual shit that you see. And then there's a couple of ones, Jen Suzanne or something like that, her name is. She actually does pretty good reviews. And then there's the Craft Brew Chick, yes. She's really good. She does good beer reviews. Tasting Niche has cut down on the jump cuts quite a bit in her videos, so hers are very tolerable now. So I actually watch her now. Tasting Niche.
Oh.
She's cut down.
Yeah,
I think I have seen some of her reviews.
And the one that Chad basically scared off BeerTube. What's her fucking name? Madison Smith.
Mm-hmm.
She was actually doing some pretty good beer reviews. Like, she did one review in a bikini, and that was like, oh, every dude was like, oh, you're so hot.
I missed that one.
It's
I missed that one.
Well, the funny thing about it is, I mean, BeerTube's probably about 95% men.
Yeah.
And, you know, you pretty much put a couple females in a community like that where it's basically male-driven, you're going to get a lot of inappropriate comments from the ignorant folks or just the horn dogs in general. But it is unfortunate, though. I mean, it's just like, man, have you ever seen another woman before? A woman in general?
It's fucking sad, man. I mean, honestly, female beer tuber, she doesn't even have to like show up in a bikini in one of her videos. Girl Likes Beer, when she was doing her videos, she wasn't doing anything sexy. She was just reviewing the fucking beers, and she had Chad hitting on her all the time, man. Like, he was making comments like, oh, my last name is Polens, which is Polish. If you ever come to New York, we should get together sometime and hang out and stuff. It's like, dude, come on. Leave her the fuck alone. She's trying to review beer. She's not trying to be hit on. It's like, terrible fuck. It's really stupid. Like, there is an element of sexism in BeerTube that's absolutely stupid.
I
think there are plenty of female reviewers, or whatever you want to call them, who are very knowledgeable of beer, and I don't have any criticism for them. I'd like to see more of them come out of the woodwork or whatever.
Yeah, it's like, I
think you are seeing more and more, and I think it just comes that they don't want to be offended and they don't want to be treated any differently than a male beer tuber, and they usually aren't treated the same because they are female. It's sad.
Yeah, it's weird because it's like, I guess it's kind of like if you're a female beer tuber or whatever, it's like you don't want to be, like, depending on who you are, like some do play it up or whatever, but a lot of them don't want to be objectified or whatever. They just want to review beers on a level playing field.
Look, the Albino Rhino show, right? He's got the Blueberries, he had the Commander, and it's interesting to see a lot of his viewers. There'll be reviews where they're just, oh, I miss Blueberry. No offense to anyone else, but she's so hot. And it's like, what does her being hot have to do with the beer review?
Yeah, and she was a shitty reviewer at the same time. It's like everyone was watching her because she was good looking. That was all there was to it.
Yeah, and it's like, come on, man. She, at the end of the day, it's like, you know, when you give off tasting notes, like, oh, it's hoppy, oh, it's malty, oh, it tastes good. I'm not saying that Blueberry or Commander or anyone else says that specifically, but if you're gonna, I mean, even there's a lot of male reviewers on Chad's channel that does the same thing, but it's like a good review, and just because she's hot, you want to see her, but the review's gonna be terrible. Like, you're watching his channel for the beer reviews. Yes, it's entertaining otherwise, but it's like, if you're gonna come off as to be a terrible review, but you want to watch it because she's hot, go, like you said, go watch porn, go fucking do something else that doesn't involve beer. Because it doesn't make sense why you're watching the channel.
Same thing in the music industry. I mean, tons and tons and tons of women do music that is subpar at best, but people love it because they're hot chicks. There's no tits sell, and they will always sell, and that's just the way of the
world. What do I do with mine? Fuck, I can't tell mine.
So how you doing, Paul? Are you working right now?
Yeah, just got here. Got around, got everything going.
Hey, I know. I see this. I'm watching this kind of Nicholas Lowe came and went. I see his. What's that? Is he?
I refreshed the window. So.
Are you the same guy that posts on
Box Night?
Facebook on the Jukebox page.
That's me, Nick Lowe.
I love your music taste. You and I have so many similar music tastes, except you seem to. I worked in radio broadcasting for about 18 years, and I thought I knew some really obscure stuff. But then suddenly you post stuff that's like more obscure than I knew.
I have odd tastes.
That's you. You're Nick Lowe on the Facebook page. Okay, good to know.
I'm also reviewed here as Maxwell Star. So.
What's that? Well, because I look at your Jukebox posting and say, oh yeah, I like that song. I like that song. I like that song. So you and I have very similar musical taste.
You post a lot of obscure stuff too. I'm like, half the time, all of a sudden I see notifications coming in from Jukebox Nights, and like, Jeff Lyons posted this. Like, wow, he's going on a tirade, and I know one song by those guys, but there's like 4 others. Like, do you think you went on a tirade about like OMD or some one night?
Probably.
Like, oh wow, I haven't heard that one. I only have 1 record of theirs or something.
I've got about 6 or 7 albums by them. I love OMD, and a lot of bands I wrote, I think that really had an impact on music. Crying out loud, I've had too much to drink, Jake. Lee.
That's all right.
What's that?
There's no such thing on these chats.
Well, I'm sitting here, I feel like I'm slurring my words and I'm about to fall over.
That's all right.
I would concur with that assessment, Jeff.
There you go, Jeff. There's my 2 OMD albums.
No, I really appreciate your support.
I'm just trying to be honest, like you.
You know.
I'm trying to be honest, like the good beer tubers. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, but I've been drinking a lot of beers tonight. It's kind of like, wow.
Yeah.
So, there you go, Jeff. There's my 2 OMD albums.
I have that one. I've got that one you've got in your hands. What's that one? Which one's that? Which one's that?
That's their first one.
Oh yeah, I've got that. I just didn't recognize the cover. I've got the first one. I've got their first like 6 albums. Plus I got a couple of extended. I've got a couple of mini maxi singles by them. I've got the extended version of If You Leave. I've got the extended version of let's see, a couple of others. I do have that first one. I've got the second one. I've got Architecture and Morality, and I've got genetic engineering. What's that? Genetic.
Yeah, I think for If You Leave, I've got the Pretty in Pink. That's the unlabeled radio single. It's got the the If You Leave by OMD on one side and Pretty in Pink by Psychedelic Furs on the other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
See, I worked in radio for about 18 years, and some of the music I like is rather obscure because back in those days, the radio stations would send you free copies of all their albums in the hopes that you would play their music. Mm-hmm. And sometimes you would, sometimes you wouldn't. And every now and then you'd get like a new Billy Joel song or something like that, followed by 2 or 3 albums of songs you never heard of.
Some of those are
I listened to the albums you never heard of, and so I picked up all this neat music. It's like, wow, that's a really cool song, but I knew it wouldn't be a hit.
Pretty neat things that way. I mean, I know that I really like finding the ones that are stamped promotional copy. When you go into like a lot of the record or the radio stations around here, they cleared out their collection of vinyl and gone completely digital. So the record stores around here, they get all kinds of records that are stamped like promotional copy on only, or some of them even have like different labels on them. Like I've got a copy of Rush's Fly By Night that's got a more white colored label, but it says promo right on the vinyl. That one's pretty cool.
Well, I got plenty of what you call DJ copies or promotional copies, and sometimes those are worth a lot of money because sometimes they put out a version of that song which was not released generally to the public. For example, a good song about 1990, 91, Michael Penn put out a song called "The Myth." You may not know by title, but if you heard the song, you might know it.
I reckon.
There's a there at the end of the song, there's this kind of weird sort of kind of tribute to the Beatles, I guess, for lack of a better description. They do this kind of psychedelic sound at the end of the DJ version, but the album version never had that. It's got this weird kind of sort of psychedelic sound. I wish I could explain it. But if you heard the song, you'd know it. But this last part has this kind of weird sort of experimental sound of music that kind of fades out the song. But the album version never had that. And I don't think you can get that anywhere except on the promotional copy.
That's pretty cool.
See, that's about me. I'm a big fan of promotional. I've got a number of promotional videos simply because of my background in radio. And you pick up stuff that's like, wow, you'll never hear this anywhere else. Sometimes they put out versions of songs that would just never be released that way for whatever reason. I don't know. You know, it seems kind of odd to me that they would put out a different version of a song they're trying to promote, trying to get people to buy. But every now and then you get this CD or, I'm sorry, album. This album that's like, wow, that's a neat version of that song. A remix or something like that.
Remix.
Extended version? What's that?
Extended version of Land of Confusion from Genesis. That's one of my collectors.
Good one, good one, good one. Well, my record album, my album collection's in the cellar, so I'd probably run down. So, Nicholas, I'd probably run down to the cellar and grab a few, but.
Well, my record collection's right next to me. Like
you probably have them at your fingertips, but I have to run down the cellar.
Cool.
Although I might have one up here. Let's see.
Yeah, I got a collection of about 400 or so myself, so not as many as you.
Here we go.
What's up, John?
How you doing, John?
Hey, Nicholas, check this one out.
What is it?
Gary Newman.
Oh wow.
A double CD, a double 45.
Double 40. Oh, cool.
Came out in 1981. It's when he was still kind of punk. He's got.
Was that before or after?
Got a song called "Oh, Didn't I Say?" So yeah, this is a double 45. You see, holds up 2 45s.
Yeah.
And here's one.
Pretty cool.
And unless you're a Gary Newman fan, you probably never heard of those songs.
I think the only Gary Newman song I really know is Cars.
Gary Newman
You don't know Our Friends Electric? Wow.
Pleasure Principle. Well, yeah, Gary Newman kicks butt.
I admit I got to get some more Gary Newman stuff. So.
Exile.
Hey, John, welcome in.
Exile is a great album if you haven't heard that one.
Yeah, I definitely in the 80s I was a big Gary Newman fan.
I bet Paul's a big fan of vinyl too, aren't you?
I like my vinyl, you know.
If you ever watch any.
Well, I have about 600 record albums and maybe I don't know, 400 or so CDs and probably only about 100 or so cassettes. But I got about 600 record albums. A few of them are rare, obscure.
There's one of my rarer ones, the Sunday Bloody Sunday single from U2 from Germany.
Yes.
Mine are only rare because either the people that made them didn't have any money, so they only made 3, or that people didn't like them, so they all threw them away. That's why I have. That's why
I've got the Rolling Stones, Their Satanic Majesty's Request with the 3D cover.
Oh, you get like the lithographic cover on it.
Yeah, I do. I have
This is
Tommy James and the Shondells with their Crimson and Clover album. And on the backside, if you read it, it's got this message from Hubert Humphrey thanking them for their support during the 1968 presidential campaign.
I only have that one on 45. I don't have the vinyl version of that one.
I've got, let's see, I've got a few obscure I've got a few obscure albums. Reflex, The Politics of Dancing, Love that album. I've got, let's see, trying to think of something you've ever heard of.
Who did Politics and Dancing? It was the Reflex.
Reflex. The band was called Reflex.
They keep
That album is so damn good. That album is really good. People only know the song Politics of Dancing, but there's like 8 songs on that album, and every one of them is really good.
This is like a fap mania right now. We're just fapping all over vinyls. Just fapping.
Depends on the
Sorry,
apple.
Nick and I are taking over your chat. Sorry about that.
It's all right.
You know, when it comes to music and record album collections, I love to talk about that, and it looks like Nick does too.
Well, as long as you guys are talking about that, I'm not completely ruining it with my mouth, so that works out well.
What's that? Pink Floyd. I know. Oh, the
Animals Japanese version. It's in mint condition too.
cool.
I think the oldest, like the actual LP, one of the older ones that I have that I really like is the Coven album, Witchcraft.
I've got, believe it or not, I have the, don't laugh too much, but I have the Nihon Philharmonic and The Moth Confesses. And the song, you probably know the song, you probably heard the song Morning Girl. It was a big hit in the 70s. But the album is so obscure, it's ridiculous. Really rare. It was recorded using a Nashville, Tennessee Symphony Orchestra, putting this music to these songs.
Tennessee Symphony Orchestra, so jug bands and banjos.
I've got let's see. I've got a couple of Beatles albums on the Green Carol label. Let's see.
I have a lot of Sinatra on his Reprise label.
I've got let's see. I've got let me think now. I've got what am I thinking of? You ever heard of the song "Images of Heaven" by Peter Godwin?
No.
I've got that on Chrysalis. Let's see. I've got it's a catchy song. The video is like X-rated. He's got lots
That's the
of
one that Joe likes. Joe loves that one. I know he does.
Women who are dancing in the video.
Fuck you, John.
What's that? Who said that?
Oh, he's always talking about
John,
that one.
where's John?
Yeah, John. Fuck you.
Oh,
John.
I see John.
No, I'm not being critical. It's just that when I get talking about here, I'm talking with Nick. When I get talking about my music collection, I kind of like sort of go off and do.
No, John was just.
And I see Nick's comments on Facebook jukebox. Nick posts some interesting videos on jukebox.
Yeah, no, John was just poking fun at me, so I told him to fuck up.
No, Joe's a big vinyl guy, right?
I don't mind. Listen, it's just that you're talking to someone who likes the same kind of obscure interest as I do, like Nick.
Don't worry, I get the same way when I talk about dead hookers, so we're good.
Yeah, Paul's got a collection of dead hookers in his basement.
Yeah, exactly.
Very exciting, very exciting.
I'm good.
He's got the dirt.
Nick, if you get a chance, I promise. Nick, if you get a chance, you want to watch the movie CBGB, based on the club from the New York City club, CBGB, came out last year. I think you'd like it because it's a biopic. It really basically is not. It basically talks about the rise of punk rock during the 70s.
Oh, cool.
But I think the video is really. I love the movie because, I mean, they don't have the original acts, but they have people who are portraying. Let's see, Television, Blondie, Talking Heads, a few others. But the movie is just so interesting because CBGB's had such an impact on that whole culture back in the 70s.
Mm-hmm.
So my question would be to Paul specifically, when does the whole Dead Hooker 2 come to the forefront, and when will you post a review of your first Dead Hooker?
Do a
Damn
video.
it, left.
And he left, yeah.
Damn it! I thought that was a perfect question.
I was listening to the Bulldog today, or yesterday, there, Joe. That was fun.
Oh, were you?
times.
What
Yeah.
was he? What was he quacking about?
Bills, man. Bills.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
I hope Pagula buys them for you guys. Well, in general, be nice.
Again, he was talking about some position player, up and coming. I wasn't 100% sure. But, yeah, it was kind of funny. Is the coach still there, or is he gone?
Oh, he's there. Oh no,
The
coach.
radio guy?
There you go.
Yeah.
10 years probably. 8 to 10 years.
He's not on the airways anymore?
Paul, before you left and rudely just pieced out.
My
I was
my
asking you,
connection
when is
keeps getting.
Dead Hooker 2.
What?
When is Dead Hooker 2 going to come to the forefront? Dead Hooker 2. Right, it's a big, right?
Forget Red Tube, it's Dead
And
Tube.
Yeah, and when is your first review of your of one of the multiple dead hookers you have in the dungeon?
They're still aging.
When you-
They're not going to be ready to
okay.
crack open until 2007 because I got them sealed up with wax on all their orifices,
Oh, cool.
so they get a nice juiciness in the side, you know. And then
Nice.
once I'm ready to crack them open, because you know wax tops, that's the thing, you know. So
Yeah,
you just wax
I'm
those
gonna-
fucking holes shut, and as soon as I pull the plug, it's going to be Dead Hooker Mania.
Are they wax
Gonna be
conditioned?
ready to roll.
Or-
They're definitely cast conditioned. I put a little extra vaginal yeast in there, and I fucking waxed them right up.
I think
They're
if you
good.
give them enough time, there'd be a fucking team.
Are they better when you crack them open after
Well, what I do is I draw a picture on their stomach, and when it bloats up to a perfect circle, that's when I know they're ready to open. So they're still ovals right now. So
Is that picture also a target?
no.
Oh, damn it.
No, you won't never want to go right straight into the stomach. You want to go up into the rib a little bit. What you do is you get it like a wood bit, and you just drill a hole right through there, and that's the way you want to go. That's the good stuff. Otherwise, you're going to be bottoming me out on the
That's
spine,
something
and that
wrong
really
with
hurts. You know. I don't know. I'm just talking. I asked me a question. I'm just trying to give him my.
Next question, you're getting into way more detail than I anticipated.
I missed the line of thought. I missed the
Look, I've been in the business of fucking hookers for 18 years.
I'm gonna take 5 minutes lead and I'll come up with some new beer questions.
Do you store them upright, or do you store them on their side?
Well, that depends. It depends on what kind of flavors you're looking for, because you get different things.
Fuck's sakes, man.
When I left, people were talking about vinyl. Now they're talking about storing dead hookers.
I
don't know,
apologize. I brought.
I didn't
Was there
start
any?
this.
Was there any sort of in between, like sort of midpoint between those two conversations? or
There's
did
no
you
midpoint
jump-
when I come in. There's no midpoint.
Crossover appointment was talking about Paul's basement.
I think the midpoint was basically Paul came in, and that was the midpoint.
Well, let's go back to beer for a second because
Thank
this
you.
is scary. Thank you. Apparently, the food babe, which we talked about earlier, she
Oh,
has
don't get on
turned
that.
her transparency campaign into let's start bugging Sam Adams for their fucking ingredients list. So she's dumb though, because if you go to the website and it went to the Sam Adams website ever in like the last 5 years, pretty sure they have the majority of the ingredients right on the fucking website for you to see.
Yeah, and you'll get no more out of Sam Adams than you'll get out of the fucking big guys anyway, as far as because they're not legally obligated. So
No.
who the fuck, fuck.
Well,
fuck fucking food babe, man.
she's getting exactly what she wanted. She wants attention. She's getting.
Yeah,
it.
exactly. She's a
Basically.
uninformed, ignorant piece of shit who's looking
I mean,
for.
I don't want to defend Sam Adams or anything, but if
Yeah,
they
you
know.
do. You love Sam. Oh, Rebel IPA, you're the greatest.
Well,
IPA
I
in the
did.
world.
Yeah, well,
Yeah,
I do keep a Sam Adams bottle by my bed for certain reasons.
You do.
But there you go. But I don't want to go on to that. That's a different thing.
Wash that dead hooker taste out of your mouth.
Oh my Christ! Stop it.
You don't
That's a
want to
bad
watch
nick.
it. You want to savor that flavor. You don't want to ruin it.
How about
So, did you guys go over your list of questions, Joe?
Yeah, we did.
All your points.
Oh, your points. There's no points. I just
We did. I could start bringing them back here for you, Paul, if you want to answer some of these.
Well, no. Joe
Alright.
told me absolutely do not respond to any of them because he doesn't want to hear my voice.
Yeah, well, Joe's
Yeah,
the minority here.
No, I'm not. I'm
I think
definitely
the most fun question was I can't remember what one of the topics was canning.
Yes.
Just
And it's kind of interesting how canning works in the beer world, because it's more of breaking tradition, breaking the old school, old style mentalities to get a better product in the end. Because I mean, we all know the seal is better, you won't get light struck, things like that. They're actually more economical, they're cheaper to make, and because of the certain places where we live in the world, you can't recycle glass for money. You can't turn it in for money, and people just take these bottles, they throw them along the side of the road because they're ignorant people. But around where I live, people take their cans in, they get money back, they get it helps, it helps make sure that this stuff doesn't just end up on the side of a road. It ends up where it's supposed to go in a recycling center, which is nice. I like that. But a lot of it is the traditional mentality of, well, will you get sick or miss the idea of cracking open a beer, with a bottle, or drinking out of the bottle. It goes into almost the style of the French Appalachian movement of synthetic corks. The idea was so against everything synthetic corks, because you won't get your old way, kind of the breathing age, but now they're moving on to synthetic corks now. Even in France, they're starting to do synthetic corks. Now the new thing is kind of very similar to the can idea, is the twist off caps. And that's another thing, is it'll look cheap. Some people think beer in cans is cheap beer. That's the only time they do that. And it's kind of interesting to see that people are moving away from that now too. So it's more of, if you look at the bottom line, it's more breaking the taboo of canned beer, more so than fighting against why they should do it or not. I mean, obviously it's the best way to package and seal and keep beer. But the only time I'd actually wondered, maybe you guys could give me an idea of if it would be okay, would cask conditioned, bottle conditioned ales be all right in cans?
That's the big question. I mean, because there is some debate about that, because I mean, I had the Oscar Blues 1050. I had a year-old version of that in the can, and it was noticeably different than the fresh can version. So there's sort of speculation as to whether bottle-conditioned beers would actually change in the can or not.
Yeah, would it actually develop the way it should? Because I mean, I don't know how much they fill a can. I don't know if they jip you out of a half an inch, even though they could fill it higher than that, or they need that little space just like in a bottle for just the stuff to happen. Or
I'd be worried about the ability for a can to handle the added pressure.
Yeah, that's what I was, because I'm thinking about cask conditioned ales. I'm thinking about Belgian ales with the active live yeast put in for fermentation afterwards. I mean, it almost seems like, even if, I mean, I'm a big pusher for cans. I like cans. But I think there's always going to be a niche market for bottled beer because of those kind of things, those Belgians, the certain cask conditions.
Yeah, like I was telling the guys earlier, it's I can't imagine like a Chimay Grand Reserve in a can. Like it seems like incredibly wrong to me. Like deep down, it's like I'd rather have that in a bottle, corked and caged. I mean, it just seems like the way to do it. Even the
IPA, on the other hand.
Go ahead.
Someone shut the fucking music off.
You listen to the music there, Jeff?
Well, I was trying to mute it, but it didn't work. I'm trying to figure out how to mute it. I love watching music videos, but I couldn't seem to figure out how to mute the thing.
Right before that, it basically seems, I'll just go right back into it and not go off on a tangent about hookers. The best thing is that you're absolutely basically right on there so far, because no one has proved me otherwise. I haven't seen it. These active yeast force carbonated in the bottle ales, they're gonna need to stay in the bottle. You can't can them because they'll crack. I don't think they'll handle the pressure of the actual, active yeast. Well, I don't know. Prove that I'm wrong.
Stop.
Prove that I'm wrong, you worthless.
You are 100% wrong. When I say 100% wrong, I don't have to state facts. You're just
Nobody without a mustache will tell me anything.
Well, no, that's the thing. Like, Ryan mentioned something to me at some point about how they have had, like, conditioned beers in cans that have worked. So I don't know.
Well, I know, like, suspended yeast, like in the Hefeweizens and stuff, they work. You can still get the nice yeast and everything in the sediment. But I don't know if that's as actively carbonated, as active. The yeast isn't really that active in that. It's just unfiltered.
Well, yeah, the yeast is dead and something like that.
But because basically, as we know, like most Belgian ales are almost like champagne because of the way how carbonated they are because of the way they're bottled. Now I wonder if that will actually handle a can. If it can handle a can, then you're just worrying about the nuance. And really, the nuance is something that I'm not too worried about. The nuance of opening a beer or pulling a cork and cage off, that's okay. I can get away from that. It's all about mentality when it comes to that little aspect.
Yeah, it just goes down to aesthetics, doesn't it? I mean, what's more aesthetically pleasing to you, cracking open a can or actually uncaging?
Well, I mean, basically, it's the same thing as these nooks and whatever to books. I mean, books look better lined up on my shelf than nooks do. That's why I don't buy. That's why I won't get one of those. I buy regular books. But essentially, you're reading the same thing. Essentially, you're going to be drinking the same thing. But do you want to have a 24-pack of Belgian ales on their side in your cellar, or do you want to have a nice bottle rack with nice aesthetic-looking bottles with corks and cages?
Yeah.
I mean, like you're saying, you're basically just debating aesthetics and tradition at that point.
Yeah, that's the thing for me. I like bottles. I like having shelf full of fucking DVDs. I like having a fucking bookcase full of books. I mean, that's just what it is for me.
Yeah. It's basically your level of hipsterism.
Yeah, so basically the people that want to hold on to the past are basically ruining the future, like people that collect all those vinyls, like you guys.
I am so for ruining the future. Fuck the future.
Fuck the future.
I'm not going to be in the future. Fuck those.
You know
people.
what we should do? We should actually ban canning.
Yeah, I never got my goddamn hovercraft, so fuck those people.
I know I didn't get the self exploding shoe thing that they go. I didn't get those. I mean, we got the doors from Star Trek. That's about as far as we got so far.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Denier, like a climate change denier. Make up bullshit reasons why candy shouldn't be used.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about emissions. It's all about emissions. Just do the stupid Obama thing and just say it's all about emissions.
You can't prove that that global warming is caused by bottling beers. So let's keep bottling beers. Fuck those cans. That's just your hippie bullshit. Fucking electric car bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Happy Meal. But yeah, I mean, after opening most cork beers, most cork beers that have a cork on it for a reason. As soon as you crack them open, the cork flies off. Well, I mean, there's a reason why they wouldn't put that in the can because there's too much pressure in something like that. Secondary.
There you go. There's the tactic.
Mainline beer, though, why wouldn't you can it?
Find a way to cork the cans.
there's a tactic. You go to politically correct nanny state route.
Well, I'm pretty sure that food babe lady has pretty well manicured nails since she's a rich bitch. So why don't you just basically say, opening a can with manicured nails would ruin your nails, so the food babe needs to stop this right in its fucking tracks.
Yeah.
Damn it, let's get the food babe on here. And Cindy Baker, 2001, no one will stop drinking beer until you get after Chad's beer reviews. Unless you get him to stop, no one's going to stop.
Yeah. Rage against the machine that is Chad's with 83 Z's after his name.
Yeah, unless you get that motherfucker to stop reviewing, no one in the world will ever stop drinking beer. So, deal with it.
Oh, but he retired. Come on, it's over.
Yeah.
I'm gonna post some super secret bear reviews, guys.
Again, many years ago, I actually added that guy to
The
my
idea,
thing.
the other topic he was bringing up was the session IPA, which is basically just beating a dead horse at this point in time.
Who's that?
You bringing up the
yeah.
session IPAs? What
I was thinking is
I like
you
the
can
idea.
right off.
I like the idea of calling it. I think we talked about this last night or whatever. It was just call it session ale. Session ale, and that's
just gonna be honest with you, Paul. Really
but they won't, because IPA, the title IPA is what sells.
We have two viewers, none of which you came to see you. So I don't think they care about your opinion, your channel, your views on session ales or IPAs, or the fact that you killed dead hookers and raped them. So
I didn't kill them. I found them that way.
No, I agree. It's session ales. We had a couple of discussions about it, but yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, who the fuck cares? Unless you're a style Nazi, it really doesn't matter, right?
Well, he's a style Nazi.
No, you are. It's a bit thin, so why don't they call this a porter? I'm gonna hit the Dutthy Rhodes, baby.
Dutthy Rhodes ain't no style Nazi, baby.
This is a high, medium mouthfeel. This is gonna go with mouthfeel.
Hougly.
Let's go good with some smoked Tevis, some Gouda,
That's right.
cheddar.
You sit back here and you get the Hougly beer review.
You know, I don't want to
sit back here, Ric Flair. Ric Flair, you think you all that? You ain't all that, Ric Flair. I'm gonna sit here and tell you I'm a hard-working man. I'm a steel-driving man, Ric Flair. You sit here and you talk to me like you're some sort of big shot. You ain't no big shot. Dutthy Rhodes gonna come down there. He's gonna slap the taste out of your mouth, baby.
Dutthy Rhodes. There's no date on this bottle. There's no date on this bottle, Ric Flair.
There's no date on this bottle.
I'm gonna get on my soapbox. I'm gonna get on my soapbox.
Guys, you wanna check out the fridge? The fridge.
The fridge? You wanna come to my fridge, Ric Flair? There's no date on your bottle. No expiration date on Dutthy Rhodes.
Dutthy Rhodes.
Oh man, fucking.
Oh
Pork,
my
meat, and bush.
I love how your Greg fucking impression faltered.
It just drops to Dutthy Rhodes, yeah.
Every time. Oh my god, that's terrible. In many
That's
ways.
alright. It's funnier that way. If Greg was fucking Dutthy Rhodes, that'd be funny.
Yeah, it would be. It would. I'd fucking be awesome if Greg just fucking started reviewing beers as Dutthy Rhodes.
You start cutting promos on all the other beer tubers. Chad's beer review. You stole your crap. Your crap, baby.
Don't you? I'm a working man. I'm a son of a plumber.
Yeah, it looks like you dropped.
John and Jeff are gone.
Yeah.
Jeff, if Jeff
John
watches
and
this
Jeff are
back
gone.
at any point, Jeff, I would guesstimate your BAC at somewhat in the 1.7 to 8 range. Just saying. Jeff went from like okay to like an hour later, just laying back in the chair listening to music. Guys, I thought it was muted, but not really.
I don't know what to do.
His drunkenness escalated very quickly.
Yeah.
Well, at least he didn't fall asleep and was snoring in the fucking chair. So
at
that's
least,
good.
and at least he didn't tell me I was 100% wrong at any point.
Were you 100%?
Although I did invite Jameson into this, so if he ever shows up, he can tell you you're 100% wrong.
You are 100%
We'll
wrong.
have to see if he goes from okay to shit-faced within an hour.
You should be like, look at these thin rim glasses. Look at them. You can't tell me shit, son. Thin rim.
Red wrong?
So did you get into any beers today, Paul? Anything this morning?
I actually drank 2 of my newest home brews today. Reviewed that.
How were they?
They were good. I mean, they were really ashtray, very charry. Not bad. The mouthfeel was okay. Because it wasn't molasses, so it wasn't as thick as I'd like it.
Blackstrap, right? Blackstrap?
There was some nice, like, vanilla, soft tobacco notes and stuff coming off of it. There was a little bit of a soft vanilla. The brandy, you can get a little bit of brandy out of it. A little bit of baker's chocolate. It was all right. I gave it a 8.5. It's the highest rating beer that I've ever made. 8.5, I rated that.
Is this the one you sent to everybody?
Yeah, this is the blood of the black. This is Curse of the
Yeah,
Black Oak. Yeah.
I would imagine you probably should brace for some pretty terrible ratings. I'd imagine.
I hope
rated
they're-
that high.
I gave it an 8.5.
Yeah, because
It
all the
wasn't-
beers you give your own beers like 4s and 5s, and people drink them like DJ, and they're like, "Oh man, this is fucking whatever." He gives it like a 90. Now you
Yeah.
actually like one of your beers, and people are gonna be like, "Oof."
I didn't say I
fucking
liked it. I
gross.
said it was the best beer I made.
Bro, you give it an
So-
85, dude.
8.5, yeah. I gave it an 8.5, so people are going to give it a 2. So,
That's
well,
how it
fuck
works,
it.
right?
See, the thing is, I sent out 8 beers that might be shit, and I got 8 beers back that might be fucking ding, 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 ding. So who's
Well,
the
they
loser
also
now,
might-
fucker?
They might be shit as well. If you think about it,
Yeah, they might be shit too. All I know is I got beer, so whee!
you could have just kept it. What's the percentage of your own beer?
Oh god, it's fuck you percentage. I did a
Fucked up the clock.
I tried to do I was
Bro, look, I don't need a backstory. What is the percentage?
the I
just-
I had
I'm
to
just kidding.
figure it out to about 11.2.
So that's a Jameson session ale, really.
Yeah, that's a Jameson Session Ale. It might actually be higher than 11.2, or it's not sometimes about the percentage, it's about the delivery. Because I had 2, and I was actually up at Fuck You Street walking around.
So if you would have just kept those 8 beers instead of getting 8 other beers, you could have probably been a little bit more hammered if you drank them all at once.
Oh god, if I
That's-
drank 8 of those in a row, I would have
Yeah.
been trash city.
What I'm thinking is, because we clearly, according to Cindy, just drink beer to get drunk and that's it. I think you should have kept your beers. So I think you should.
Yeah, I should have, because they're Kronk juice, brother. Kronk juice.
Fuck it.
That's what the fucking shit's going on.
Yeah.
Why
shout
do
out
you
to
do
DJ.
this? You know, it makes me so angry. It makes me so angry. It makes me so mad. Don't you read anything I write, you fucking people? God.
Yeah, she sent me a private message, and I don't even have a fucking channel, but
I actually
told me
private
reply
message.
to like a beer mail to DJ.
I actually replied to a private message she sent me, and she never responded. I don't know why.
Who's this?
Cindy
Cindy-
Baker 2000 or whatever her name is.
Yeah, Cindy Bin 2000. What's
Cindy Bin 2001. Yeah, I responded to a
Some
private
crazy-
message.
Some crazy broad. Yeah, that's right, broad. Some crazy.
Broad.
Oh,
It's all right.
Crazy.
It's okay.
Crazy Mormonish.
Yeah, she's a Mormon, so it's
Yeah,
okay
yeah,
because
The one
has
who,
her
the one who goes
husband-
around in her
Yes.
store with the
Doggy.
fake baby. Yeah, okay.
yeah.
And her
It was really
husband
funny
functioning.
because
It's
with
great.
Mormon, the best part of Mormons is polygamy was okay
Okay, no religious or political
Until-
discussions, Paul.
until it's great. This is funny.
Goddamn.
Polygamy was
Jeez.
okay until Utah said it was illegal, and then all of a sudden their pastor had a revelation, and God said to not do it anymore. Are you that fucked in the head, you worthless pieces of shit?
Joseph Smith came down, baby. Said no more. No more having 5 wives.
No more having 5 wives. Nice.
Oh,
Dutthy Rhodes does not approve.
Dutthy Rhodes will get down here.
That's the role Vivian with the Brigham Youngs, baby. He says Brigham Young can shut it.
Bring 'em young, bring 'em hot, and bring 'em horny.
Oh, fucking. Jeez. What is
Let's
happening?
do it. Let's do it. Come on. I'm gonna come on you. Let's go. Let's see what's in
Brigham
the
Young, Ric Flair. Brigham Young, Brigham hot.
That's right. Oh, I love it. I have a horror movie. I don't know if you feel the same way, Lee. Let's get on to horror movies for just a
All
second.
right, I gotta go. I'll talk to you.
Fuck you.
No, I'm serious.
Bye. See you later. See you. What you have to go trim? You have to go.
Can I go trim my
Yeah,
beard?
you're starting
Yeah.
to get a mustache again. Better cut that
Yeah,
shit off.
Awesome.
You
Thank
fucking
you.
thin rim faggot.
Yeah.
Love you. Love you.
That's so messed up. They're awful at the same time.
Love you.
No, I'm not. I'm leaving about 10
I
minutes
know.
or so,
Yeah, go.
you know,
See you later.
Do
We
your,
don't
do your
like
horror
you.
shit.
Go away.
Can't wait.
See ya. Bye. Dude, we'll chat like 5 minutes later anyway, so go away.
No. No.
Yeah. Oh, I'm G plusing you like.
You don't tell me what to do, Paul. Ah!
Anyway, do you ever get like feeling bad about yourself?
See ya. No, I don't. I never feel bad about myself. I feel absolutely
jeez.
awesome.
You never feel yourself.
Now who left the chat? Ooh, with the internet's Paul. Fuck you, man. So I talk shit when you're not here. Oh, man.
There he is. He's back.
Cocksucking, grabbing mother, busting them fucking. Okay, we're back. We're back.
All right. Restate your question, sir.
This is the most
Do you ever feel?
unfortunate.
I thought you were going, Joe. I thought you were going.
I was hoping you were gone.
Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm back. Anyway, have you ever learned that there was a very like a movie right up your alley the whole time out, and you never knew about it? You ever feel bad about that? Sometimes you're like, how the fuck did I miss this movie?
We're talking about horror movies in general?
Yeah. Or just movies in general. Something that was like right up your alley and you never even knew it existed, let alone watched it.
Bro,
I never feel bad about it. I mean,
that's a relative term.
The whole, why didn't I watch this earlier? Where was I when this was released?
Where the hell was I? Why didn't nobody? Yeah, exactly. Like, I remember that the first time when I realized that Mountain Dew was out since like the 70s. I was like, you're horrible parents. Do you realize that? You haven't been buying me this since then? You're horrible people.
No, I mean,
they were trying to stop me from the diabetes.
I mean, it's there was no chance of me seeing like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre until I was in my teenage years. I mean, I was going to miss it for 20 years or whatever beforehand, right? It's like it's just the way it is. I mean, honestly, I don't miss that much that I really want to see it or something that surprises me. Like I try to keep up on what's coming out for horror movies and just movies in general. So generally, I'm not surprised by a lot, but there's one or two that come out every once in a while that I get
that slip by your radar.
Yeah, every once in a while, but it doesn't piss me off. It's just like cool.
Yeah.
I hadn't seen that before.
It's like finding a beer in the back of the fridge. You're like, oh, I forgot about you.
That's why people are, they're like, why don't you listen to new music? Why don't you like new movies? Why don't you do that? I'm like, dude, there's like so much I missed in the last 20 years that I'm still trying to catch up on. You know how many?
When you don't have electricity or.
Well, when you don't have electricity, TV, phone, the internet, or even enough batteries to power my super vibrator. Yeah,
I stare at the wall all day. That's my entertainment.
Yeah, I'm trying to. Well, actually, if I watch a whole horror movie just from staring at a white wall, I think I need a jacket put on me. I feel like Paul just sits on his fucking front porch with like a big ass knife, just waiting for that bear to come back. That's what you do. I sit out with a shotgun, a knife, my coonhounds, and a beer. I'm a fucking
wait for the bear.
And wait for the bear. I'm a world class man. Because you can't have guns without booze.
No, when it comes to music, I'm right with you though. I mean, honestly, most new music sucks fucking ass. Like honestly, the '90s were probably the last really great decade for fucking music.
Yeah.
After that, a lot of the music these days just fucking garbage.
At least music, you don't have to fucking like go to the super underground. Like, oh, there's 8 people that like this band and it's actually good. Like any kind of mainstream shit nowadays, and even slightly mainstream stuff that we liked in the '90s is absolute garbage today. It's terrible.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean. Like, unless you find a band that is reminiscent of the '90s, it sucks. That would be like, this band's really, really good. It sounds like 1996, this kind of period. I'm like, well, then that means it's not a new sound.
There's even pop music in the 90s that I enjoyed thoroughly. Even going 90s, 80s, 70s,
compared
60s.
To the music that's out now,
yes.
Yeah, you go back and you listen to it, it's like, holy fuck, I didn't appreciate this stuff when I was listening to it in the 90s, and holy fuck, is it not 800 million times better than what's coming out now? Like, fucking Kanye West. Fucking Kanye West? Holy fuck, man. What a piece of unfucking tone-deaf fucking garbage that dude is.
I can't get over the fucking auto-tune.
I'm really glad I don't know who that is.
For everybody, not even just rappers, like everybody uses the auto-tune.
It's just auto fucking tune. Fuck that shit, man. Yeah, Jesus Christ.
You can auto-tune? Well, if I do, you can auto-tune. I'd be doing music already.
Yeah,
I can write catchy lyrics all the time. So
That's the worst part about it. Is like it's exactly that. It's people who can write catchy lyrics and then they just auto tune their voice, and it's like everyone can sing. Every single person
Everybody.
can sing.
Well,
You
that's the
don't
thing
even need to have talent.
yeah. I mean, well, actually, here's the deal: is most of these mainstream, like very popular bands are all digitalized anywhere, where they chop their music into 1,000 bits and modify every note. I mean, it's amazing the detail and basically every what's that worthless guy's name? Nick. He'll know. What? Music. If you take a CD, let's just say, take a CD from 1992 and pop it in your CD player at the same volume.
Okay. Oh, you're talking about the loudness wars.
The clipping. Every, and it's not they boosted up the volume. It's actually in clipping level. It's so loud. It's actually, if you put it into like take a CD track off of a 2011 release, it'll all pop. Yeah, it's all green. It's just giant
green.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, we sound like what our parents sound like and what old timers sound like.
I am an old. I'm pretty sure I am an old timer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm saying it's awesome to hear us be like,
yeah, these goddamn kids with their crazy music. I can't get nobody can sing.
Skateboards and their saggy pants.
Like, yeah.
No, but really, what the fuck happened to if you're gonna record an album? Do it in 1 or 2 takes and record it on the fucking album with everyone in the fucking studio recording their fucking music. I mean, and I'm even against like bands where they're we'll record the guitar track here, we'll record the bass track here, and then we'll put it all together. Fuck.
How about
that
you
shit.
play at the same time and just record
it? Exactly.
And a lot of those bands end up being terrible live bands because of that.
Yeah, because they don't know how to play together.
Yep.
Yes, they don't know how to play together.
Well, that's the one other main rule that I know. I've heard a story that that band Korn did this. The no. Never record an album you can't play live. If you're a live performing band, and they couldn't play anything off that album live when they toured because they couldn't play it together live because there was so many layers and loops and crazy stuff that they couldn't even do it.
Yeah, I mean, bands get that way. It's like it's fucking stupid and disgusting. Like the fucking Rolling Stones, they fucking even when they fucking hate each other, man. Even when they're fucking at each other's throats, they hash the shit out in the studio and do it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, look at. I mean, I don't like this band per se, but I know Jay does because oh my god, Fleetwood Mac. Fleetwood Mac absolutely hated each other.
Oh,
couldn't stand each other. And they still do. But how long have they
been
how long have they been together just kicking ass and making albums?
Yeah.
It's amazing.
Honestly, a lot of the best bands do fucking hate each other. The Beatles at the end, they fucking hated each other. Rolling Stones hated each other. Fleetwood Mac hated each other. And they
ended up
more modern terms, Oasis hated each other.
Yeah, and they were professional musicians. They went in there and they fucking did their job and they made fucking good professional fucking albums. Yeah. They didn't sit there. I'm gonna record my fucking guitar track on this date, and then you come and record your vocals on this date and this shit. It's like, no,
you're not even a band at that point.
No, you're not a band. No. Like Neil Young, he is a fucking trailblazer as far as. We're going to do it all in the fucking studio together. We're not going to have all these fucking takes. If there's mistakes in the fucking way we do it, we're leaving it in the fucking album. We're just going to leave the mistakes in the album and do it. And that's
the only reason... Now, I have to record that way. I have to record track by track by track by track when I do my music. I'm a one-man band. You got to. There's no reason why you should have to do it track by track by track if you're a fucking band with everybody there. You're all in the studio. You all have omnidirectional mics or unidirectional mics, or however you want to say it, dynamic mics. It's not going to pick up the guitars. Most of this shit goes right into the mics, and like especially even just the guitars. They go from a headphone. They go direct into the recorder. There's no reason why the drummer can't play the same time the guitar is playing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous.
I firmly believe that like a fucking 4-track recording is as good as you have to go. I mean, you really don't have to fucking go all balls out into this weird fucking record tracks on separate day kind of bullshit and tweak everything. It's like, just get the goddamn performance down, get good as a band, know what you're fucking doing, record it in the fucking studio.
And the other thing that you need to, that I just completely, like, talk to a lot of people that play, you know, music and stuff, a lot of musicians and a lot of older musicians, and the shit these kids have to use to play with is so much better than the stuff they had to play with back in the 70s. I mean, it just leaps and bounds.
And honestly, I don't like new recording technology. I like old recording technology. I don't like...
My main nemesis in the music is triggers.
Yeah,
triggers is what's ruining the world.
I like the fucking sound that, like, 60s garage bands got out of their recording techniques. I like fucking Motown in the 60s. I like the way they did their fucking recordings.
Yeah. Well, everything, you could actually hear what they're doing. The noise the actual instrument created is what you're hearing.
Yeah,
because they, like, for, let's say, drummers in new music, it's all triggered. So every beat is modified electronically to sound the same. So basically, why are you paying that moronic drummer over there, who's probably high off his ass anyway, why are you paying him when you could have just easily programmed this into a computer for free?
Yeah.
Because all it comes out is electronic music anyway, because it's all triggered.
Yeah.
So why are you paying this douche tool? I don't get it. You're just wasting money.
I appreciate the time tonight. I'm going to take off. Great times.
Oh, you are leaving now? You're going to stay for a while?
No.
What are you going to do?
Bro, I got to roll. I got to roll.
You got to roll? Your mustache coming in?
4 hours. It is a little bit.
Okay.
Fuck you.
All right. Thanks very much, Joe.
I appreciate it, man.
Topics and stuff too. Really
good.
No
problem. Next time you do one, if you need it, I'll try to maybe do a few more. That I should have probably did like 8 to 10. I didn't realize it would go that quick.
It worked out really good though.
All he's doing all this guy's doing is copying Albino Rhino's questions of the week and asking it on your thing. So it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, actually, that's what I did. So.
Yeah. Okay, question of the week time. All right.
Wise Paul, I'm such a piece of trash. All right, see ya. That's the question of the week.
That's a good question.
All right, take it easy.
Because I'm a hillbilly from PA and I don't shower. Ding, 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 ding.
Appropriate way to
Bing. Bing. Oh my God, he actually left. Arr! Chris got that one eye closed.
He's probably watching still.
Nick.
Or he'll watch it. Hey, Joe.
So you guys have a good chat? I mean, I know it's still live. We're still going.
Yeah, no, it went pretty good. Joe gave me 6 topics, and we wasted like a half hour just talking bullshit, and then we started into the topics. And
what was the either the first or last topic?
The first topic was about session IPAs.
Okay, don't ask me about that one because you already know it. What was the last one?
And the last one was what 3 breweries would you visit if you could, and why?
Okay. Yeah, we had that. That was one of the ones he told me about. When he was talking to me, he only had 5 topics and not 6. But I already told him most of the time it goes with availability. What can't you get? And that what kind of spurs my take on what breweries I want to visit, because one, it better be, it's a little bit of that hype epicness, and then the other two, it's about availability. I would do Firestone Walker, because I know I've heard Fresh Double Jack is one of the most epic beers in the world. Fresh, right off the tap. And I love I love Double Jack anyway. And then, of course, you'd be able to buy certain ales that you couldn't find anywhere else, especially because I don't get Firestone Walker at all in PA.
Yeah.
The other one would be Fuller's, because of another reason was availability, but yet historic purposes, because they're right in Chiswick, right down near London, near the Thames and stuff, and there'd be a lot of crazy goodness going on there. And John Keening seems like a lovely person to talk to, and a lot of information.
Yeah.
And then there's a brewery in Pennsylvania I put on the list. It's the Union Barrel Works. simply because you can't get anything from them unless you go there, because everything is barrel conditioned and everything is on tap. And I've had their double block. It was absolutely amazing, and that spurs me to want to go and check that place out.
Cool.
There you go.
Yeah, for me it was Duval, Orval, and Unibrew were the ones.
Okay, so you went completely homo on that one then. Okay,
Yeah, pretty
that's
much.
cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Belgianized!
Very, very flowery and.
Well, no, I'll tell you what. If I went for what three that would be the three kind of Belgian-esque breweries.
Well, the thing was that when I was thinking about the question, I was considering stuff I'd probably never get to. So,
Yeah.
so like Duval, Orval, and Unibrew are probably ones I'll probably never get to. So
Well, you were pretty close to Unibrew at one point in time.
I'm not that close.
Well, no, I mean, say you were when you were down with Guy and stuff. You were closer.
Yeah, but
Close,
even
I mean,
then,
close to Guy is still pretty far away.
Well, it took us, 14 hours to get to Geese from Amherst or something?
yeah. So it was quite. I mean, to divert from that trip to just going straight to Rhinos from Geese, it would have been fucking. It would have been deadly.
Paul just came back. I don't think he heard a word what you said.
Oh well.
Sucks to be him.
Yeah, I was just
What
gonna say
about-
there. I was just gonna say there, Paul. Like, yeah, we were like technically we were close to Unibrew, but when we were doing the trip from up to Geese and then from Geese to Rhinos, to do a diversion would have been like it would have killed us
An
dead.
extra 10 hours.
Yeah, it would have
Yeah.
been bad.
What about you, Nick?
What?
Well, your three breweries?
Oh, the three breweries I picked. Well, West
Was
Bletterin
Pump.
Gotta
West
add that
Bletterin?
beer. Or either any of the Trappist beer breweries would be awesome. Just
Yeah.
to get stuff that you can't get
You
anywhere else.
didn't pick Gahan, Pump House, and
Well, I've been to Gahan.
yeah.
And
Oh,
Pump House.
well, oh my God! Well, there you go.
And
You
I've
don't-
been to Picaroons. I've been to Garrison. I haven't been to Propeller, but anyway,
Propeller.
the other ones I picked were Spencer in Massachusetts, that new Trappist brewery.
Ah.
And Unibrew is the one I wanted to visit. So
No, well, I you know what that means? Nick and fucking Lee, Unibrew trip. Get it together, organize that shit, hit it up, take a video.
pull off if we do end up to visit Guy at some point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, it's all about desire. If you
We'd
really
visit-
desire,
Probably hit up Bose as well.
there
Yeah.
you go. Yeah, well, actually, the Rochefort, the St. Bernardus, West Verlateran, they would all be actually very interesting to hit up as well, the Trappist kind of styles.
St. Bernardus, West Florida and West Mall.
Actually, West Verlateran would be extremely boring because it's a monastery.
Yeah, well,
I'm like, because then I'd have to bring matches with me and everything, and
shut up.
then they wouldn't have any beer after that. So I should stay away from that area.
Was it a place like St. Bernardus? I think still is like a monastery kind of situation. It's just they don't have the Trappist brand.
Ah,
I think.
Yeah, they'd have no chicks running around in rainbow skirts. And
that's horrible.
it's terrible.
Everyone should run around with rainbow skirts.
That whole
What is the brewery that still kept its original copper from the war?
Oh,
Was that Rochefort or St. Bernardus or West Verlateran?
or
Don't know.
One of those Trappist breweries actually kept its original copper stills and stuff, the fermenters and things, the mash tuns, because during World War II, all of the breweries were actually raided, and all of their original copper mash tuns and copper fermenters and stuff were actually melted down for the war effort. They were raided, and then the copper was taken and made into armory. So beer was actually the death of people back in World War II. Because they were turned into bullet housings and shell housings and stuff. So.
Oh yeah, well, World War II raped all of fucking Europe. Like it destroyed like so much culture. Like it's unbelievable.
But such is life.
Well,
So we can't forget, so we don't have to deal with it again. You know, he who forgets history is destined to repeat it.
Yeah.
But yeah, that one of those breweries lays claim to fame, basically saying that it has like their original copper fermenters and mash tuns, which would be excellent to actually see. That would be very cool.
That would be cool. Yeah.
That'd be very cool. Yeah, I was actually that, and they still had their kiln, their grain kiln was still there. That they burnt their grain, they toasted and roasted all their barley and stuff in too. They do everything themselves there. So they get mass grain barley and they steep it themselves. They're malting, you know, they make their malts and then they smoke it and everything. They do it right there. That would be very cool to see. And actually, that would be a really great place to intern, because by the time you got done, you'd have like a full understanding of the whole process.
Yeah.
That would be very cool. You know what I'd actually like to visit is like an actual Scottish distillery, like Brook Laddock.
Definitely.
Ardbeg would be great to see, because I like Ardbeg quite a bit. Brook Laddock would be cool.
Yeah, to do a whiskey tour would be fucking awesome.
Mm-hmm. So other than beer and other than whiskey, what would you like to go see in the brewing world? Other than beer and whiskey.
Oh. Jesus. Other than beer and whiskey, I don't know if I want to see anything else.
I'm not that much into hard liquor, and I don't like wine, so.
Yeah, like wineries, I could fucking there's like a dime a dozen fucking wineries in Nova Scotia.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly, I wouldn't give a fuck to see a winery. I wouldn't want to do a winery tour or anything.
I've been to several winery tours, and wineries are more interesting than you might appear. They're very, very interesting. Especially if you go down into the cellars and see how, I mean, if they make their own barrels there. I mean, because barrel making is a very interesting skill that I would like to know how to do. I mean, it's very, very, very awesome. And as a Scotchman and a beer man, I mean, I think you'd find barrel making and stuff very interesting as well.
Yeah, but I mean, you could see that. You could see that stuff in like a lot of.
You get good French white oak, you know. But I mean, that's what I mean in the beer world. That's part of the beer world, barrel making. Mm. So I mean, would you like to go see go to one of the original barrel houses?
Yeah.
Watch your favorite barrel get made before it goes to your favorite Scotch.
Yeah, because you could see that like some breweries and some distilleries have they still have like cobblers like on staff that make their actual barrels. So like I'm pretty sure Samuel Smith's, they still have cobblers who actually make their barrels for them. I
would actually like to go check out those, what are they, Yorkshire Squares they call them?
Yeah. That would be really cool.
Excellent, absolutely. See, we're pulling stuff out of there. We're pulling stuff out. As far as wine goes, to go to the North Piedmont area in Italy to go see the Barbera d'Alba, some of the wineries in that area, because Barbera d'Alba is one of my favorite wines. And just to see that northern area of Italy would be probably pretty much breathtaking in that aspect. Either that, or I'd like to go to maybe like the southern France or Portugal areas, and to see them make ports to fortify, how they would fortify them and the different techniques. There's a lot of things, because it's not really about the drink. More so, it's about the culture that surrounds the drink. You know what I mean? The area, the land, the people, the mineralized the landscapes. You know, that creates the certain aspect of the drink. Because without the landscape, the drink is nothing.
Yeah, and because I mean,
it pulls the aspects of the land into the actual beverage.
Yeah, and you take like scotches and stuff like that, and wines over across the sea. A lot of times you're walking into like a distillery or a brewery or whatever that has hundreds of years of tradition, as opposed to like some fucking brewery that just sprung up like 5 years ago in the U.S. or whatever. Like, as interesting as that is, go over to like a fucking brewery in the UK or something that's been around since like the 1700s, 1800s or whatever. It's like, that's much more interesting than
Right. Oh yeah, well as far as to see a brand new spanking clean brewery, that's one thing. But to go see like an ancient, a castle used to be here, and this is the foundation for the castle, and then you know what I mean, like that's kind of cock rocking hard. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's awesome. And you could get a sense of place and time when you're down there, you know what I mean, and looking through the vaults and these are the old barrel, and you could see the vintages maybe if they had certain vintages lined up in certain vats still that you could be like, well, here, this was actually put into the cask back when America was still getting founded or something like that, shit like that would
Or
be
like
pretty epic.
one thing that really comes to mind when you say like the old barrels is like the Pilsner Urquell barrel brewery in Czech Republic. You see you ever seen videos of their brewery and where they age their beer before it's bottled? They've got those giant oak casks.
Oh, Pilsner Urquell. No, yeah, those huge, massive thousand hectare. What do they call them, hectares or whatever the hell you crazy people call things?
Hectoliter?
Yeah, they're massive, and they burn them. They actually roll them on the.
Well, it's not just those barrels that they, but like the mass of the tanks that they
yeah.
You're in.
Yeah.
Well, it's like the ones that have been around for I don't know, over 100 years or something. But I know I've seen a couple of videos of them. It'd just be fascinating to walk by there because they don't when they brew their beer, they don't keep it in like metal tanks like Moosehead would. It's actually like big oak.
Yeah, they're giant oak vats that they age their ale in. Yeah. The one thing about aged oaks, obviously, is as Lee and you probably already know, the older they are, they don't impart any character.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, I mean, I could only imagine how awesome it would be to taste the first runnings in the first oak vat they had back in the day. That must have been a crazy-ass beer.
Taste of the charred oak back then.
Oh yeah, smoky with holy hell, this is a fucking Pilsner and a half.
Yeah.
I'm assuming at the same time, having a Pilsner at Pilsner Urquell in the Czech Republic would be completely different than having a Pilsner Urquell here.
From what I understand, it really is. Daniel Harper, he tells me, like, I've talked to him about it, and he tells me, like, because he was actually over in the Czech Republic and stuff, having this stuff, like, just right off tap and stuff, and it's, like, vastly different. Like, different. It's night and day, almost.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and if you take a Pilsner watch somebody pour a Pilsner Urquell at that area, you notice it's a lot darker, too.
Yeah.
Which means there's a much more body, there's much more flavors and characteristics going on that we will just never understand unless we're there.
Yeah, because a lot of European breweries, when they do their export versions, they'll send over here. They don't
send us the good stuff, basically.
No, yeah. they'll make them 5%, and they'll try to cater them towards the Budweiser drinkers and stuff like that. They'll try to make them more Budweiser friendly in a way, like.
I've heard about that. A lot of the German breweries for the exports, it's almost like they're not allowed to send out the good stuff.
Yeah, and
it's completely different over there.
And it's funny because I do reviews of German beers that come over here and stuff, and some of them I give not really great marks, and then you'll have German people oh, you're a fucking idiot. This is a great fucking beer, and it's dude, I'm reviewing the fucking export version of your beer.
I have some German friends that live. I have some German friends that live in America now, and
America. Oh shit! He said America. He's just logged out.
He just got censored. He just got censored by the fucking Germans.
He got talking about the Germans, and he got booted out.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But I have. Oh, there he is. I should have taken this opportunity to talk while Paul couldn't.
There you go. I'm back now.
Continue your train of thought, Paul.
They They actually have told me that they don't drink beer here from Germany because it's bad. It's not. There's preservatives. There's stuff that shouldn't be in there. And especially if they say they're brewed to the Reinheitsgebot, it's not really. It's not good. It's not good beer, and you get hangovers. And they just like, yeah, I'll never drink this stuff over here. But when they go over to Germany, they drink like fish and I've been to Germany and I have drank like a fish, literally over there, with gills and everything. And I didn't get a hangover. I mean, everything was good. The beer was full-bodied. It was crisp. There was a nice. You could tell the freshness. I mean, you could taste freshness in the beer when you drank it. And when I came back over, I drank the same product beer, and within 4 beers I was drunk, which was weird. And the next morning I had a horrible hangover.
Yeah.
It kind of shows you the different quality that this American capitalistic conglomerate has provided for us.
Yeah, and the Reinheitsgebot, it's such a loose thing. It's not real law anymore.
They definitely what the other thing is. I mean, it was basically tradition. So if some people want to brew like that, they can. The Heidelberg Reinheitsgebot is actually even more strict than the regular German purity law. Now it's not a law at all, and actually the EU have been coming in there for quite a long while and pushing all breweries to never brew like that anymore, to push that away. So
it's a marketing thing.
Yeah, and the EU is realizing we're losing a lot of money because this way we could bring all these other outside breweries and their beer into Germany that are brewed however they feel like doing it. And it's sad, though, because I do like experimentation, but I also like tradition.
Yeah. I mean...
and you're losing something. Germany, as a culture, is losing something because a culture's brew speaks their nation's spirit. You know what I mean? Yeah. And that's how, a lot of these countries are identified.
But although, at the same time, when the Reinheitsgebot was in full effect, there were still exceptions depending on what region of the Germanic world you were in, right?
Actually, before the 1516, there were regional Gebot, Reinheitsgebots, regional purity laws and regional brewing laws, and that's when in 1516 is when they actually put it as a countrywide.
Yeah.
But I still think it even varied back then.
Yeah, it did. Like there was definitely exceptions, and. Yeah. And I mean, as nice as it is as a traditional thing, I mean, it's come to the point where it's a bastardized fucking promotional gimmick.
Yeah, well, and like I said, it says it, but it doesn't mean it.
Adjunct and not Reinheitsgebot, so that's a really big exception right there.
And it's a hindrance. I mean, as much as I admire the idea of sticking to pure ingredients and making beer out of pure ingredients, not fucking falling into
put chemicals. Don't put preservatives.
Yes.
Put real shit in your beer.
But the idea of moving outside of the water, hops, yeast, malt configuration, putting rye malt in, putting wheat malt in, maybe... Yeah. Sticking something else in as an adjunct that, it's not corn or rice or whatever, but, sticking something else in there, not so bad, not a terrible fucking thing.
I was over in Germany when I was there, and I have had a lot of beers, and I've seen a lot of people respond to Belgian ales, for instance. I mean, they really get offended that they're putting beet sugar, they're putting different malt bases, Carapils, Belgian Special B, and all this stuff. And they're like, we don't need all this crap in our beer. Let's stick to our good stuff. And almost like, honestly, guys, your beer's fucking boring. Because wherever you go in Germany, you'll have the same boring beer. I mean, I love it. I love German beer. But that means you live in a small little box.
Yeah.
And unless you want to brew, what's wrong with brewing outside the box? You know what I mean? So as much as I love tradition,
wasn't the original Reinheitsgebot to be so that people didn't use random ingredients that would be unhealthy for people to consume?
Yeah, of course they say that, but it's all about who makes what grains, who makes what things, so we can get the most taxes out of people. It's
Yeah,
all it's all just a lie.
Yeah, it was
It
an
was all about
economic
because
law.
the barley industry was the royalty of Bavaria had a big stake in them.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Exactly.
all about
Barley
taxation.
making
Um,
a ton of money off of it.
It was
and
bullshit, and the problem is that it's been around so long that German people take it up as some sort of Germanic pride
doctrine.
issue.
Yeah, the
Yes.
German exactly. And that's the thing is people take it as a very personal, offensive thing if you brew outside the box, and it's not supposed to be like that. I
Yeah.
mean, drink whatever you want to, but be assured in your head that there's other things out there, and just because it has different stuff in it doesn't mean it's inferior or superior.
Yeah,
Right, exactly.
exactly.
Like
I hate the I call them blowjobs and cunt punching.
the fuck?
I call it the BGCP. I call them, the beer, what everybody rates their beer on and stuff. I think that is so limiting to the beer world, and I hate it. And I understand that you have. I look at the beer world like I look at the No Child Left Behind bullshit. You'll make your standards fit the beer instead of making the beer fit the standards in a way, and I don't like that because we have the ability to brew an amazing beer that's out of this fucking world, but we can't because it's got to fit these standards, or we won't get a high rating in the Great American Beer Fest. So we won't, and they won't be able to put that gold medal category on the bottle to sell it. I mean, obviously, breweries out there that are very well established probably don't give two fucking shits because they'll make one beer that's amazing and they don't give a hell what they do it, and then they'll make three beers that are just standard solid renditions they can throw in the BGCP. But like a lot of these upcoming breweries, the breweries that want the recognition, they want those gold medals, are brewing in a way to fit a little tiny box so they can get a gold medal, and not brewing in a way that would make them stand out.
Yeah.
And that's a little sad because it's holding back beer a little bit. Well, this beer actually made me squirt in my pants when I drank it, but it's not really the style, so I'll give it a 7.
What were you going to say, Nick?
I forget. Paul got talking. He's going now anyway. Oh, what were you talking about? I was in the middle of making a rant about something and then got cut off. Oh, he's back.
It's keeping me calm. It's keeping me low. It's keeping me calm. Oh, he's ranting. Stop him.
Well, I can't rant now. You're talking.
No ranting.
Rant
No
about
rant. The casting police is going to stop me.
Oh.
But yeah, that's a couple different topics that were pretty interesting to talk about.
I kind of wonder if it was Ryan Heichsubot that really made, like, whenever you drink a beer, you kind of identify it as being barley, as being the key ingredient in just about every beer, and that's what makes beer taste the best. But here's some of those, like, Velociraptor kind of comments is, what if Ryan Heichsubot is the reason why we identify barley as being what makes a great tasting beer? Like, what if
well,
the
actually, a lot of the thing is that it makes a beer taste a certain way, especially if you use it right, is yeast. Yeast will make a beer taste a certain way.
But I mean, like, what if, like, throughout history it was wheat that was the key ingredient in all beers? Would we then recognize wheat beers as being real beer?
We probably would.
Yeah.
I mean, if wheat was, if it all boils down to what's the central grain that was used for making beer, and barley happens to be the one that was the central grain. If wheat happened to be the one, then yeah, wheat. I mean, to this day, wheat beer would probably have been the standard for beers. But
was it?
Well, I mean, Germans can't be so angry with it because they can't put beer to the Reinheitsgebot. Wheat beer was always a staple in Germany anyway. I mean, they still made it. I mean, we've been making wheat beers since the before the 1000 AD mark. So I mean, but beer seems to be more commonly known throughout the world as barley being the base.
The base for the beer. Something like that. But wasn't there like one ancient civilization that brewed beer. Like the first ones, like Mesopotamians or something.
Well, yeah, since then the first, I can't remember who's the first ones to do it, but yeah, the Babylonians, Mesopotamians, Sumerians, all that shit or whatever. They're fucking whoever's back then. Yeah, we're brewing beer.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was pretty much all barley.
I'm pretty sure it was Bigfoots that started that.
He says fiery
Hop,
fart,
squatch.
rump, cart shredder, bender, bumper, shredder, pointy stick, mitt tits. I think that's a new
See?
subject he wants us to talk about.
Tits?
Like, you-
Sticky, bumpy, titties?
Stick,
What?
mitt- Stick, mitt tits? Like Mitt Romney or what?
Okay, so you're getting this from something else, because I'm not getting this on the comments section, so...
I'm not sure exactly why I'm getting this, but it's on the Google Hangout page. I got a message from Guy.
Oh, really?
Oh, you know what you're supposed to do? You're supposed to ignore messages from Gabe. That's what you're supposed to do.
John Riley.
But, yeah, that's pretty interesting. I mean, it's all about perception, though. But as far as time goes, you put Vice, in a beer, it's gonna taste like a wheat beer.
Yeah.
How much beer can you make if you're putting wheat as the main ingredient that doesn't taste like a fucking wheat beer?
Yeah. And I mean, even at that, like, if you just make it all wheat...
Yeah, I mean, you could put
what
any
would
kind
that
of
be?
barley in to make a crazy-ass beer. Now, I would actually like to see put wheat, and then toast it like you would toast malt.
That would be interesting. That would be
And
neat
yeah,
to see.
exactly. So like a wheat stout, basically, like that kind of thing. I'm crazy. I'll do it. I got an oven. Bing, 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 bing. You know what I mean? So that would be interesting.
Yeah, that would actually be cool, because that's something I've never heard come from anywhere else. Like, actually toasting the wheat, like, yeah, that would be really cool to see how that would turn out.
Copyright. Delete this fucking live chat right now. Copyright.
But that's an interesting thing, because it's like, okay, so traditionally barley has been the standard bear-all for beer. Like, it's not beer unless it has barley malt to some extent. Then you go to gluten-free beers that have no barley malt. Like, a lot of them don't.
No barley.
Are they really beer?
It's usually like rice syrup and.
Yeah, it's usually rice, sorghum, some sort of bullshit fucking thing. Yeah, buckwheat.
I mean, anything that can produce a starch to a sugar, you can make beer out of. But what quality will it be?
Yeah, like
What flavors will you pull? I mean, that kind of thing. And the idea of what beer is changed depending on who you're talking to. If you're getting coffee, that's not beer. Coffee's a main fucking flavor you should get off beer with toasted grains in it, you tool bag. But if you're not getting just like a slight rice corn sweetness, most people don't think it's beer. So I mean, the cultural idea of what beer is varying depending on where you go to in the world, and it's actually changing worldwide because of the mass market drinkers around the world.
yeah.
They're scared of certain flavors. If you gave a double bock, I mean, a very traditional idea of what beer is to a guy drinking a Busch, he won't call it beer. And that's been the traditional idea of beer for, 3,000 years, million, billion, trillion years.
Trillion.
Gazillion. So, culturally, I think the idea of beer is changing. We're actually regressed, which is horrible. The idea that, we had this idea of what beer would be, what beer should be, and we've gone Neanderthal, saying that, well, as long as it's cheap and it tastes like nothing, that's real beer. Now, hopefully, since they've allowed brewing, and brewing has been going so fucking crazy in the last 30 years, now we can get that swinging back the other way. But the only problem is, what it's going to come up to? It's not hoppy enough. As long as there's hops in it, it's beer. Now the hops are telling me what beer is. Now that's the new phase, it seems. Hops are delineating what beer is,
That's true.
Yeah, that's what it is. Well, what hops are in it? It's got to have a hop character, or it's not beer.
Yeah.
The idea of making a medieval style or Norwegian style beer would be sacrilege now because it has no hops in it.
Yeah, you can't make a gruit no more because that wouldn't be beer.
No. You
Holy
couldn't make
shit.
even a braggot.
He just
Hello,
joined it.
Pete.
Are you with
Say something else, Guy. That was very short and it didn't make it. Oh, Jesus Christ. You sound like a mongoloid, Guy. Come on. There he goes.
No, you're on your phone, so it's probably not enough bandwidth.
Oh, he's on his phone. That would do
Well,
it.
fuck him. But yeah, I mean, what would that be? Let's just say a very well-known, well-respected brewery. What would their sales do if they only produced beer from now on with no hops in it?
They would fucking tank very quickly.
They would tank because hops are delineating what the quality or what the pull for the wanting of the beer is now anymore. I don't know what I just tried to say there, but yeah, that's what it's doing. I mean, the hops are dictating beers now. It seems with the new craft movement, that's what seems to be the focus. That's why these that's why these session IPAs are what I mean. We'll go back to a topic we talked about earlier. It says IPA on the label. It sells. That's why they'll never stop calling it session IPAs, because even though it doesn't have the certain characteristic, even the IBUs might not even be there, but they'll call it an IPA every time because it's hoppy.
The fuck you doing, John?
Beep, 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 beep. No, I don't know. My computer fucking sucks. Jesus Christ.
Yeah,
Anyway,
we're used to you dropping out now. That's pretty
I'm
much
gonna
it.
be looking into a new one. I can't take it much more. Can't take it much more.
Either you fall asleep or you drop out, one or the other.
So I want to get in real quick.
I'm probably going to have a dropout here in the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, well, whatever. I need to say
But,
this real quick.
I mean, I'm trying to pull the fucking conversation into a beer related instead of something crazy.
Okay, John, what were you saying?
Downtown today.
John's not saying anything. He's typing. I'm assuming.
Off. 30 breweries.
I don't know what's going
and a whole
on.
bunch of crap breweries. Let me put this on real quick. Have you guys? I'm done. I'm done. Fuck.
Is anyone doing anything?
Am I still there?
Yeah, we still hear you, John, but your picture froze.
I can't hear anybody.
My monitor's frozen. Anyway, have you guys heard of the collaboration thing with all the?
I can hear you, Lee, and I can hear Nick.
I can hear John. Well, he just stopped.
No, because I'm listening to Metal Man there.
Anyway,
collaboration from who, John?
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of people like around here, close around the GTA, maybe. Even
Hey, I hear John.
Posted a collaboration with Margaret Atwood. Have you guys heard about any of this? No.
Yeah, Bose. Bose has a beer of Margaret Atwood. Yeah.
So there's about 30 breweries. Again, Great Lakes Brewery, Muskoka Brewery. I don't know. There was all down at Dundas Square, which is the focal point of Toronto, like the community space type thing. That they did. They were there yesterday and they were there today, and of course I didn't go down. But anyway, I thought I'd point that out. That was pretty cool that happened.
Yeah, I just saw something in the news there. Bose did a collaboration with Margaret Atwood. Yeah.
No hops. No hops. So within no hops in her beer. Again, there's a ton of them who just sat back and probably said, I like whatever, and then they just did something. But yeah, the Margaret Atwood beer has no hops whatsoever, and apparently it's pretty good. I don't know if you can buy it, but
so it's a Gruit.
It'd be nice if you could. Sorry?
So it's a Gruit. It's a Gruit ale.
Knows it.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Yeah, no hops. Yeah.
It's a Gruit when you get down to
Anyway,
it.
there was a whole shit ton of craft breweries down at Dundas Square. I thought I wanted to throw that in there.
Nice.
Right on.
But it really sucks. I can't fucking see the whole. I hate that. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
And hey, you there, Paul?
I'm here, rocking and rolling.
Yeah, man. Your mic is killer. Are you wearing a headset?
Yeah.
Is that how you do it or no?
Yeah, I just got a mic where it's the mics with the headphones.
Nice.
Yeah, it's really like you're spot on. It's
Excellent. It was only $10. Yeah, I got it at the dollar store. That's fucking sweet.
A lot of conversations tonight have been cut off by people just dropping out all of a sudden.
Oh, did John? Oh, fuck me.
You drop out again. Yeah, it did.
Yeah. Oh well, John, if you're watching this, Paul has an awesome mic.
Yes, I do have an awesome mic. I didn't know it was so awesome, so that's excellent. I just know I just know it was better than the fucking one I had, so that's even better.
Sounds great.
We're kind
This
of
is sunny days.
we're kind of winding down here, so I'm probably gonna cut it off now. I mean, it's getting close to 1 o'clock
Yeah.
over here.
You're
so.
an hour ahead of me.
So, yeah, I think I will cut it off now. Thanks very much for everyone who showed up. Thanks to Nick. Thanks to Paul, who are still here.
Don't thank Joe.
I won't thank Joe.
Yeah,
Fuck
him.
you, Joe.
100%.
Boom.
You only gave us all the topics. But, yeah, it was pretty good. A lot better than I expected it to be, actually. I expected to get Joe and maybe one other person, and that was it. So it worked out pretty good.
No.
Then you got Paul and one other person.
Yeah, exactly.
There you go.
There we go. I'm not really a person, so that doesn't count.
You're more of a...
Dead hooker.
I'm a Gigantopithecus.
That's right. That's a good...
Australopithecus.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So yeah, thanks for everyone who joined in. Thanks to everyone who watched and put in some questions. And good night. We'll see you all later. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Night, guys.
Night.
Bon nuit.
No shit. Now we're doing a takeover. We're gonna take over his chat. Yeah, we're gonna talk about. We're gonna talk about the vagina, and we're gonna definitely be talking about masturbation.